the second set of witnesses, but then it actually turned out that the second set of witnesses are either related or possible. What's halacha? So again, he responded in that case, what he's supposed to do, again, so in that case, what he's supposed to do, the first set of witnesses already testified, and Shimon, along with another, already disqualified that first set. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, just to understand and appreciate what it is that is unfolding over here is very simple. The Mishnah highlighted an interesting machlokes. The Mishnah said, Reuven and Shimon come to a din Torah. The Mishnah said that Reuven brings witnesses, Shimon could disqualify the witnesses. Shimon brings witnesses, Reuven could disqualify the witnesses. The Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim saying, no, you can't. No, you can't. The only way to disqualify witnesses is how? Is if it turns out that literally they have an inherent personalistic disqualification, a gambler, a thief, something like that, or they're related. So we're trying to figure out what is that? Right? What is that? What is that machlokes? What is that machlokes? We're suggesting the machlokes is where, let's say, for example, Reuven is claiming I have two sets of witnesses. So in that case, Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, because he said there are two sets, he has an obligation to furnish both sets. Therefore, Shimon has the ability to testify about the first set. He's not conflicted because there's still the second set. And the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that even when Reuven claims that he has two sets, he's not obligated to furnish two sets. Rather, again, he's only obligated to furnish one set. Now, the Gemara says, "Name of the Flukta, the Rabbi, Rabbi Shimon, and the Lotan." Say the machlokes between Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim in the Mishnah is the same machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon. What happened? The Sanya, Habal Lidon, Ishtar Bechazaka. It's an interesting case. So as I say now, let's say, right, Reuven comes along and Reuven finds Shimon living on property that everyone agrees Reuven once owns. Right? So Reuven claims, squatter, get out. Shimon claims that, well, what does Shimon say? Shimon say, I can produce Ishtar and I also have Chazaka. I've been living here 3 years uncontested. So Shimon has a dual claim of Shtar and Chazaka. So as I say, Rabbi says, all he needs to do is furnish the Shtar. We don't care about the Chazaka. Bring the Shtar, we're good to go. Shimon says, Nidon de Chazaka. Shimon says, no, we look at Chazaka. The Chazaka below the Shtar. So we ask, that means just the Chazaka, not the Shtar. Elaima af the Chazaka. Rather say even Chazaka. In other words, we're both saying. So what's happening over here is as follows. Rabbi says, all we look at is Shtar. Shimon says, we look at both things. In other words, essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both Chazaka and Shtar to support your residency claim, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support your stay. Kamalan, and we said, and we'll say, what are they arguing about? So we'll say, it's actually a very interesting thing. And this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you needed to say, are you obligated to support that entire claim? Or do we need to just support the bare minimum threshold to meet your legal obligations? For example, right? So again, Reuven comes along and says, Shimon, living in my house. Shimon says, now, really, all Shimon needs to say is what? Either a shtar or chazaka. You don't need both. But Shimon says, I have a shtar and chazaka. So now what's the shayla? Does Shimon have to furnish both of those things in order to support this claim? Well, no, only one of them is enough. So that's the fundamental machlokes over here. We'll say tremendous Moshe Haskell in general, which is sometimes in life, the less you say, the better, right? But what's so in other words, the less you say, the better, which is pretty self-explanatory lesson, right, that we've all learned. But let's say also sometimes this idea that what's the expression? Under promise and over deliver. Right? The problem in life is many of us over promise and under deliver. Right? So again, here you have Shimon's coming and saying, all right, calm down. Under promise, in other words, all you need to do is say you have one of them or bring one of them and you can over deliver. Incredible. So the Gemara says, fine. Lo, I'll give you a shul, cool down a little clicky, which is the Gemara says, everyone agrees. Keep the where's the machlokes? I'll leave it to Rabbi. Rabbi Meir, machlokes went to Rabbi. Rabbi Meir suffered. Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbi Meir holds like Rabbi. Rabbanon Amilocha, and Rabbanon will say as follows: Ad kamo kamo Rabbi Hasan Elabek Hazaka. Right, Rabbi's only saying this particular position by Hazaka. Why? So the Gemara says, "The Mikoach Shtar Kas Because chazak itself also is derivative of the koach of shtar. Haval hacha dahani edim rabbi koach edim achrini kasu. But in our case in Mishnah, where the second set of witnesses have nothing to do with the first set. Afilu Rabbi moda deinzar lebara. Even Rabbi would agree that halacha l'maisa you don't have to bring forth both sets. Reisha, top of Chaftal. So again, we're just continuing on this mission, trying to explain the first case in the Mishnah where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and the Rabbanan say no. One way to disqualify witnesses is halacha l'maisa through some type of true inherent psul. Top of Chaftal. So there's a Reisha ve'edim psulim the dayanim ksherim. This is interesting. The Reisha, first case in the Mishnah, is talking about witnesses who are unfit, right? And dayanim ksherim. So the Gemara says, "Miko the pasti idim pasti nami dayanim." So since the idim are invalidated, therefore by definition, the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Sorry, just the opposite. Since we invalidated the witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. Seifa, but dayanim psulim ve'edim ksherim. The Seifa is talking about a case where the dayanim have not been invalidated, but the idim, right? The dayanim have been invalidated, but the idim are ksherim. Timigo the pasti dayanim pasti nami edim. So Maski for Rabbi. So Rabbi raises the kasha. Moshe Chaftal of 24:8, 4 lines down. Maski for Rabbi. So Rabbi raises the kasha. Bishlam amigo the pasti edim pasti nami dayanim. So I understand that in the case where the witnesses have been invalidated, so by extension the judges have been invalidated because the Lamaisa is no longer a case. So the Gemara says, but ika beitina achrina. So remember again, there's always another basement they can go to. Elamigo the pasti dayani pasti nami edim. But in the case where ultimately again the witnesses have been invalidated, what does it mean that the judges have also been de facto invalidated? So the Gemara says, Hasnami edim baha ed. Sorry, keep on reading. So the Gemara says, Ella. Ella, Miko the Pasti Dayani, Pasti Nami Edim. But in the case where ultimately, again, the judges have been invalidated, why would you say that Miko, that the witnesses are invalidated as well? So the Gemara says, once you don't have witnesses, you don't have a case. Once again, we revert back to what we said, where Ruvain is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So if there's not a second set of witnesses, then what would you say? So the says, right? One litigant would not be able to invalidate the litigant's set of witnesses because again, then he'd be conflicted. I know Rav Dimi, but that's the same thing we just said before in the name of Rav Dimi. Nigo, the Mar Sabra Amina Nigo, Umi Sarah Lo Amina Nigo. Okay, so the fundamental machlokes ultimately again would be whether or not we employ the concept of Nigo. So I'll say, so bottom line is we have multiple versions as to how to understand the first machlokes in Mishnah. But one thing is clear, which is it's not a simple case to understand. So remember again, what we have over here is Rabbi Meir saying one litigant could disqualify the witnesses and the judges of the other litigant, and the Chachamim saying, no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? It appears that the way the Gemara is settling over here is that the parameters of this case is where Reuven is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So now Rabbi Meir says Shimon has the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted because there's still a second set. Whereas the Chachamim say no. In general, the only way to disqualify witnesses is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa find something inherently disqualified about them. They're a relative, they're a thief, so on and so forth. Gufa. So let's go ahead. The next one to the for Rish Lakish. Pek Kadosh Yomar Davar Zeh. So it says, remember again, Rish Lakish had an interesting interpretation. Rish Lakish said that when Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah says that one litigant could go ahead and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, what was that talking about? An Eid Echad. But the Gemara said Eid Echad. Right? Don't read it as a dove, rather read it as a dove. This was the end of Chaf Gimel Amud Aleph. Now, duty again, if all Reuven is furnishing is one witness, so Shimon has the ability to go ahead and disqualify that one witness. So Rish Lakish was surprised. Rish Lakish says, could it be that someone as great as Rabbi Meir would say such a thing like this? So Gemara says, Rish Lakish, Hakadosh Yomar Davar Zeh. So Gemara says, Tanya Eito. Rather read it ultimately again as singular witness. So now the Gemara says something very interesting. What's interesting over here is as follows. According to this Gemara, leaving aside even the content, what you see from here is style. Rish Lakish is being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir calls Rabbi Meir a pek kadosh, a holy mouth. Would a holy mouth say something like this, that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, and therefore Rish Lakish says Rabbi Meir must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point we're seizing on over here is Rabbi Meir is Rish Lakish is incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. One second, one second. That makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was greater than Rish Lakish. Yet the Gemara says, 1 second. If you were to walk into the base medrash, what would you see? Everyone says beautiful. If you would see Rish Lakish in the base medrash, what would you see? Kilo oker harim itofnan zebazeh. You would see someone that was literally uprooting mountains, and grinding them one together. So we'll say, so this is a metaphor for acute intellectual or analytical prowess. So remember again, the idea, if you remember again, when it comes to describing Talmidei Chachamim, there are two different types of Torah scholars. There's what's called the Sinai. A Sinai is someone who possesses a voluminous amount of knowledge, like a Har Sinai. And then there's an Oker Harim. Oker Harim is someone who possesses acute intellectual or analytical acumen. Someone's able to uproot mountains. Again, it might not be the same repository of knowledge. Remember, again, also we saw this Gemara. The Gemara says, who's greater, a Sinai or an Oker Harim? Now, what does the Gemara answer? Both. In other words, you need both. It's very nice to be able to engage in analytical, what's the right word? Analytical debate, analytical process, right? Or insightful analytical processes. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You need a Sinai and you need an Oker Harim. So the Gemara says over here, if you walk into the base medrash, you saw Rish Lakish, what would you see? You'd see someone uprooting mountains and what? And grinding them against the other. So we'll say, it's fascinating to understand, what does this mean? What kind of scholar was Rish Lakish? So Rish Lakish was the kind of person who was able to go ahead and challenge contemporary held beliefs. In other words, the idea, the ability to uproot mountains means the ability to analyze something, and to grind them against another indicates the ability to think in new ways. Sometimes we become just so caught and so trapped in ways that we have done things that we lose the ability to look at things through a different kind of lens. So someone who could uproot mountains is the ability to analyze, grind them against each other, is the ability to think about things in a different way. So profound. So the Gemara says, and yet, Hamravina, Balo Kala Roa, Kilo Oker Harim, Toplan Zebazeh. So yet, Ravina said, Rabbi Meir was also someone who, if you walk into the base medrash, what would you see him doing? Uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So I'll say, so it sounds like Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and yet Rish Lakish was so deferential. First why line, Hachikamar was so beautiful. Hachikamar, Bo'urei Kama Mechavin Zazeh. See how much Rabbi Meir and Rish Lakish loved each other. So the Gemara will say is this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Rabbi came along. Different story. Rabbi came along and Rabbi said, you are not permitted to insulate something called, it wasn't like he had this called Shabbos Chabura a couple of weeks back. The halacha is, there's an Isra on Shabbos called Hatmana. You're not allowed to insulate something. Now Rabbi came along and said, not only can you not insulate something to preserve warmth on Shabbos, you also can't insulate something to preserve cold on Shabbos. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that if we let you go ahead and insulate something cold, you come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba. So Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel, Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yossi. So Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came and he said, following before Rabbi, he said, Abba, so he says, Abba, my father Rabbi Yossi permitted one to insulate something cold. Amar lei. So Rabbi said, Kavar Hora Zakin. Oh, Rabbi Yossi, if Rabbi Yossi paskin that way, the elder has paskined, nothing more to talk about, we're allowed to do it. So what do you see? Here? See how much the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loved each other. Either Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Hayakafov, Yoshef Rabbi. So what do you see from here? If if Rabbi Yossi was alive, Rabbi Yossi himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. Tahar Rabbi Yishmael Rabbi Yossi memali makom avosef haya hava via kafaf the Yoshev with Rabbi the Ka'amar kvar horazaki. So I say, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to Rabbi, yet when Rabbi heard the ruling of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara is painting a beautiful picture over here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, we started with our Gemara beforehand, that you see Reish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, called him a Pat Kadosh, a holy mouth, even though, again, Reish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir. And I see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. Amar Boshia, my Sid. So I say, where do we see this? So the Gemara is painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Dafka of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So the Gemara says, my Sid, what's the pasuk? What's the pasuk? Sid. V'ekach li shnei maklos. So it's actually very beautiful. This is a Hasek and Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. This is a prophetic nation of Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. Le'echad karasi Noam. One of the staffs I called Noam. Le'echad karasi Chovlu. And the other I called Chovlu. Chovlu literally means damagers, right? Damagers. So when it says Noam, who's Noam? Ilu Tamidi Cham Sheretz Yisrael. This refers, or actually Chovlu is like a Kabel. He's a terrorist. The Noam, who is the pleasant one? Elu Tamidi Chacham Sheba Eretz Yisrael. This refers to the Torah scholars in Eretz Yisrael. Sheman imin zeh lo zeh b'halacha. They're pleasant to each other in halacha. They're pleasant to each other. Chovlim, who are the terrorists? Elu Tamidi Chacham Sheba Bavel. This refers to the Torah scholars in Bavel. Shemachablim zeh lo zeh b'halacha. That are just abrasive, contrarian, and almost like abusive to each other in halacha. So such a fascinating distinction here between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loving, deferential to each other. The Rabbanim of Bavel, literally again beating each other, not physically, but intellectually beating each other up. The Yomer Elai, so this is Yomer Elai. Eila shnei b'nei hayitzar ha'omdim. Ushnayim is Allah Yitzhar. So we'll say, what is this prophetic mission? So again, this is also Zechariah. Rabbi Yitzchak. So again, it says these are the sons of the olive oil, of the olive. It's referring to olive oil. First, to Eila Tamidi Chacham Sheretz Shinoch and Zela Zebad Shem and Zayis. Right, olive oil is a reference ultimately to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. Olive oil is smooth. It could be sweet. These refer to one of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again who are kind to one another in halacha. Verses two olive trees. The olive tree, the olive leaves, on the other hand, is bitter. So that refers ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Bavel who are bitter to one another. The Essa Inai, so we'll say it's this distinction between the Rabbanim and the Rabbanim of Bavel. So we do not have time for it today. Shmuel, the second child of Rabbi. And the second child of Rabbi is the Rabbanim of Bavel. The second child of says is very simple. It's the power of Eretz Yisrael. The power of Yisrael. That they're about being the land that has a greater intensity and a greater connection to the Ribono Shel Olam that fundamentally changes who and what Rabbi is saying. Any person who has ever been Zoka to step foot on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment, right, you're on the flight and you see the coastline of Tel Aviv as you come in, there's something that changes inside of you. There's something that fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come into the airport and you see that, like Mashiach was over there, right? And you see that, and there's fundamentally changing in you. Yotzos, Ruach Bekanfeim. So these were really like malachim, but they looked like women. Like the wind was under their wings. Ulahina Kafayim Kekanfe HaChasida. They had wings like the Chasida bird. Batisana HaEfa, Ben HaShamayim U'Bein HaAretz. When they lifted the Efa, so again Rashi points out the Efa is the Yitzhahara between the heaven and earth. Va'omer ala malach hatov Rabbi Anahema Olichos HaSa'ifan. He said to the malach, where are they taking the Efa? Vayomer Elai Livnos La Bayis Be'eretz Shinar. We're going to build the home in Eretz Shinar. So we'll say, so it's just to understand the vision. So you see two angels, they look like women, they have wings like the Chasida bird, they're lifting up, they're taking the Ephah. Rashi says Ephah is the Yitzhahara. And where are they putting the Ephah? In Eretz Shinar. What is he talking about? I'm going to show you. These two angels refer to Chanufa. So we'll say Chanufa is like false flattery. Chanufa is wrong. Arrogance. Sheyardu Labalo. Both of these traits came down to Babel. So the Gemara says, is that true that arrogance came to Babel? 10 kabin of arrogance came down to the world. Tisha Elam. 9 of them came down to Persia. 9 of them came down to Persia. The Achaz Kala Olam Kulo. And one was dispersed amongst the rest of the world. So what's it say? See if arrogance came to Persia, not the Babel. The Babel Nachas Vishtaruli came down to Babel. From Babel spread out to the neighboring areas. Like an Amid Siv, okay, so the verse 1 had a condition. There's this perfection of two malachim, or these two angelic is representing flattery. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery, you're transporting the Sahara to, again, in this case it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance is flattery from. Ramanah, similar to Ruach, Anius the Babel Nafis. The Gemara says, Anius the Babel Nafis. The Gemara says, 1 second, he's singing, it's fascinating. He's singing a sign for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. They're going to say, what's the sign for arrogance is poverty? So it's simple level that sometimes the person who is so arrogant thinks that work is doing for you. So there's something interesting happens if you think work is doing for you, which is you don't make money. So sometimes you might say, for 1 second, but I knew it's the bottle of this, but if poverty comes to bottle, where's mine? What does that mean? I'm this cola. The first step, not necessarily the material poverty, but rather against spiritual poverty. They said, a whole son of Kana, which are dying in law. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, this refers to Elaine, which is Persia. Shezachsa Limo, or Zachsa Limamit. Even if Persia was the first, there was much Torah that was learned there, but ultimately, again, they did not have the ability to convey Torah at all. My Babel, what's Babel? I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Belula B'Mikra, Belula Mishnah, Belula B'Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there, there's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Machshakim, Moshivani Kinese Olam. So literally again the Apostle here quotes the idea from Echa. So in the darkness I have been led, like the dead of the world. This refers ultimately again to the meaning of the dynamic that's unfolding over here. So on one hand, what you might think of is a tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah of Eretz Yisrael and the Torah of Babel. Right? That Talmudim from the Babel are abusive, are abrasive, is arrogant.
What up, big dog? How are you?
Yet there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and spiritual relation.
I'm
then it's
just like
fascinating to see that how Talmud Bavli becomes the more authoritative source of Talmud, more than Talmud itself. That's fascinating. So let's say what you see from here is that sometimes in order to be able to arrive at emes, to be able to arrive at truth, so sometimes the media that you need is not kindness.
Let's do, Chi Boy.
To arrive at truth, the media that you need is a strictly offensiveness. So that's what you see this by the way, right? So when there's kindness, when everything is just about
GM, what's new, big dog?
So you can't find kindness because everything is endless and nothing is endless. And that's something to be able to find what truth is, to be able to know what it is. And the ability to say, no, you're wrong, and you're right, and I'm right, and you're wrong, or I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be that it's so many beautiful show, yet again, not that humanity that allows us to arrive at the truest for us. Because what total requires, and kind of sometimes requires a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of abrasiveness to be able to kind of stop the not honest, to be able to get the true, I guess. All right, so much more to say on this. Mishnah. On the low. We actually go to this on the dollar. On the low. Neman alai abba. Let's see, we're going to show you the right? And then it says, you know what? I am going to accept my father or your father as a judge. Both things agree with this. Or Neman alai shoshalai bakar. Or I'm going to accept the basis of these shepherds. So that the shepherds would not be part of that. Rabbi Meir only Yochel Latzerbo. Rabbi Meir says that even after he makes this decision, they can retract. They can retract. They'll come and say, no, any of
What'd you say?
Once you finish the process, that's it. You remain committed. So again, let's say again,
Yeah, I'm busy right now, big dog. I'm right now, big man.
Holding up for safety. Let's say again, you know what? Come over to my house.
Okay, come back a little later.
Which is much less severe. So again, Rabbi Meir only Yochel Latzerbo, right? Rabbi Meir said that she could retract. They want this for days. Come say no. Once you get to a process, you know Yochel Latzerbo. You cannot go ahead and you cannot retract, and you cannot retract once you finish. Okay, so I'm not doing very good now. So probably I'll read the touch. So what's the case? What's the case? So going back to the first thing. And Rabbi says, you know what? I'm willing to accept your father or my father as a judge. And if both parties agree to that, that's not obviously what would be possible. Rabbi says, when is this? When they're accepting your father as one of the tribunal of three. They're accepting him as part of the basin. And the Shlomo Moses, the Machaloch. Again, where's the Machaloch? So the Machaloch ultimately again is a piece of what we call Machaloch. What's Machaloch? It actually says, Ruben is coming to Shimon, and Ruben says, Shimon, you know, if I go ahead and I use the base, I'm hereby most of the property that is in your possession. So since Shimon already earned, so therefore again, it's almost as if they're both very good Rashi. Machaloch, he told Bea, I'm the mitzvah, so if the bird, the same for the claimant. If I win with him, ultimately again, I'm mochel back into possession. Awesome coming out of Laxerbo. In that case, that the litigants cannot retract everything. Zofa said the Mashiach, so to speak, has already partially acquired the item that's in his hand. About the essence of the but if again the claim is that if I lose the case, I will give it how called Yochel Laxerbo. Everyone agrees that halacha myself. There is the ability to go ahead and you tell them. Yochanan says, no, I'm going to bet on my focus. Even if he says, okay, that's also my focus. It's also my focus. They buy the book, and Yochanan asks about, so then that's not going to defend the but in the case of Machalocha, everyone agrees that neither party could rely upon the structure. Things change my focus. And either way, there's my focus. The Rabbi said, Machlokes is when the case is where I will give you. How about the Machalocha, where there is Mechila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, it says to Shimon, if I lose, you can keep the item that is already in your possession. Divrei HaKol, in your Laxerbo. So if you say the following, the focus is only in the case moving About the Machalacha, but again, essentially, is allowed onto the item. Give reaction to the framework. So Rabbi Damakatalan makes sense. I would make Bein Vizu Machlokas. The Machlokas, whether it's Ekin or Machalacha, Rabbi Damakanan. Who is Rabbi holding like, who is Rabbi Hamid in Nafshi Kama. Rabbi would be espoused in his own position, now aligning himself with any of the affirmations. Say Sura Rabbi Rabbi, Hayachai B'Chaver Shua, V'Amar Jadi B'Chayer Shecha. Let's say that's your initiative. So again, remember, just to appreciate what it is that's unfolding over here. The mission is introducing us to a legal concept. Legal concept is, and actually if both parties agree, compromise the legal framework for the resolution of their issue, they could do that. For example, Reuben and Shimon come face it. Reuben says to Shimon, you know what, I like your father. He's like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal to a Bezdin, even though your father sits on that page. And normally, if Shimon's father's on the page, what's the halacha? It doesn't work. He's a Torah. But the Mishnah introduces us the idea that if they both agree to the process, then the halacha it works. Then the shaila becomes, can either party subsequently renege on that? That's the focus. Can either party subsequently renege? That's the shaila. That's the shaila. So it says that's not what Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Meir says that he can't renege. The Chum say he can't renege, and then the shaila becomes under what circumstances can the renegation? I don't know if that's weird, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. The Gemara goes like this: once Isha Kachli back to Rava. So then Oshmin Ashua and engagement. And says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. So then what's that? And then Rabbi says, Rabbi says that Shimon can say, what, I changed my mind, come to Bezdin and do the Shua. Come say, in your Chalak. The Chum say, no, he can't mind on the base. I'm not talking about a case where again the Shua would essentially exempt Shimon from payment. And therefore the Holy Kamafala. This is a case of forgiveness. And therefore, again, that's why it's in the track. Whereas laws, I think but also I know some like it, but also this can also be a case of where, again, the financial issue was taking the law and then taking property that is a case of taking the law. I have a similar ratio. I told her the dash activity. What about the case? Talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately again a total disaster. That would be the case of Abba and that would be false. And ultimately again one is talking about total disaster. That's the halach of the life again. That's the halach of the life again. That's the case where it depends on the relationship. So three parts. What was this of the case of Abba and Abba where it's taught from the American must be 100 days. The American should be tracked. She's alone. God is not. And to the beautiful of the involved. The other name I got to Holodas Hatzmo, and the case of Holodas Hatzmo, Uma Modi Rat, and ultimately made right where we do it. The actual boss was the other case, I apologize. I know again, so I apologize. But again, for the main stuff, which cases do we allow retraction? Cases do we allow retraction? So essentially, we'll have to stop over. I'm going to record the rest of this gap in the section of the first Shabbos. There's a fighting chance. So I think that's what we're so it's like just understand what we walk. What we walk is establish a reality. The reality is I walk for myself. Two parties to fighting what we call the customary legal process, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invalid for use. Right? Like using a relative as a diamond, or like the shua outside the face. Those things can be done. It can be done. However, what's the shaila? The shaila is can either party subsequently retract or not. That's the message. So the mayor says yes, right, or we can't do better. The mayor says yes, but come and say no. Then the focus becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to the mayor, who says you can retract, you're right, you can retract your allegiance to a compromise. Under what circumstances can you retract? And you're touched on for the rest of the 20 Sorry, you're not. What's that? Good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning should be thanked. Our annual commentary sponsor for Caption Page and Year 5785 of Folks Mishpach of Israel. Again, to all of the Shiurim and Drashos for this year, as is a chus for the Son of Stolons for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Teves Havarim, we're told with the Kelman family, the memory of Amit Ben David Levy, supported the brother of Itai Levy, a great and holy soul who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our weekend learning sponsors, Giuseppe and Church Daniel Yudi Mishmas, and Each Club Israel, and the fall Noah, Yossi, supporting the Rothschild and America. All our time Torah, all the Shamas who have an Aliyah, all the families in the Kama, all those who need us, who are traveling, and calling for the Yisrael, the virtual Shemia for Shemia home.
Yo, what up, Aztec?
The college will allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole Maaseh Yidei.
Just streaming, dog. How about you?
And that's when we're starting the parent today. But first, we have some unfinished business. So we are up to
all right, well, welcome. Are you in the Big Steppers community? Are you in the Big Steppers community?
Amar Rav Maslo, which is the third one. Actually, we just talking about it.
All right, well, join it. It's discord.gg/big sluts. BIGSTEPPAS.
Important people. And the higher the position you occupy, the more intense your grooming habits have to be in order to present well. Or to present both the general habits. So it's like, just thinking about this yesterday, that this is also in line with the theme that we discussed last ago, that in general, people form their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances. We like to say that we're not judgmental. Are we artificially judgmental?
Pardon me, big dog?
Our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they're groomed. And again, Kadosh Baruch Hu understands this. What Halacha says is that the greater the position that you occupy, the more you must be able to command the leadership of people. So the kid has to be groomed, the coin has to be groomed, the head yard has to be groomed. Now, obviously, your station will depend on what those the last thing you left off with. Was that a regular coin? And that's why, by the way, you begin to see this. As the Gemara says, there any Talmid Chacham who walks around with a stain on his clothing,
okay, I was doing something.
What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmid Chacham is the ambassador.
Yep.
So if you represent God, you better dress the part. So therefore, the Kohen,
you got it, big dog.
The Kohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days.
How's your day going?
So the Lord is talking about the 69 man and Stam is either
excellent. Hey, get in the shield space. We're doing a shield space. Shift is hosting it. Search Shill and Chill in Twitter Spaces. Yeah, Twitter space. Come to the Twitter space. It's in the search Shill in Twitter Spaces, and you'll see it. Shill and Chill. It's got 700 people in it.
But now that it says para, we would say like this: there should be a growth. Should be a growth. The Kohen is supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild, uncontrollable way. So let's think, and then again, you go in there, not throw in there. You add in the Gizir Shava of para to Nazir, teaches us that just like Stam Nazir is 30 days, so the Kohen cannot allow his growth, his hair to grow for longer than 30 days. So I said, now listen to this. You must see how if this is the case, so now what we've established is that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, the Gemara says something very interesting. Why did you say that even now, in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Now listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine, because after all, I said this is actually fascinating. The Gemara says, "My yayin is diya." Sorry, dunya diyayin. So let's say. Now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, of shtuya yayin, right? You cannot do the avod under the influence. That's halacha. Now, remember, what's the definition of under the influence for avod for temple service purposes? Orvius. Not even drunkenness. A Kohen can drink a orvius of wine while doing the avod. If he drinks a orvius, which is not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces. He can't do the avod.
Yeah, big dog.
My yain is my
Doug, do you know what the word chill? I mean, not being a smarty pants. I'm just saying, like, chill. And you should see it.
So remember, when is there a prohibition to drink wine? When is there
like 300 people in it? It's called and chill. Followers Web3 marketing request.
Groups are split up into groups, right? Each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves one day. So halacha l'maisa again, Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So the Gemara says the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine is mandio.
Yo, Aztec, do you have a link tree? Do you see it? It's the one with shield or shift.
Is not on call, but it's not his shift. He's allowed to drink wine. Once again, we've actually seen this Gemara again, but it's so direct.
Do you have a link tree?
Rabbi Omer Ani. Listen to this. Rabbi says,
yeah, link tree. Okay, why not?
They should be forever prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's here?
Okay. You need to make a link tree. And do with marketing yourself. It puts all your media on one site.
So listen to this. So let me translate it for the context. So the beginning of the verse is a Kohen who knows which Kohen it's from, and who knew when his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, he also to drink wine during what would have been his death. He says, "Calls Afmakir Mishmartov the Inomakir also also Shas Inomakir Lo Mishmartov Lo Mishmar's Beisav Shab also Shema."
Okay, excellent. Get a link tree, big dog, and I can help you. It's free.
And the Kohen would to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, and out of that week, which day. That Kohen is ushered to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do we think? So the Rabbi saying is that Kohen cannot drink wine at all. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about, again, in Eretz Hashem, Mashiach is going to come. the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt. And maybe that coin is going to be activated for instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avodah. So essentially what Rabbi is saying is, if you do, now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shift you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is going to be problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you'll be activated. Mashiach could come at any time. The Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt at any time, and a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. It's wild. It's wild. But watch this. Abama asked him, he says, what can I do? Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine presently. Look at that. Look at that. This actually says, "Ready over honey."
Okay, we'll join it.
Okay, so even if a coin does know, even if a coin does know his family and his shift.
Okay, join the shift, join the space. When this space is over, come back here and I'll help you. Okay, good. You need a link tree. Do you have a link tree?
Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay.
Create that and come back, and then I'll help you more, okay? Excellent. I love your name, Big Dog. Aztec is cool. You're welcome, Big Dog. So create your link tree. Create your link tree. When you're done, come back here. Okay, excellent.
So עכשיו משתמש יין עולם, ולא חייש שמה יבנה פתאום. She says, Rabbi says, we're not coaching, but the basic. And if there's just no suddenly, understand what's happening over here. Rabbi says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. It's not as a chosen wine. That's what the possibility. And it's really relatively, and the order of Kohanim services is going to be regulation, which is that I would imagine most Kohanim, all Kohanim, are going to be today. They're going to be telling us as a result of generations that are part of. So therefore, what do we need? So really, Rabbi says, in reality, Kohanim should be able to drink wine. So what should we do? He says, what should we do? He says, that the very takana for this is the disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is, we're not concerned, but the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So what's this? So just understand. I just want to point out what's unfolding here. What's unfolding is some activities dramatic, or two schools of thought. There's one side that says, the rebuilt is everything. And then for Kohanim, have to be on guard, you have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim should drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility is one school of thought, which is that we're not coaching for instantaneous rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand that there's two different mindsets and two different models of Gula. So as a youth who live in a constant state of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it just happened. I get the Russian over here is the Russian of the Rashi is the Lord Harish Shema Yifana Putol. Putol is what? Putol is what? Suddenly, immediately, suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Gula, it's not something that Gula. I don't believe in what we call Gula Putol, right? Immediate or sudden Gula. Gula is a process. Gula is a process. So again, even if the Mashiach comes today, like a Hakilo, that's called Daka Shiyavo. And I don't know Mashiach every moment will come. A Hakilo, they call Yom Shiyavo. It's a long day.
It's a long day. I don't believe in Gula is only instantaneous or immediate Gula. Sudden Gula, it's a process. So just understand, this is here, this machlokes is playing out from a halakhic perspective. Right? The Kohen drink wine, not wine, but just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredibly profound this is. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara in the 12, so that Rabbanan Asri. Now, Rabbanan says, therefore, I believe Kohen can go out and drink wine because the Shema Yibana, the Chayish Shema Yibana get home. Rabbi says, I'm not concerned that the base Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohen can drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanan disagree, and the Rabbanan said, no, the base Mikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohen can drink wine. So the Gemara says, Hassam. So now remember, Hassam, I need time in the Yibana Mikdash. If I hear Kohen already, so therefore, the Rabbanan hold, L'chiyah Yibana HaMikdash. What does the Yibana HaMikdash mean? That it's Mikdash to be rebuilt quickly and suddenly, and therefore, Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore, a Kohen can't drink wine. So listen, just to understand how profound this ideological machlokes is, Rabbi, L'shema Yibana Pithom Lo Chashinon. We're not concerned with this when we go suddenly. The Rabbanan, we are concerned with this when we go suddenly. The Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I use what you call Rabbanan? But if that's the case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every 30 days as well. Just to be ready, out for personal grooming. After the separate aisle. So again, haircutting is not a big deal because even if the base Mikdash is suddenly rebuilt, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hasam not the upper that I important. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? Because what happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what do you need to do? Just take a nap.
Appreciate your voice and understanding. Telling the truth is actually the best thing you can really do out there. I think that it really does show a big impact, especially I think I kind of picked up on a lot of things, especially in this race. It's just like I kind of just got into it, talking with you everything. And I'm here, I ended up here with over 28,000. I'm about to hit like over $30,000 coming here soon, this couple of weeks. And I'm super bullish. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to have all these people around me with connections and showing how to grow. I mean, when I started off this app, I didn't have no connections, nothing, and I just had to learn from basically surfing the dirt. And I had to work my way up just to build a big empire where I'm at right now. It kind of just takes a lot of skill and risk and performance to show how much time and effort and put myself out there. That's the reason why I'm here in the first place. Is all because I just kept my focus to my dreams. That's why. Yeah, again, that's it. That actually, I see Rabbi as this guy. The first that
Thank you for the opportunity, Shift. If you haven't done so already, please join the Big Steppers Discord. It's the best Discord in Web3. I live in there. It's a wonderful team. That's where all our leadership stays. That's where you make the best connections. That's where you can positions. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic more than 4 years. We've seen the birth of AI, the coronation of, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother, a real Truman Show. This is a time capsule or a timeline in development. This is the biggest event in global history with you eventually. You all should that data has over petroleum as of 2018, according to the Economist magazine, as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived online than any person ever, which is going to make me an extremely influential individual. And when I go viral, I'm going to make every single person in here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want you to know, in addition to streaming my life for world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I dare you to search my name in any social media. I dare you to search hashtag Bible Rabbi anywhere on the internet, and you'll see more content than you've ever seen. I dare you to look at my YouTube streams. The links are in my profile. Please look at my link tree. I have the largest link tree of any person you're ever going to find. I have more social media than any person, and I'm using it for good. Big Steppas and Rabbi Rothschild are going to the top, and you guys are on the ground floor of something great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let's go.
Yes, bro, yes. And I do want to get onto the topic of like how space wants to learn how to connect guys. No, I think that connecting is just
Yo, Aztec, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. I was on this page, man.
Did you hear me, Shill?
Yeah, I heard you, sure. Yeah, I heard you, sure.
Excellent. Okay.
It's all about COVID and job. Yeah, streaming for the past 4 years. I heard everything.
You're the man. Excellent, big dog. Okay. I'm gonna join this Discord. I want you to send me a message, and I'm gonna send you an example of what I want your link tree to look like. And then from there, we'll teach you how to use AI to make videos. It's really easy, and they're really good. And then we're gonna go through all your stuff. So I'm gonna help you to become successful. All right, I'm joining this Discord. Do you see this account that just joined? It's called Captain. I'm waving right in front of it. It's called Captain. I'm waving in front of it. Do you see it? Do you see this account I'm waving in front of it?
I'm trying to. Is there a speaker what?
Is there what?
You are directing me to do something.
Yes. I want you to send this account a message. It's waving at you.
Your account a message. Send you a message.
Excellent. Good job.
Where do I message? Message.
Wait, I don't see it now.
Trying to message.
I thought you said you sent me a message.
I'm trying to find.
Okay. So click on the red square with my face on it. The one that just joined, called Captain. I have 3 accounts in here. One of them does not have the camera on. Do you see that one?
I see.
Excellent.
I see it.
Excellent. Hold it down and send it a message.
Rabbi.
What up, dude?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
You said I should hold it down and send.
Or just click it and press send message.
Wow. Okay.
Please let me know when you send. Hello, Zoo. Just one moment, Zoo. Please let me know.
I'm fine. Okay. I'm thinking it's not working. Okay, I've seen it. Let me listen to it now. Okay. I just sent you a message.
Excellent. Great job.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sending you what I want your link tree to look like.
I should send you my link tree.
It's not done. Tree is not done yet. Look at the link that I just sent you.
Okay.
But go look at it.
Okay. Let me copy this. G is the Lord.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. That's the Lord.
Yeah,
Website, Gmail,
that's
Telegram, YouTube.
That's what you want yours to look like. That's what you want. That's what you want yours to look like. Because then, when you go into someone's space, you're no longer going to be, hey everybody, I'm Aztec GM. I want to let you know that I'm a reply guy. I'm a Web3 curator. I'm a community leader. None of that does anything for you. That's just wasting people's time. Everybody does that. What you can come in and say is, Hey everyone, I'm Aztec. I want you to know that I'm the best marketer, not just on Twitter, but on all of social media. If you partner with me, I'm going to post your stuff not just on Twitter. I'm going to post it on YouTube and Linktree and LinkedIn and Reddit and Imager. I'm going to post it everywhere. You get 20 times the engagement that you normally would get from another person. I'm the best social media person that you're going to get, and it's all free. So what you do is you reach out to me, you tell me what you want me to do, and I'll post it on all my social media. I have a proven track record of success. Every project with which I've done business has come back to me. Their friends have come to me, and I want to help you too. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes. I want to be able to say. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like this, Aztec, and I know you get it. But it's like right now, you have to dig a hole. That's your goal. And right now, you're using Twitter to dig the hole. That's one shovel. That's it. With all the social media, it's 20 shovels. And it also gives people 20 different opportunities to be able to contact you to ask you to represent them and do business with them.
Yes. Makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Aztec, I love you. Yes, it does. So I'm here to help you. Here's the plan. I don't want any money from you now or in the future. I don't want money. I just want to help you. So here's what we're gonna do. And don't ever spend any money. If don't spend any on any premium anything right now. I don't want you to ever have to do that. You do everything for free. Everything I do is for free. So what you're gonna do is
Wow, thank you.
absolutely. But what I mean is, I don't want you to go to Linktree and you're like, oh, it's $9.99 a month. Sure, they have premium tiers and stuff, but don't do that. Just do the free one. And what you're gonna do is put all your links in there. Once all your links are in there, I'm gonna get you a business logo. You're gonna put that business logo on all of your social media. It's gonna be unique to you. It's gonna be really nice. Then from there, I'm gonna teach you how to make memes. You may say, well, I already know how to make memes. It's cool, but I've never seen one of your memes. And a way that you can use memes, and then when you're done with them, in the corner you put your link tree so that people know who made it, and then they can come to you for business. Then I'm going to show you how to use Sora for free to make videos for projects. And what you do is you get you see somebody's having a launch, and you say, let's say the launch is called ABC Coin. You say, hey, ABC Coin, I don't know if you had the opportunity to see, but I made you a video. I put it in your purple pill. Please take a look at it. And then it's going to have your name in the corner. And so everybody knows where to go to for that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get your shield down. You notice when I did mine, you heard it's called an elevator pitch or a pitch. It's like, it's really tight and it's exciting. And I know what I'm doing. I want you to be able to do the same. Every single person who I've heard so many people from certain areas of the world, and they all have the same way of promoting themselves, and it's boring, and it's not any different than anybody. GM, everybody, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. My name is XYZ. I want you to know that I'm a reply guy. I have a lot of reach. I have the ability to be a community manager, and I'm a graphic designer, and I'm someone who is a Web3 guru. Please reach out to me in your DMs. Everybody says that. Everybody. You've heard it. You've heard people say that before, right? You've said it yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're gonna make you exciting. Notice when they called on me, I didn't waste anybody's fucking time. I just got right to the point. And that's what you want to do too. Because when you get right to the point, they'll see your name and they'll say, oh, Aztec is here. He's really exciting and he doesn't fuck around. He comes in, tells me what he wants, and then he leaves. That's what we want. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. And by the end of the week, you may have people, you're going to have applied to some jobs, and you may have people reaching out to you to have you work on their projects because you're going to be a better marketer than they are. You're going to say, of course I can be a reply guy. That's very easy. Of course I can like your post. That's very easy. Of course I have a team that can help and get your project out there. But what makes me different is everybody else on here is just doing it on Twitter. I'm going to do it on every social media platform. You've never heard a reply guy say, I'm going to post your project to YouTube, the second biggest website in the world, but I'm going to do that. Google is the biggest website in the world. YouTube is the second biggest platform in the world. And frankly, Web3 isn't really using it. And I understand it. I get it. And Aztec, you're not doing it. You're open to it and you see the light. I get some people who come in here and they're like, but you have to understand that I don't see anybody doing this. I don't see anybody marketing like this. And it's like, yeah, are you employed right now? And they're like, no. And I'm like, have you done other projects before? And they're like, yeah. And I say to them, did those people come back and rehire you? And they're like, no. And I'm like, there's a reason. Because all you did was repost their shit and like it and maybe have a couple friends do the same. What we want you to do is be all over the internet. When I don't know what you charge. Let's say you charge $10 a post, okay, or whatever, or $100 a day, whatever your rate is. You're going to say to people, I'm going to get you 20 times the interaction that you normally would get, and it's going to be across many different platforms, and those platforms are just as strong, and some of them are stronger than Twitter is. Nobody else is going to do that for you. I'm going to post your project to Reddit. Nobody else is going to do that to you. You have to understand, Reddit is a high net worth. Some subreddits are very high net worth. And I'm going to post your project there. Now, we'll work through that Aztec so you know how to do it and they look really good. But I'll teach you how to do it with ChatGPT. And then you're going to have the ability to change people's lives and you're going to be able to change your own life. And all these other people who you're going to hear in these spaces say, Jim, I want you to know that I'm a Web3 guru and I'm a brand ambassador and all the other bullshit that they say, you're just going to laugh at them because you're going to say, you know what, I used to be that guy. I used to be that guy who just thought all I had to do was hit the reply button and the repost button and the quote button and press the like button on a few tweets. And then I go back to them and I say, where's my money? I used to be like that and it didn't work very well. What works really well is I go in with confidence into a Twitter space. And like I was in front of hundreds of people when I did my show. And you're going to be able to do it the same with that much confidence. And people are going to be in your DMs for projects. That's what you want, right, Aztec?
Yes, that's what I'm looking for exactly.
Absolutely.
Currently now, no job at the moment, and I figured I was doing something wrong. Maybe this is probably it. I think I was doing a lot of things wrong because I was only beating on my ex and maybe on TikTok a little bit, but I've not explored other places at the moment.
Exactly. And that's totally fine. You're not alone. A lot of people feel like, well, everybody who does anything on Web3 is just on Twitter. But they don't think that, you know what? Those people are on Instagram. Those people are on Snapchat. They're on Reddit. They're on Imgur. They're on Flickr. They're on many different platforms, and I can help these people. In addition to just having good posts and quality posts and things, Aztec, you're going to help these projects rank up higher on Google, and that's what they want. When somebody types in ABC project, they want it to show up number one. The way that it shows up number one is to have strong social media for them. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. So you're going to be able to say, look, I am an SEO, that's search engine optimization expert. With my strategy, we're going to make your brand number one in Google. And it's going to get more engagement than you've ever seen. Of course, you're going to get a lot of engagement in Twitter. I want you to look at the impressions you've got right now. You're going to get more, but then you're going to get it on another 19 different platforms you didn't even know you could get. That's because what I do is I'm an outside the box thinker and I'm here to help you. I'm the best marketer in the world. I'm the best marketer for your project. You're going to get so many people who are like, we love your energy. I love this Aztec guy. This Aztec guy is different. That's what you're going to hear, and that's what you're going to like. And that's what you want. Right now, you're just a Web3 reply guy. We're going to turn you into a full stack social media manager. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds very good.
Okay, excellent. So Aztec, what you're going to do right now is you're going to create your link tree and make it look just like that. Now, I understand if you don't have a website. I get that. But you can put a Gmail in there, and you can put, and if I were you, this is what I would do. You may already have an Instagram account. You may already have a Facebook account. That's all cool. Make a new Instagram account. Make a new Facebook account just for your business. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, makes sense. Makes sense.
Exactly, because you want to keep those separate. You'll use your current Twitter because it's a strong account, and you'll make a new YouTube account, make everything new, and make everything match. So you don't want to be like, oh, I'm Aztec123 on YouTube, and I'm Aztec541 on Reddit, and I'm Aztec789 on Imager. You just want it to be standardized the whole way. So if you have to be Aztec Web3 or something like that, that's totally fine. Because at the end of your shill, you want to say you can find me on all social media platforms. I'm Aztec Web3. I'm everywhere, and I'm here to help you. You can look at my link tree to get all my social media, and you can see the proven track record of success that I've had for other projects, and I'd like to do that for yours.
Wow. Let me get some.
5-year-old, she goes, won't you pee? Because she needs to see what a penis looks like before it's took the what? Yeah. What? She doesn't want the first penis that she sees to be the one going into her mouth. Yeah. Dude, why would she choose yours? Yeah. But that's what she said. She was like, why does it come out of that thing? And I was like, wait, she won't you pee? I know. You gotta start with the story. Where have you been with it? Did you let her shake it off? No, but then she went to touch it. I was like, don't cross your line. How old is she? Hold on. Dude, I'm leaving because I don't think you need some children up here. You walked into someone's house. They said, needs to see you pee. Yeah. You said, cool. I said, yeah, okay. You said, oh, okay. The kid's 5. Something like that. Okay, and then you walked in the bathroom with a 5-year-old alone. You pulled your dick out, the 5-year-old child said, you're like, watch this. What does this say? You're not going to believe what's about to happen? How can you do it like that? Something along those lines. And then she said, I can't get over the guy at the beginning saying, like, because it's not the first thing you put in my mouth. Like, so fucking add that to all the terrible things that people take out of comedians doing, like, okay. I was watching this. Yeah, it's Ben Avery. The guy in the back, this is all things comedy. I can tell it's the ATC there. And the guy in the back, he's still the guy that does the producing. This is like from 30 years ago. Like, not that guy, the other guy that was on the Aaron or something. I remember him. He's not on screen right now. But yeah, I know. Nothing ever changes. It's always like this. Let's see. This is so puny with her actual words. And I was like, wow, I mean, that would. You're like, bend over, bitch, I'll show you puny. How? Bend over, bitch, I'll show you puny. These guys are drunk or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm making excuses for them. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't like this. 5-year-old kid. Yeah. I can hear this story again. Oh, man. I don't know if she doesn't have puny ever. She knows what the word puny means. And she goes, what's all that stuff? She's trying to touch it. I was like, no. Wait, this isn't real. Those are barnacles. Did you slap her hand? It's hilarious. Did you slap her hand away? Or did you just kind of casually bash it away? I was like, no. Wait, you stepped on her legs and stuff? Yeah. And then you were like, not for 3 more years? Who can piss on him and grab at it? Were you just making eye contact with it all the time? Yeah, we guys look at each other. Look at what's going on, young lady. How did you end it? You guys hung here. I tapped it off. Was there pillow talk? Was there a more you know? I was gonna beat off this story. This is the credit, like when women say mention in podcasts, it's like all podcasts are like, this is what they're talking about. Is she like this? Wait 3 years until she's 8. Yeah, it cheapens us for even saying anything. I don't like it. Let's see here. 300 pages posted. This one is called Chin Drunkenly Pointing Guns at His Food. See, this is awesome content. Yeah, we want more of this, dude. Clock 17. I like how his feet are in the picture still. What is he trying to say here? I don't know. There is some deeper meaning here. It's kind of like when Tony and the guy were smoking a cigar. How many podcasts does Boba have? 17, maybe. Oh, I need to file. You're trying to make me move to Austin? We're moving to Austin. He just has a gun in his hand. Oh, yeah, we're moving to Austin. He's threatening shop. He's smoking a cigar. You just don't see it. Yes, it's a childish thing, really. I mean, these guys haven't really grown up. I mean, neither have I, but I try to pretend like I have. At least, like, the illusion of an adult, right? I like that. But they're like, nah, dude, gun, cigar, fucking drugs, like, fucking, I'm 45, I had 12 beers last night. My friends eat. They're like, I fucking show my cock to a 3-year-old. They're like, where the fuck? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's see here. That's a promotion. Let's see. This is posted by psychic scientist Tim Kennedy gets blackballed from the firearm industry. Tim Kennedy probably could have picked any other So it's just a bunch of negative comments. There are some things we need to clarify. Tim Kennedy is not and has never been an ambassador
thought you were staccato. What staccato? I don't know. Alright, well, he's getting gadoost. That's funny. That's like his toes. It's a sandals company. Flops. I'll tell you that for Vegas. Read the room, y'all. Posted by Haphazard. We haven't seen this, right? I don't think so. Let's see what this is. I'll tell you the biggest thing, the most wildest thing to me of all the Grammys, Kendrick Lamar wins Grammy of the Year for Not Like Us. The entire crowd filled with pedos start lyricking, mimicking his lyrics. Lyricking. I mean, all of that was pretty redacted. I know. My buddy Kakuni here, filled with Graves' disease. He sounded like Vince McMahon. You're fired. Really? Yeah, the train wreck. Minor, they're all like minor, and fucking Beyonce's dancing. Meanwhile, her husband Jay-Z's under investigation for a minor. It's interesting. It's so weird. So weird. It's read the room, y'all. Yeah, read the room. Oh, really, dude?
Allegations that the 40-year-old comic and actor has been sexually harassing underage girls began surfacing this week after one alleged victim claimed that the Netflix series You actor once asked her for nude pictures, knowing she was underage.
Take that, fucking idiot. You dummy. Read the room, y'all. What? Let's see, this is posted by 12 Washing Beard, an all-time classic that still holds up today. I think we can go by That's facts. One of the years talking at the water cooler because it's in the other day. And also, shout out to whoever posted this because, like, dude, I mean, you just nailed it. Sick poster. Yeah, one of the best. The album art doesn't get enough shout out, like the Mexican flag, dude. The fucking cool tattoos. Yeah, it's a great fucking thing. Yeah. This is easily the funniest Callahan has been. Most by accomplished capper. 4690. Let's see what part that's on. Okay, why is it not opening? I would never say, oh, I don't think it's funny. It's so mean. Okay, let me phrase it like this. Is Theo Vaughn funny? Yes. He's very funny. Yes. Is your co-host funny? I think my even I'm funny. You didn't say that. Theo Vaughn fighter kid. You know, fighter and kid's very funny. No, he's not. Oh, come on. Come on. That's great. Great moment. Never seen it. Let's see this one. In any facet, posted by Khabib Time. I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but continues to defend Bryce. Nuts. Let's see, this is Horror Nothing 979. Miss Schwab riding an electric car is a problem. Yeah, dude, I saw this one already. How are Ubers consistently awful at driving this topic? Go ahead, heavy on the brake. It's taking everything in me to not puke all over his lovely Tesla. Yeah, I mean, fucking real men don't drive electric cars. That's why you want to puke. Yeah, you know, those things you're fucking driving. Yeah, this is some pussy driving girls in a van. I think, yeah, he's got the mask on. He's probably been texted 1,000 times. Probably voted for Kamala 1,000 times. Even his ears, like, oh. He's not a fucking, he would last a day in Austin. Probably chance me. Nuts. Have you ever been to this? No, dude. I have. Really? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, dude, it's nuts though. I was in the first time. Not too recent. Oh, yeah. But I did when my.
Yo, how are you, big dog?
I was getting, like, when she was having me, like, the day I was.
You're one thing in my basketball game. Shit.
I think it's amazing.
I'm suing the Boston Celtics.
That's great.
Just like this. The trick bed. My dad was
How's
like,
the eggs going on tonight?
yeah, you were delivering.
Yes, sir.
Always been a Porsche family post by Ford. I rolled down the thing they what's the thing they plop out? I don't know things before you bring them up. The tailgate. I rolled down the tailgate. Yeah. Horror Nothing 9789 posted this one. Always been a Porsche family. Exploits the streets of Texas. basically looking for your next move, right? That's what fucking successful people do. Yeah. I speak for all of California when I say good riddance. The graph experiment posted this. Denmark is reportedly planning on increasing tariffs for frozen by 500% for the U.S. only. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Shit. The tariffs. Yeah, gonna be bad news for Brennan. Yeah. Various Concept 2615 posted this one. Get the fryers ready. Dairy fight companion. Damn, that's today, dude. Dicey. People are asking if we're gonna do a stream today. Hell no, dude. I'm barely awake. Nah, fam. Damn, but I'm excited for that. Yeah. It's one of the four of them. That's some other guys. That's Joey Diaz. He lost weight. That's nice. I forget his name. Bryson. It's Bryson. Matt, something. Sarah. Yes. Okay. Shout out to them. I'll be watching from my apartment. Let's see. This is haphazard. The guys finally heard him say Super Bowl. Oh, let's hear it. Okay, let's call the Super Bowl. Oh, he's saying ball. Hey, you're like some kind of European. It's a Super Bowl over the He's like a terrible Uber driver. What is under the Super Bowl? I went to Starbucks to get this new thing called a cortado. Hey, hold on. Yes, John, 13. He just found out what a cortado is. Just like you just found out what a face is. Just found out what a cortado is. It's the movie with it's the Dracula. Oh, is it that take place in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Dracula. It's the Super Bowl. Hello, my name is Dracula. And I'm in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. That's how you say it. It's like the black Dracula. Suck your blood out your neck, bitch. Shit. You ever see me in the mirror? No. Exactly. I love whores, deuces. I love whores. What if they had a meeting before the show? Like, all right, Brad, we gotta be honest with you. Like, a lot of the content making fun of you is doing pretty good. They show charts. They're like, all right, so this episode, me and Eric or Montez are gonna talk about how you say words wrong, and like we've researched and these are the bits that we're gonna try out. And Brandon looks at me and goes, "Genius, that's awesome. Let's do it." And Brandon's like, "What are you talking about? What?" And then they're like, "We're starting with Super Bowl." He's like, "No, come on." Eric was like, he said, "Terrible Uber driver. Why is Uber driver gotta be terrible? Just because I don't work wrong." Yeah. Eric is a little bit blockbuster. I'm on Eric's side, dude. You know, your Uber drivers have to work in. So where are we? America, dude. Speak English. All right, fair enough. Take me to my motherfucking Chipotle, dog. Come on, Chipotle. Jeez, and you gonna get the Chipotle, stack it up with a wheat that's toast. Get a chicken ball or a burrito ball, chicken ball. Oh, same thing. Next story of Chipotle group senior. This is 2 months. Yeah. Oh no. How much worse in there, dude? They were charging, he's part of the show. They changed the locks though. Let's see, this next one is Chin's Insta story question mark. Joe Rain posted this. Just not real. Very funny. On scale, the Diet Coke though. Crazy. That is very funny. It is cool if he's doing that. Behind the scenes. Yeah, that's clear. That's all. That's not cocaine. Because if it was cocaine, it would be in my nose. It's not real because there's no gun. Oh, legal age of go. Alright, clowns to leave for being a PDF file posted by Mike on the show itself. 7. Let's see. 10 to Estonia, guess 15, 12, 14, 44, you know. We're crystally location. Oh my god. Here, back in Estonia, my man's a gentleman. Not for me. Yeah. this Tony out here has a big gun or something. I took an edible and it didn't work. But then 30 minutes later, I was like, whoa, Jazz. Tony Hinchcliffe, fuck me. He does Brian Callen with the Stony accent. I told you this a long time ago. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, but I guess that's original in a way. Fusion dishes. This guy's face from Papa feels like he drops knowledge posted by a hot pot cinema. Yeah. And this could be like the thing that pops up. You got like the paperclip on the whole word. Like it could be like the paperclip. That with his face. Yeah. Got a question? Floppy. Yeah, Floppy. It looks like they're like, hey Brendan, what should we name the dog? He looks like that. He's like, Donnie. Give it back. Take goodbye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is Caterpillar Hot 7539. This week's new persona, Salad Calabasas. Oh my gosh. Interested. 3 deals in 1 hour. So this is on Drive Fast Podcast. What channel is this on? I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if we did a real estate bet. Yeah, that would be fun. I'm trying to work on my truck. My house got sold. I've always been kind of a guy that's at like real estate money, making it happen, and I don't know why I'm doing that voice for shop though. Yeah. I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million. Hey, I had to guys, can you give me more money than that? Got done. Instead of calling it Drive Fast Podcast, you should have called it West Coast Choppers. Why? I don't know, just because it's, I don't know, I tried. I mean, it's better than Drive Fast Podcast. Well, Rogan's Luke doesn't rate the Rogan hack pack. Wow. Let's see here. Attachment to Moggerby is a downfall, no. His show has turned into Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's always been shit comedians. Skins and bits. That's hilarious. Hell yeah. Teach his own, I think, is probably the best comedians out there. Luke is a good guy. It depends on how numbers you count it or whatever. Only 250. Make me sick only writing peanuts posted by previous content 26 minutes. Wow, that's the best post of the week right here, dude. Yeah, dude, call him out for his idiocy. Very stupid. Read the room, y'all. What room are you reading that, Brendan? That one. Oh, dude, come on. No, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent. That's why he stopped, because when he went, he was like, oh my god. Everybody here's a pedophile. I'll never do this in Showtime. I better bet on myself. I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Postman upstairs, patient 373. Yeah, dude. We were out. We're talking about this. You don't look good. No. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside bad too. Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. The camera angles did not help. All of these pictures look like each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all stills from. That's what he's trying to like. Not like. Is there a way to like not let anyone know that I caught my dick in something? And the rest of them are him just screaming for help. Please. He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know. My dick is stuck in the pie. That's the first try to get it out. Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, all right, fine. It's just stuck for you. I was like, look at the dick. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. I don't have a dentist. I might as well not have a dick. This is also how hard you laugh when you've done something terrible and you finally feel good again. Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you're really dead. Oh my god, so funny. Why did I do that? Yeah, let's see. I present to you the 250 fucking suck me. Confidence Search 8648 posted this one. I'm glad somebody said that. A brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson. I was around the fires. I was there. I blame the gays. That's who I blame for. It's funny because I was riding around and I see like all the houses on fire and shit. And you know what's crazy? You know what's still standing? Out of all the ash and the rubble and all the fire, what was still standing was brick chimneys. Why not make the house out of that next time? That ain't the most sense ever, you fucking dumbass niggas. Hey, let's keep going with Airplanes 200. Airplanes 200. And what is the deal with the black box? Tell me. It's the only thing that survives a crash. Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box? You know, happy Asian niggas, they all Asian as shit. Bad comedy funnier than good comedy strikes again. It's better to be not good. So take that if you're a comedian, thinking about being a comedian, start writing jokes about Asians. Cheat on your wife, take some Adderall, hit up way too many women on Instagram. If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good. That's really fun. I was like, I told Cam said that like they should build the house up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand what he plays on. Because I mean, that I don't get it. Maybe that's just yeah, I don't know. That was like a whole one section I explained, and then he went into the break. I don't know why he blamed it on the case. I want to say I blame it on the Goonies. I mean, the Cam saying blame it on I think he probably just did it because that like kills the host. It's just like that's really all you need to say. And the Goonies. And then like everybody there's like, oh, he's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years. I'm going to go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I know what a baby is today. Turns out this kid. Yeah, maybe Austin just passed out for a second there when I said that. Posted by Danny Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a he's going to be raising kid. Bryce is like some evil kid, you know. I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War I, World War II, and Hitler in Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled. That's right, or he dropped out of school early. Point is he's not the most educated dude to give these hot takes. That's fine, you know, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just gotta be ready for the repercussions. When you say some wild crap like he said, nobody knows that he said that. Yeah, no, I mean, what he did is an excuse him more. The beginning, I don't think what Schaub is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history. He's probably not selling his right? So that part actually is true. And he probably is a product of social media. Because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse me. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe in Nazi crap. I read that. You know, what else? It's right. I think those are like a big moron to. So that's what's lacking from this one team. So I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He's a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media and. So this was like 3 hours before I came into the end. When I was so I used to be an NFT generation, you know, on the trade said did loads of rooms. I got loads of rooms. To be honest, I think when I did it again, I might have got 1 or 2 rooms to take this. I don't know how time passes, maybe over but I think it's one thing, it's a substance. But and I created a sort of worry in my voice. And then he said, we're going to end the space. We're going to go sort this out. I'm happy to call for me. I did it. So while they were talking to me, we made sure it was working properly. And at one time it didn't work, and again, and it did start working again. So it was nothing different I did. It just, I don't know, it was just an element of being able to sit there and but whatever was happening at the time, I was on my computer, I would have been singing or whatever. And then it started working. Well, when it starts working, it takes like half an hour to actually go and like the other ones. Rothschild Kanye. But what Bryce is, he's in this bubble. Been seeing this brain. Kanye's like, how much we pay for this brain, man? And he's the perfect storm of grown up super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with the gay stuff. And then, so when he's seen online, it's really not super, it's not good. So he sees online, like the transgender stuff and pushing this, and, there's these safe rooms where kids can come out if they're gay or
Yo, what up, Prince?
When he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm on the
I sent you a link on Twitter. I sent you the link tree in the box with Apple.
Okay. Hey, dude, this is good. Okay, but you got to do more though. Where's Snapchat? Where's Kick? Where's Rumble?
Okay.
You need everything that I have on that template, okay? And you've got personal website on here twice. But it's a good start. But you need to get all of them on there, okay? All right, so go do that, and then we'll get to the next step, okay?
But it just adds to the market. It's just more that people do eventually just use us as liquidity. So to eliminate that, Corey went with Ethereum, and it has given obviously just a lot of different projects. I mean, Corey's fucking bullish as fuck. So it's a whole completely different ecosystem. It's gonna be great, guys. No PvP around here. I think it's gonna be absolutely awesome. But Dave, that monkey is fucking iron, dude. Yeah, just saying,
turned to shit. So he's just this byproduct of that. Imagine being compassionate for Bryce Mitchell after he said all that stuff, but then they put 5 acres on a UFC card and you are so pissed about it. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that. But the fucking just the idea of black acres, he can't handle it. Because they're black. There's no compassion. We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it. That's where you should have that attitude. You got to say that crazy shit. Most people are running off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit and just be like, the kid is a product of the current climate we're living in. That's the face of it. Where do you get a head like that? I don't know. It's a Oracle store. I wonder if somebody was with him when he bought that head. They're like, is it? There's a gift. He's like, sir. Somebody trolling him. A homeless cat sent him out 10 right now. Wear this on the show, please. Damn, I'm really upset that no Antonio Brown moves. You think there would be maybe a show? Maybe. Probably not the position. Post my confidence in case 48 weeks playing Bloomingdale, Minnesota. 10:30. Yeah. I felt so bad. Let me tell you, Minnesota. You know what I was saying? Put me down. Like, isn't that like a store? Maybe the city was named for when you said that, I thought it was like a joke. Like, he's gonna have to play him on the It's like, no, it's like, he has a shit that living dance. He's away from his shirt. He's folding pants. 122. Yeah, alright, kids, that's it. I'm tuning into the fight campaign myself. It's Joseph Roger with the I go to Minnesota. Okay, so this is B talks about kids. Posted by Waterstone, 1984.
Do you have any kids? God damn them to hell.
I want to watch that whole episode. I was waiting for this episode to about watching it. Now I want to watch it just because I'm watching the 5-year-old. Let's see. He would never say anything bad about LA posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. This is a 2-minute 38-second.
They were trying to advance and shit because he was going to do new material because Daddy has a little reservation so I go to Austin and let's get real.
He said Daddy. Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather.
Because you can't have enough.
He was like, are you daddy or am I daddy? Who's daddy?
There's always a little bit scary. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, I'll miss that way. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years. Don't get it twisted. You and I think I can speak for you. Like, we're not those guys that leave LA for trash LA. I like those.
Wow, this is good too. This right now. It's not gonna be a hot second. Wait till they go to Austin and start talking shit about LA. Yeah, that's the fucking.
Can I change the beginning of every clip right there?
Every name. Yeah. Oh, really, dude?
I have yeah, I love it. There's a lot of great things. You want to shoot things. There's so many good things.
I have to say,
I just have an excited for all right now. There's so much changing. And then also the thing today we'll do this podcast early is that slam back comfy I've been working on since September. We gotta finish it tonight because I gotta drive 3 hours to the Johnson Valley King Hammers. I'm gonna finish it tonight. I hit the guy up last night. He's like, we'll be run down.
He talks about, so I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, you know my brother Dave? And he never knew him. He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years. Yeah, and so it's annoying. And that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. You know, we got that HVAC clamp. We gotta drive that up. It's finally done. Johnson Valley's gonna be a weather night tonight. Like, you know, right? What do you say? He goes, you're gonna hammers. What are you talking about? We're taking the shock valve. Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. And then you should be creative.
Your wife, kids, you might be able to also, I heard you said this, but no one will remember you working late except for your kids. No one.
That's going to be the worst thing.
The boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will. Yeah. If I hate whenever I miss anything, I fucking hate it. Yeah.
And you want your trying to get it done.
We'll get it done with the squad. We'll get it done. She said it's all that. So I just say, I gotta drive it home. It well. I'm not over there.
Go ahead and just sign up to the selection. Yeah, just sign it. It's raining.
not even a hard thing to do. I think you can do it yourself. Maybe it has no wipers. It has no wipers. I'm thinking. Not at all. You know how to replace the wiper. You know the means of the mechanism then.
So we can do that now. Look, dude, some people that's what there's no use. Dude, that's fire. Dude, I actually have seen that one get pulled. For that one, I sort of got inspiration from watching penguins, and I made sort of a little one that looked like the water, like it's like shark costume, but I didn't like that. So I was like, nah, get it. So just narrowed it down to 5. There's still 3 left. 3 left. There's one in particular, like there's the best one, definitely. Nice. And then we're going to some more. And it's hard to know because, like, when I look at genuine to giving yourself, like, the orders are different sometimes. There was one time when I originally did, and I swore, like, 4 10 if it was 4 4 again, like, the first, like, 4 words. So it was really random. But, yeah, I have to say, it was like, this election, like, last minute, because that's really dope, man. That really is, man. I remember when we did the streams, I didn't bother to go and check for all the good streams or maintenance, and I thought it was pretty fair and like good that. So I just uploaded it, and I uploaded it, shuffled it, and boom, I just started rinsing it like that. I had no clue nothing was. I wish I forgot the first time I pressed the shuffle button and stuff. And I really wanted to plug it like it. I was so annoyed with this. So I love that. So bad. So bad. I don't really feel anything, to be honest. I'm like, look at how many I'm still hard to find because there's so many tricks, so many different names. That's my simple trick. I guess the good thing is you know that update in TV. Yeah. So if you really wanted to, you could just go in and just update it for people even. Yeah, someone shared their songs and they had a program and glasses. And the password was everything was fast and that stuff. It seemed to be just like getting shared. To me, it annoys me that I got to do it better, you know. So like at night, it was like saying, I can take that hat off or change the glasses or change that
Yo, what up,
Yeah, dude.
Joey Crypto?
Okay, just because we've been talking a lot, I want to say something that we are going to bring to the Solana Strays. We are going to bring an animated version to your Solana Stray that you guys will have to upgrade manually. We're still not sure, obviously, what type of fee we want to charge. I really don't expect more than 10% of the collection to be upgraded. But I think it would be cool. So if you guys seen the boosters has an animated NFT. When you go to their collection, they're moving, and I'm actually not sure if they're moving too. But man, can you imagine opening these little strays page and you see a few strays that are animated, and in order to get that, that's a upgrade. I think it'd be pretty cool because one, we're not promoting the collection. We're not flooding the market for our ecosystem. We still want to keep it fun and just really limited at the same time. So it's not really like a fundraiser for us, you know. We're not going to be making too much money off of the scene. We honestly just want to do something fun for you guys. But we're just really just paying for the labor because I'm going to have to do animations for each one of your guys' strays. I'm going to do really nice guys for sure. It's going to come out really good. We're still talking about it. But I think we are going to do it. I think we are. And it'll be something cool and just fun to bring to you guys. Something really different. Yeah, that's something I just wanted to tell you guys. It's an animated version of your guys' strays. You guys might just have fun. It'll make you want to do another one. It'll make you want to pick up a fresh one that you want to animate. If someone floors an animated one, you'll know how fast that gets done, man. But yeah, I think it'll be something really cool. And yeah, I just want to bring it up. Nothing too crazy. But let me see. We do have two new speakers here that I do want to go to. Deb, how are you, Deb? How you doing, brother? He's probably again on the slide. No worries. Actually, let's see who's behind the mic today. How are you? Appreciate y'all. Hey, I'm not driving. It's like actually like I just woke up and so I took a nap today and off, and I just jumped in and I was like, okay, well, let me check to see let's see what's on Magic Eat. And so I was like, on Magic Eat, right now. That's why I got a message, but trying to see what everything's going for, what's going on, I'm looking at what the floor's at. Okay, well, haven't been here. How are you? We're doing pretty good, man. It's Wednesday, and Monkey Business was minting today, so we all got down on that. Have you seen them before? No, not yet. Not until later. Actually, yeah, dude. So, I mean, Boz is the one that's behind the project. He's a great guy. He's been supporting the streets for a little bit. He's been helping out the Soul Gods as well. We've seen those around. And, dude, you can, I say pick one up, dude.
Hi, Rabbi.
Great collection.
What up, big dog?
I think you can put it up top, but I picked up
One
two
thing
myself, dude.
the boss is to do. They might be pretty good. Hey, my friend, I'm in the middle of a call right now, so I can't talk about them. We might be able to talk about them later, though, okay?
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You didn't know. Just when you see me with my phone like this, I'm about to talk to these people, so I have to focus. But I want the Celtics to do well, and I think no problem at all. My apology to you.
And it's awesome, especially if you show up every day and if you have like your name too. It's very unique. And if you keep that PFP, I'm sure you'll get picked a lot for giveaways and stuff like that. Dude,
Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I tell you about my project?
Sure, brother. We got to chill and chill today, so why not take it over?
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to 2001 to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube channels. You don't know anybody who's live on more than one YouTube channel ever. I'm live on 24 hours a day for the good of world peace. If you didn't know it, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. Look at my posted, pinned tweet. It's got a new video I'd like everybody to see. Additionally, you should be aware that in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that's going to make me a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make every single person in here independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that your family and friends and you have generational wealth, and I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human development. This is a timeline of human history. And in addition to pushing for peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for them, and most importantly, desalination technology. Please, if you have the opportunity, join my Discord. I'm live 24/7. More than making you rich and peace and ending world hunger and all the other good stuff, you should just know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do to support anybody in here, or you just need someone with whom to speak, I'm always here for you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wow, that was amazing. That was a lot of information really quick. Well, first off, we are a philanthropy project ourselves, so I'm all for that. We're great people, dude. So, great introduction, great presentation. It's all there. You guys' video, it's all there. If you guys want to check them out, do you guys' research. But yeah, dude, that was really cool. It's actually cool to see people just come in here ready, you know. But yeah, that's awesome. Let's get chill up here. I like that PFP. I don't lie. Let's get chill, bro.
Yo, what's going on? Chess, how you living?
Hello, hi.
What's good, son?
How are you?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just that I'm glad you have been live on Sports.
100.
So I decided to join you live on Discord.
Excellent. Excellent. That's what I like to hear, my man. Chess, do you have a link?
LinkedIn?
Do you have a link tree?
LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a LinkedIn. Maybe I can provide mine.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
I did on my profile.
It's in your profile?
Okay, let me see if I add it on my profile.
What's your username?
Chess 0476. But chess game. I comment over there. Can I?
Chess game 04.
Six.
What is your Twitter username?
Okay, let me check.
Just say it to me.
CH
CH
E double S
double S
0476.
0476. CHESS 0476.
Yes, CHE Chess game, but in small letters. Chess the game.
Okay, chess game. You didn't say game. Okay, so chess game 0476.
Yes, not the word game, but chess definition of the word game.
Oh, so it's just chess 0476 on Twitter?
On Twitter, it's at Grand Chess. You have checked the Twitter. I'm in your inbox.
Did you send me a message on Twitter?
Yeah, sure, I did. Then you give me the link to your Discord.
Are you done?
Let me know, like, check here. Twitter.
Okay, what is your username on Twitter?
On Twitter, my username is at Grand Chess.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay, I see you. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, big dog.
Just because when I was yes, I had to say that we run over 11 YouTube channels across different countries, different channels also across different media pages. But we have a YouTube channel for the Kenyan audience. That's it.
My whole life is for the Kenyan audience, my man. I have Kenyan people. My whole life is for the Kenyan audience. I have people from Kenya and other areas of Africa every day. All right, big man. Go to your inbox and look. I just sent you a link tree. I want you to make your link tree look like this link tree.
Okay, let me see.
Your time.
Okay, when I'm done, I'll get back to you.
Okay, a second.
But the link from my end from Safari seems to be broken.
It's not broken. I see it pulls up. Are you looking at it in Twitter?
Okay, let me try. I've tried another browser.
Okay, you don't even need to try browser. Just go to your Twitter and click.
I've seen it. It looks great.
It looks great, exactly. Do you see they have a Reddit and an Imager and an Instagram and a Facebook? They've got everything, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
That's what you want to do for yourself. I can tell you're a mature person. You make money. What you do is you go into spaces and you say, hey, everybody, I'm Chess, GM. I want you to know that I'm a Web3 guru and I'm a brand ambassador and I'm a community manager. And all of that is really great. But at the end of the day, you're just using Twitter to be able to market yourself. And what you want to do is be able to go into Twitter spaces and say, I'm Chess and I'm the best marketer on Twitter. You want to hire me because not only am I going to reply to your posts and comment on your post and mark your post and quote reply your post and all the other things with my team on Twitter, but on these other 20 media platforms as well. For the same price, you're going to get 20 engagement. I'm the best marketer on Twitter. I get repeat customers. I have a proven track record of success. My customers have their friends, and you want to use me as well. Send me a DM. Look at my link tree. You can see all of my successful projects. I look forward to doing business with you. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
Yeah, sure.
Exactly. So make your link tree look like that, and then send it to me. We'll review it. We'll make sure it looks good. And then from there, I'll free videos, really easy AI. 10 seconds to make them. They're really good though. And then I'll show you really good memes where you can put your link tree in the corner, and then we'll get your sales pitch really good. And then you'll be getting jobs by the end of the week. Sound
Yeah, sounds good.
absolutely. Shout out to Kenya.
Yeah, it has been educative being on this test.
Absolutely.
Being live with you, learning a lot. In Kenya, early in the morning, I don't know where I can see you.
I'm in the United States.
Wow. I think right now it's at short, even kind of even short night.
Yeah, it's evening.
Yeah.
And I understand it's late there. And if you're like, Rabbi, I don't have time to make all these different accounts right now, I totally get that. But do it when you have time, and then come back to me with your link tree, and we'll view it. Now, here's what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to come back and you only have 3 made. I'm going to say to you, do you see there are like 20 on that page? You want to have all 20. And here's the big reason why. A lot of people are like, yeah, but like nobody's use Flickr or Tumblr or something like that. And that's fine, but you don't want someone stealing your name and impersonating you.
Okay.
Right? You don't want somebody to take your username. You want to have it on all the platforms. It just makes sense, right?
Yeah. Authenticity, distance.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And it's going to be easy for you. All you're going to do is take whatever somebody posts on Twitter and then just put it on all these other social medias. You literally just have to copy and paste it and copy and paste the caption and then hit send. And then you're going to have boosted them 20 times what they'll normally get.
Okay, right. I have a question.
Wait.
On the link, is it free or is it on premium price?
Oh, Chess, everything. Chess, my friend. Everything I do is free. You're never to pay for anything with me, and I'm never going to charge you for anything. I'm here to be your friend. I should have said that though. Everything's free. I know you don't have any money. I don't want you to ever have to pay for anything. So yeah, everything's free.
Wow, awesome. Nice connection. A good friend to me. We talk often later.
Absolutely. I live in here. So if you ever need to connect, I'm here. Now, sometimes I'm in Twitter spaces, so you might have to wait 5 minutes or so. But I will, if I have the time, I'll always give you my ear, and we can brainstorm and make you a really good marketer. My goal is to make you rich independently from my data. I'm going to show you something right now.
Wow.
Look, I want you to see something. I want you to go to the link that I just sent in Twitter. It's a YouTube link. Look how many live streams are there. Count them. Shalom, shalom. How are you?
I found a penny on the floor today. I'm very happy.
Excellent.
Wish you would order.
Chess, did you?
Almost 70, if I'm not sure.
Oh, you're very smart. You're very smart. Yeah, you're exactly right. No one streams as much as I do.
But I also have I do have connections to communities, like non-communities with the 18,000 people. them a contact channel that is a channel with other OTK users. Maybe I can pitch them the idea, so let's go live, so that we can try and push each other to have the data there. We can get some good. Not sure.
That sounds great. If anything, have them join the Discord, and I'll do the same thing for them that I'm doing for you. I want you to know something, Chesto. I've been actually 24/7, 365, like that on many streams, basically for 4 years. You know how much data that is?
4 years, that is number of days. We can say it's approximately 1,000 days.
Yeah, it's more than that. Yeah, but you're 100% right. It's closer to 1,500 days. It's like 36,000 hours just on one stream, and I've got like a dozen streams going. It's the biggest event in global history. People are going to study this in the future.
Wow, yeah, that will be definitely on a Guinness World Book of Records.
100%. All right, Chess, you got the link. You got the
record.
Yeah, 100%. You've got the LinkedIn. The link tree, and you know what to do, right? You're just going to populate it and then come back here, and we will brainstorm. Okay?
Yeah, sure. I'll drop you a message on X. Are the audience open here on?
Yeah, they are. If you need to contact me, I have a lot of accounts, so I'll show you which one to send me a message. You can send one right now. Just one moment, and I'll show you. Okay, I'm joining the board with an account. Do you see the account that's maroon? It's maroon.
Let me see.
No camera is on. It's called Captain of the.
On which channel, to be precise? Channel.
So it's in this Discord. Here, I'll just show you. Okay, do you see the one that's right by my face and I'm waving? Do you see which camera's waving?
I'm not seeing any camera waving.
Okay, maybe you can't see the cameras. Okay. Do you see any of my cameras on? Hold on. Camera off on the I want you to use. Do you see its name is Captain of the Ship? Yeah, you do. Okay, do you see the names of the people who are in this call? Do you see the one that says Captain?
Well, the names that I see that
There's Brandon A.
I can say Rabbi.
Yeah,
Rabbi
but
something.
yep,
Then Rabbi Rothschild, the one that you're live in.
right.
Yeah.
Then Brandon A. Then you, and then below there's one that says Captain of the Ship.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with. Maybe I can send you some then request it and then send your friend request. That will be easier.
Yeah. Okay. I'm at my maximum friend request though. Okay. I want you to read who's in this call right now. Do it one at a time, like you were doing. We got B. Alexander, and then Brandon A., then Rabbi Rothschild, then Rabbi Rothschild, then Brandon A., then Chess. Below your name is my other account. It says Captain of the Milk Ship. Do you see that? Yes, that one. Send that a message. Okay. Let me know when it's sent. I just got it. All right. Now you're in my DMs. If you ever need to send me a message, send it there, okay? Can you repeat that? You were covered, phone.
Okay, sorry, I was saying I'll be sharing and putting out ideas. I'll be asking for advice.
Absolutely. I'm here. Look, my friend, I want to. Absolutely. Absolutely. Most people you meet on Twitter, Chess, they'll be your friend for like a week. I want to be your friend for the rest of your life.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. Go make that link tree. Go get some sleep. And then come back to me in the morning, okay?
When I'm done, I'll let you know.
Absolutely. Now, if I'm asleep, then just wait till I wake up. But I'll be in here, so you'll be able to watch me sleep, okay?
Okay, cool.
Excellent. Take care, Chess. Pleasure to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Stick it in, you'll be fine. You're good to go. So it's the Amr of Aqad, but figure I say, yeah, walking and apparently a little bit of a nap. Take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. When there's a stroke that take away the effects of alcohol, and you only drink a little bit, you also need to close to the death production in the shock show. But if you drink more than a review, actually sleeps to amplify the effects of wine. The Rothschild says here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That in the Rabbanon said even today Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as a Kohen is supposed to be groomed, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what is that true? He says that the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence. So science when it comes to wine, the pasuk says don't drink wine and do the avoda, you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen who does the avoda without being properly groomed is hiding? So it's because there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. The Russian body does the lion to the yain lo yishtu. So I juxtapose match to yain lo misa. So just like again, if a Kohen does the avoda while under the influence, he's hiding misa. So if he does it without personal grooming, like without trust, he's also hiding misa. And we know, and it does. Match to the must with avoda, just like if he goes ahead and she does the avoda while under the influence, it undermines the avoda. Invalidates the avoda approach to much with avoda. So to again, if he does the avoda without his haircut, it also invalidates the avoda. Where it says kasha, you're right, that's a kasha. Because it sounds like over here that hair cutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. So by the way, up until what's interesting about this is this whole hair cutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did he know this halacha from? So it's according to that same logic, so everything is not about the Yecheskel. Yecheskel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the. So Yecheskel says that Adlo by Yecheskel my Amra before Yecheskel came along knew how to be known. He knew how to Gemara be known. What's Yecheskel Machlo Chakra? What was Halacha was Nisinai? And again, Halacha was Nisinai. Then Yecheskel was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Hakinami Gemara B'Niva Va'asi Yecheskel Va'asmi Chakra. So too again when it comes to the hair cutting. It says a halacha was Nisinai, but a coin has to have a haircut once every regular coin has to have a haircut once every 30 days. So halacha was Nisinai, and Yecheskel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, when he saw, my Yikasmi, Efrashim, what does it mean when it says? I said again, you still have the haircut again. If the coin is supposed to cut too slow, what does that mean? Tana, Kalim, it's Sporish and Uranus. It means that the coin, now what kind of haircut are we talking about? The coin is supposed to get like a Uranus haircut. What's a Uranus haircut? Not the Sporish Uranus. I'm not sure. It's Sporish Yichidah. It's a very unique type of haircut that the coin is supposed to get. Maybe tell me what does it look like? On the right, Rothschild Shalzeh, it's Adi Karo Shalzeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That's literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalosh Rabbi, Ezel to start at one level. So they asked Rabbi, what is the unique haircut of the coin level? Amalahan, Su'ulu'uni Tisporet Shal Ben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rabbi son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He had the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rabbi. Tanya Rabbi. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircuts. Like he wasn't like a super cuts guy, this was like salon quality, right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. Now that was he spent his money on that. Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of here is like this. So based on Yecheskel, essentially again a Kohen. Kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after this of one. He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircuts. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every week, and for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, the Gemara doesn't seem to be proud is, we understand that the Kohen does the avodah while under the influence of alcohol after having the avodah is invalid. If he does the avodah without proper haircut, if he has the proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that, we see that conflicting prices. So also just one last thing before we move on to the next part about this Machlokas Rabbi and the Rabbanon, right? So remember, according to Rabbi, according to the Rabbanon, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Yibana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to the Rabbanon, the Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. If a Kohen is drinking, so the next again he's not ready for Rabbi says, we're getting Rothschild, actually about Rabbi is Chayish Shema Yibana Piton. Rabbi is not concerned, is not thinking about the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be built suddenly. So the Rabbanon, Kosher says it's going to be suddenly, Rabbi, not Kosher is going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokas. So let's say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. So clearly, we are ready, right? That cleaning up Yeshema Yibana Piton Lo Chayshima. We are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding of the so let's say, it sounds like a little bit of a downer. The culture starts to be rebuilt. So let's say, so there's a beautiful place that we have to let go on after this. So let's say, but there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Ma'anya, he says, Hashata Hava, V'shana Haba, This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Beautiful idea. So the last is something so beautiful. The last says, why don't we say like Hashat HaHakar, now we're here, so tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Or Hashat HaAvdi, this year we're slaves, L'Shana Haba, next year we'll be free. What do you mean? Tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? And the last is something so beautiful. The Hal explains that a youth believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'm here to start. Absolutely. I can believe that today I'm here and today I'm to start. I can believe all that. But it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual the beat. So again, at the heart from now, Mingalis, I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year I'm a slave to something, next year again, could change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just gradual exposure. I won't say it's true as a people. So that's why halacha and hashkafa have these positions. I believe that when we build the base on a week, that it's going to be continuous. Rather, it's going to be gradual. It's good time. You need to take steps. So you can enjoy Borachayim because chances are the business is not this moment. It can, anything can happen, but the more gradual it's going to happen. And I will say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we pass on myself like Rabbi. Shema Yibana Om Yokashima. That again, the greater the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely. It's possible. It's just not probable. So halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual as well as a people. Incredible. Incredible. Hadronallah, Koingo, the one says Shkaya, Mikara. Give me a moment to show you. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a basin of three. Zed bar lo achad, Zed bar lo achad. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous. I'm going to look through it in Gemara. So literally, Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuben and Shimon have a legal dispute. Right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. It sounds like again, and then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. I'm saying there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. There are two judges, and those two judges. Again, we see exactly what's happening. So again, both Reuben and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse, to refuse the judge of the at one part and refuse the judge of the other side is mentioned maybe on the Raya. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, like Reuben picks a judge. So Reuben can invalidate Shimon's judge. Shimon can invalidate Reuben's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha l'maisa again there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody is a relative. Somebody has a conflict of interest. But if halacha l'maisa again, you're otherwise valid, right, or otherwise experts, you can't just invalidate someone for no reason. Therefore, says again, either side can invalidate the other side's weaknesses. The Chacham saying, no, Imma say, when is that? Is man maybe alayim laya proven obscene. So again, Moses is ongoing. The only thing can invalidate someone else's witness when there's grounds for invalidation. They are related parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. As well as let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of where we say right? Again, what does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zebar lo akam zeb b'shlas asagi. So again, if we go with the Harim of the Mishnah, the Harim of the Mishnah is Reuben chooses a Beis Din, and Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Now, those two buckets didn't choose a third Beis Din. Where's the Aaron's there? Or Beis Din. What do you need to see people? Why were the people involved in this? Talk about what needs to say. כשזה בא לו באחד, וזה בא לו באחד, שניהם באים להן עוד אחד. So it's like this. So it's like a dispute about whatever the matter is, but what? But they also have a dispute about which Beis Din to go to. So Reuben's his Beis Din, and together, those two Beis Din could choose a third Beis Din, okay? Ba'afidul lots and achim, so it's actually what I say now, what it sounds like is Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuben mentioned $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even the borrower has a right? So the Mashval no Shimon Ela Malva Avalo Bekofano Southern Beilo. So saying there is the right to object only a lender. But the borrower in general, let's say this has an idea that actually points out that Evan Nova Isha, the borrower is able to be at the whim of a lender. So the halacha only chooses a vision. That's where the borrower's got to go. You must know Yoram our culture of Surya Shana. No, what are you talking about over here? Courts of Surya. So the Rashi points out over here about our culture of Surya should be key to the Torah. The courts were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria to say or to request a change of venue. I don't want to adjudicate my case. This is not the place for adjudication. The borrower could object. So we say, well, it sounds right, but to a court of experts, he'd be permitted to object, to be permitted to request a change of venue. Rabbi says, no. Even if the borrower was unrelated, because again, the book always says, what's the big deal? I just want to change a venue. It's also a different city, but a different basin. It's not difficult for you to come to a different basin. It's not the Chacham say, so remember, the Chacham say you have same Mishnah. Two judges choose a third. These are like the Beis Din. These are like the Beis Din. Basra the parsley. All who borrow you who Beis Din. So the problem is, let's play this out. So right, Reuben chooses Beis Din. Shimon chooses a Beis Din. I don't want your Beis Din. Reuben says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. And now, so the two invalidated buckets didn't go in trends. No. Ella, Hamza needs to say, here we go. Okay, they're both but do it the process. In general, if we're going to be in a Beis Din, that is what if they can't have Beis Din. So most of what happens in those circumstances, they will choose a Din. You get to choose a judge. Shimon. Then those two judges choose a third. Right? Those two judges choose a third. That is a process through which you can assemble everything to adjudicate this case. So Mashna Ba'afi, Almarav Talk Shazet Borlo Dainak, Zet Borlo Dainak, Borlo Lohan, Olbak, Yatsahadin La'amito. Because it was like this is a way to ensure that the matter adjudicated is properly, right? Everybody feels they have a voice. Right, because Reuben got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge, so has a voice in this process, and therefore I look for them again, and those two judges choose a third. Everyone confident in this type of proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. And I will say, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way that we adjudicate. Right? The ideal way is we get to parties agree on the basement. The situation where parties don't agree on them. And so everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. I come and say, then we got to make name up. What is it? Ain't even close to Rothschild. Ella, can you know witnesses only sign on the back. If they know the other witness will only sign, he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir played Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to a position. And therefore Rabbi Meir is like each party can evaluate the other party's witnesses because this entity was also signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana is a good Amarav. But that Rabbana holds it in the no, the Kuli Alma isn't Rabbi Amarav. No, but one of these Rabbi Amarav. No, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, but that's how they, I'm sorry, Kuli Alma isn't Rabbi Amarav, but that's how they run in low pulse, low PE, and also ultimately again, you require the Das of Dayanim when signing. Keep the so where is the Nachlokas? Where is the focus? Das Baligino. Do you require the Das of the litigants when signing? So take a look. Fine. So much of the near suffer, Das Baligino, and anybody in the near holds, but you also require the Das of the litigants. Sabi Das Hadayonik Batman. Das Baligino Lovaina. Rabana, which means Das of the judges, which don't say Das of the litigants themselves. So Google, let's analyze. I'm going to use them around. So this is interesting of the Lashon of Yikir Hadas. So Yikir Hadas means those of pure intent. So those of pure intent, so they would never sign a deal unless a question is who else was signing documents with them. They would not be part of the base team unless of course they knew who else was part of the base team with them. They're not participating in a meal unless of course they knew who else was participating. That's quite beautiful over here. So what made them the key Hadas understood that who company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, working backwards. They're not going to sit at a suja unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who breaking bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit with them, right? Unless of course they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless of course they knew who else. Because who you keep company with, to level, has a fundamental impact on incredible. So you must say, Zep also Diana shows that. So you must remember again. So my whole is finished. So right, the narrative says each party can validate the judge of the other side. And if it comes to the only time you can validate the judge when is possible judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So the says, culturally, the hustle dying. So could I be saying that each side have the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? Because I'm not Yochanan, Barakot should be Surya Shanu about Mumkin law. So again, so now interesting that Yochanan says, what are you talking about? This is apparently again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts have a very bad reputation. Apparently they were very well first. So in a Syrian court, you can invalidate the judges. But if there was a group of experts, again, you could only invalidate based on actual grounds. Where it says about Mumkin, 126 that come from say, I want to say, this man should maybe Rana, should probably not pursue him. To come say, why can you validate judges? Only if you bring a proof that halach and Maisa their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other psul. But if they were known to be experts, you can't invalidate them. You see from them. They're mumkin. Sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. So he says, no. How do you come out? If the judges were ksherim, so also ksherim means what? They're not related, and there's no known psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated.
I know what it is already.
That's small. Low calling men should also die in Kohen. So again, Brexit says there that one party can't invalidate a judge who is known to be a mufta, known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, low calling men should also die in So let's say this is fascinating. What is using that as follows? What does it mean to be an expert? Expert is to be someone who is accepted by the general populace. So let's say, understand, it is accepted the idea that sometimes Bafei are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those Dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize that that's based on the come in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. However, they have the status of experts. It can only be invalidated if you show that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. I recognize that supports this. You know what most of the whole actually Kabbalah based in Shemun Divrei Rabbi. You can invalidate judges, but one of the judges have been accepted by the general populace that they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals. They have the status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. Or a second witness is also deserved to like mumkin, you know, in general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other's witnesses. Could it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a dog. What should we invalidate? You can invalidate a single witness. A dolamai, what good is a single witness for? If you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by giving numbers. Even Shavuot, and if it's for an oath, Hemenu Mehemen, and 8 echad is to generate no obligation. This is normal. So that for monetary purposes, what good is an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? Second class wife, second class H, or 2 called. The comment I'll make a big trade. And they both agree to accept the testimony of an echad and vest him with the same credibility as just 2 witnesses have. So the Gemara said, my ones, what are being taught over here? The Maxi had debate that after the testimony they could choose to beg and not trust him by 2 witnesses. The Gemara said, but we learned something. Listen to this. So let's say you live in another court case, and let's say again, Ruvain's father, one will appoint Ruvain's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree, the judge, obviously, he's going to leave it to the parties. He's allowed to serve as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint a 3 shepherds, and that's the shepherds weren't generally known to be away from the covenant, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreement. The mayor says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, Ruvain's father is really not a good guy, or the 3 shepherds really are just and don't know what they're talking about, so they can change their mind. You're coming to submit to a process, you are committed to a process, you're not reading it. Let's say on the base, we're not doing it right now, or a to go the Kabli, I'll leave the Taj. What's the case? The case open is halacha l'maaseh again. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Hadikani ne'emar alai abba kabli alei b'chad shein." Each time Shady says the case over here that the father was accepted as a single witness, and was and that she would accept an aid to vest him with two witness power. So what they're saying is, in any meetings, parties to accept something binding, even though what? Normally, it would not be really binding. Right? So you accept a relative as a judge, was only disqualified as a judge. So too, you can accept the testimony, vest him his credibility. Rabbi Meir says if you subsequently, so I didn't think she said Allah twice. Speak up for a monthly holiday. So the case of the father was a judge. That's the case with the Rabbi say you can't mean that. Why? You should because when you go to let's say, except we're going to do the Rabbanon that we can't do, because Reuben's father is for a judge. He could be a guy. That's generally not in his case. Why? Not in his case. Why? Because he's related to us. Right? But in the general thing would be beliefs about Chad, can they trade the La'amamo Pazi in the testimony of one witness? So again, generally won't say one witness is never credible. Like one witness is never believed. And therefore, maybe halacha l'maaseh, he should not be invested credit for it at all. And therefore, maybe that one there, but you can read that. Before just on the second case, this case right there says his position like about how he the other case is that can't read it. Therefore, they're both like, so bottom is over here as follows. What seems used to us is the following law. So that halacha l'maaseh, and this would be fascinating, that in the abstract, certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge has certain ways. A testimonial unit has to be comprised of 2 witnesses. If the parties agree to accept the standard of a judiciary, right? So if the parties agree as one of our it works. He agrees to accept the testimony of one witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are relating to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Reuben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of witness. So that's the Machlokes of Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says yes, because since you agree to a compromised judicial process, therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. To come say no, once you can't get out of it. It's such a fundamental life in terms of like, how do you view life commitments? Do you view commitments as non-negotiable, or are they negotiable? Right. So it says, even in the process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can get off. You can get into a process through to fundamental life level. Okay, so let's go back there. How many determination? Let's finish up. How many determination? How many determination? So what's this? Here's what's interesting. So as you know, it's probably a case of a judge, and the safest talking about a case of witnessing. So apparently the cases are called. However, those are the Echel Lepostline. What are we talking about? One and another individual comes to the validation. She's like, co-community, how can you believe? No, yeah, they do something. One of the witnesses ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses. I would say again, that should be a conflict of interest. In other words, if Reuben is one of the witnesses again, and Shimon's been witnesses. Now, Reuben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. How would that work? How could Reuben to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses is considered to have a conflict of interest because the litigants to the case? So the key where the witness in question, or that there was some cloud of, there was some objection raised to his fitness as a witness. To either deny what kind of, what kind of issue we have over here. Even if the guys, when we saw, if it was that the witness that Shimon brought was accused of being co-creating that they do something. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon brought had a secondary issue where he knew Pagan Mishpach, there was some issue in his lineage. So the nature of marriage is highly unmishpacha kamasi, even the male kapasa. So again, the mayor holds, and therefore, even when the religious comes along and testifies about Shimon's genealogical issue, he's not really testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate genealogical issue, and therefore, even according to the litigants and one of the parties to the case, he should be believed. Rabbi Savi, so no get they do so. Rabbi on the other hand say, while it's true that even one of the litigants is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has, but technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless, the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called the gift. Okay, so much as just Rabbi or Machok is B'shtei the Machok is ultimately again when you have two sets of witnesses. Rabbi says, sorry, Rabbi says also, take a look at Rashi, take a look at Rashi, but Machok is B'shtei so like this. So it's like just before we go on, just to understand how we're going quickly, but just to understand what's happening over here. So first of all, we've clarified the first case of Mishnah. I can clarify. The word when it says, what is that talking about? Reuben and Shimon are disputes. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a basis. So what's the process? Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, we like that. Everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on their team, and that's a good way to make sure that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now what we're mired in is the following discussion. We're mired in the following is that this fundamental and layer about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we've clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you can prove that either he's really puzzled, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real validation, or he's related, or he's one of the parties. Right? That's the best. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Talmid Chacham, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. So we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the pieces of the other side. So that's trying to figure out over here. So how could we invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to the part. Guess what? Machok is the shaky the agents. The Machok is when you have two sets of witnesses. What's Machok? Take a look at Rashi. Machok is shaky the agent. Next is shaky the agent. So we'll say this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. The case here is where, watch this. When you come along and Reuben says, let's at least begin this today. I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Now one, two sets of witnesses. And we told you I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right? The government said, say, so, show about the different Yesh Shaky the Eden, but the was that, Heidi Katu Shona, the Amad Hova, the Anda, the Amad Suri, the Ansha Love to the Gada Agency, Shari Amava Shisa Kat Akeres. If we can from a month of Yaksi, now what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set. He says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So let's see, now what ends up happening? Now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Hebrew standards, let's begin this. Do you actually want to say, you know what, stop there, we'll pick up, we rushed enough. All right, we'll pick up. With this case, I know. Sorry about this. Don't say, but again, so just so we're picking up, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party be the witnesses of the other party? Because after all, that kind of validation always seems to be that he's validating the little thing that's going to validate going to be your dead ages. There's conflict of interest. Going to try to evaluate witnesses. Why? Because he wants to evaluate witnesses. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? So trying to figure out a case, so one litigant can invalidate the other litigant without being a conflict of interest. And that's what we can see tomorrow.
Because illegal in Texas too. guest list is going to be something happens. So hopefully me and my friends get in, but we'll see. If you're there, I'll see you. We hire often cops.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors for Tafshin Pei, the year 5785, the Tzos Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael, dedicating all of the shurim and drushos for this year, as is chus for and our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves Havalim, the Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben Levi Zichron Livracha, the brother Itai Levi, a good holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on Hanukkah. We learning sponsors, Zevi and Josh Daniel, Eli Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Israel, and the father Noah, Yosef Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit. Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Avin Aliyah, all the families in Chama, all of those who need a floor should have on together with Kol Chaleis. We don't show Hashem bring home our just hostages, B'Shalom and B'Shalom, should allow our holy soldiers to be successful before the day. Was with that, let's begin. Today's daf is Chaf Emotion. We have some unfinished business. So we are up to days and days 22b, and we left off. Amar was the master, which is the third. Why actually still start from the second one that it's now. So let's remember again the Gemara was the idea of the Mishnah. The Mishnah was speaking about the haircut schedule of great and important people, and the need. The higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal grooming has to be in order to present well. To present what's the general public. So we'll say, I was just thinking about this yesterday, that this is also in line with the thing that we discussed last time. That people from their initial opinions about other people is based on external appearances. That's even though we like to say we're on this world, we like to say that we're not judgmental, we are incredibly judgmental. And we are actually superficially judgmental. Maybe we form our initial appreciation or impressions about someone as how they dress, how they look, how they're groomed. And again, for as far as one understands this, Allah understands this. And what the halacha says is that the greater the position of evidence that you occupy, the more groomed you must be, so that you will be able to command respect. King has to be groomed. The Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. A Kohen Hedjah has to be groomed. Obviously, in line with your station will depend on what those grooming habits need. So we left off, the last thing we left off with was that a regular Kohen, I will say that's why finally you begin to see. The Gemara says, any comes up who walks around with the stain on his clothing is chayiv misa. A very strong statement. First, he walks around with the stain on his clothing, he's liable to death. What's the logic? So the person sees the supposed to be the ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you represent that, you better dress the part. Therefore, the Kohen, has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days. In order that these well-groomed, Lord is talking about this. So just remember again, Lord is talking about the idea that in comparison with Hera, so Hera from the zeros, just like the zeros, from the zeros is 30 days, so too again the Kohen cannot, regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for any longer than 30 days. The Hassam of the Yavan, Amar Nasna, the Amar Kodesh, the trips. Yeah, Rabbi, so maybe I'll come by a college and take it out his hair to grow it all. Or maybe you should have to cut it all the time. On the way, say, Lo Yishavera, to the comment. So if it would have just said, it's literally again, there should be no growth of the locks of his hair. And I was saying, Kohen is supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it the again, we throw in of Hera to us. It teaches us that during the zeros is 30 days. coin cannot allow its growth in jars. Is the hair to grow longer than 30 days. So let's listen to this. You must see how this is. So now we established this that a regular coin is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that is, we must see very even the man. Why do we say that even now? Even now, or now means now. In the absence of the base of the gush, a coin should be obligated to cut once every 30 days. Dunya, diyayin, which is the same thing as coin, diyayin. Sorry, diyayin. Let's say, so now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of shtuyayin, like that a coin cannot do the avodah while under the influence. That's the halacha. Now, remember, for temple service purposes, or this, not even talking, coin cannot drink or wine while doing the avodah. So the dias, 3.5 ounces, 3.5 ounces cannot do the avodah. My yain is man be a Udasa, Shlom is man be a Shari. After Ruerosh is man be a Asa, Shlom is man be a Shari. Because once the yain is wine, remember, when is it turned out to drink wine? He's not allowed to drink wine when he's on call. This is man be a, is man be a, that halacha. You look at Rashi says, yain, Kish Prerosh, Kish Prerosh. Remember again, when is there a prohibited wine? When is there wine? It's in service. Remember, I will say, you mentioned this in your stuff also. The coin, remember that the Kohanic group are split up into mishmaros, right? Each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves one day. One day. So, for the nice again, Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So, the Gemara says the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine, it's not milk. So again, the issues of haircutting and the obligation of haircutting once every 30 days also only applies is man bia. This is the Gemara says. Furthermore, Shalom is man bia shari. The yain Gemara says fine. The yain Shalom is man bia shari. Now listen to this. I'm telling you now that when a Kohen is not on call, when it's not shift, he's allowed to drink wine. But this is actually see this Gemara again. It's so glad. Back how you know. Rabbi Omer Ali. Rabbi says, Kohanim really should never be able to drink. They should be forever whenever they drink. Now, what's the issue with this? You look at Rashi as well. You might look at Rashi. Rabbi Omer, on his point, also this is Risha did right. Koya Maki Nishmaro, Nishmaris is Ashero. When he translated them before the context, he writes like this. The Kohen, which Kohanic families and when his family would serve in the discussion, with the circumcision wine would have been designated shit. Guys, cause after my exam, Makir Mishanto, the Eno Makir Base. Also calls the Shabbos. Eno Makir, Lo Mishmarto, Lo Mishmarto, Shabbos. Also the Shkos Yain Olam. Shema Akshav Zmanovu, Shmakush Shema Yidanis. Listen to this. Essentially, what Rabbi says is as follows. You have to have a Kohen, and the Kohen would to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when it's Kohanic, what shift, which week his family is serving the base on the Kosh, and out of that week, which day his family would have served. That Kohen is also to drink wine on that day. If he knows which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do you think? So the Rabbi is saying is that Kohen cannot drink wine at all. What about it? We're concerned about the again the base of interest is going to be rebuilt. And maybe that coin is going to be activated when he's doing his service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to keep his abode. So essentially, what he's saying is, if you, again, so instead, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishpah you're a part of, which ship you're a part of, what day your family would have served, so then only that week, that day, is very problematic. But if you don't know your family, and you don't know your shit, then you don't know when you'll be activated. Mashiach come at any time. There's something to be rebuilt at any time. And a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rabbi says, Kohanim can't drink wine. Wild. Watch this. About my ass, what can I do? Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine. Look at actually this moment. Actually says, "Very Omer Ani." In Banu Rothschild, Shema Yibana Asabi Ayami Oman, Va'akilu. Umakir, Sheino Achshav's Mamishmar, those Shemi Yibana, the color code is Nishtachek Ayabadi. So, okay, so Rabbi said the truth is, even if a Kohen does know his family and his shit, still, he shouldn't be able to drink wine. Because, first of all, who's to say when the East Fishes is no? They follow the same order of service of what was. Maybe you will activate a venue service. Okay. אבל מה היה עשה שתכנס את רש"י? קורבן הבייס שקלקלן, וכולי הפסידה נשמרתנו, נשמות שהיה עושה נשמרתנו, מהכיר שלא בגלל נשמרתנו, הוא תקנון עכשיו בשפס יין. Essentially, but now what are you going to do? So the next day, saying that she can destroy. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the term is going to be active. Because that last therefore he says, so the Lord Hainish Shema Yibane. He says, but that's what he says, that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So let's just understand what's happening. Rabbi says, really in a vacuum, we should not be able to drink water. This man is present. Why? Because there's the possibility that base Mikdash is going to be, and it's going to be relatively, and who knows what the order of buying services is going to be. There's another issue, which is, imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be tomato, right? They're a ton. This is the result of Baraduma. So therefore, who knows who's going to be what they're going to be. So really, Rabbi says, in reality, no Kohanim should be to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, but what should we do? He said, Shatakanaso, kill Koloso. That very takana for this is the very state of this. In other words, what Rabbi says is not concerned if the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So just understand. I just want to point out what I'm trying to do. So there's two schools of thought, two schools of redemptive thought. There's one thought that says the base of Mikdash can be rebuilt if any be on guard. You have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility of another school of thought, which is that we're not kosher for instantaneous rebuilding of the base of Mikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when the base of Mikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So this is just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. Does a Yid live in a constant state of like immediate separation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it could just happen? And again, the Lashon over here is Lashon of the end of Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yipana Pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? Like suddenly, immediately, like suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Geula. Of course, I believe in Geula. I believe in what called Geula Pitomit, right? Immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So not called Daka Shiyavo. That was when Mashiach come. Hakilo called Yom Shiyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula Pitomit, instantaneous or immediate Geula, sudden Geula. Geula is a process. So I'll say just something. This is here. This macro is playing out from a halachic perspective, right? Can a Kohen drink wine, not drink wine? But just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredible this becomes. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara says, now Rebbe's law says, therefore I believe Kohanim should go ahead and drink wine because the Shema Yibana, the Chayish Shema Yibana Pitbol. Rabbi says, I'm not concerned if they make it sudden. So because of that, Kohen can drink wine. Apparently the Rabbanan disagree. And the Rabbanan says, they should be about sudden. And therefore Kohen can drink wine. So the Gemara says, Hassam. So now remember, Hassam, I need to make it when I lift us. But you know, so if I don't hold, what does it mean? He lives to rebuild quickly and suddenly, and therefore, Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore, a Kohen can't. So let's just understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. The ark is when they rebuild suddenly. Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, it's the opposite. Rabbi, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can drink wine. So how can that be? But you know, point out right now, but in that case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim have to get a haircut every days as well. She has to be ready out there for grooming. After the Misafar Ba'ayim, it's not a big deal. Because even if suddenly rebuild, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hasam nothing after the night portion. So wine shouldn't be a big deal. Why? Because what happens if I drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what does he need to do? Take a nap, you'll be fine, you'll be good to go. So what's walking, and apparently there's a little bit of a nap. Take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. When does a short nap take away the effect of alcohol? We only drank a little bit. But if you drink more than a revius, actually sleep to amplify the effects of wine. Rashi says here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, or doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanan said even the Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the Kohen is supposed to be doing, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, is that true? He says if the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence, so Bishlam Shri Yain Sibiyan Shekha Al Page after the Bonafalo Samusu. So when it comes to wine, the Pasuk says don't drink wine when doing the avodah in order that you won't die. How do I know that a Kohen does the avodah without being properly doing there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. There are some body that is comparable to each other. The lion, the yayin, and used to suppose master saw a prerosh badon. So just like again, when he does the avodah while under the influence, is tight. So again, he does it without personal grooming, like without having his hair. It's also tight. So we go from this. The yayin, the machri avodah. Just like if you go ahead and he does the avodah while under the influence, it undermines the avodah. In nowadays the avodah prerosh, the machri avodah. So too again, if he does the avodah without his haircut, it also invalidates the avodah. Where's this kasha? You're right, that's a kasha, because it sounds like over here that whether that hair cutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the avodah. Hi, Adlo Asi Festo Manor. So by the way, up until so what's interesting about this is this whole hair cutting thing. It's coming from Yecheskel. So obviously Yecheskel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yecheskel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So we're telling it, according to that same logic, Davers and it's Moshe Rabbeinu lo lamanu. Ad Sheba Yecheskel v'reninu. Kol ben nechar orali v'oral basol yavam mikushi v'sharsi. So remember again, it's not a pasuk from Yecheskel. Yecheskel says any kohen that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. So Yecheskel says it. Adlo by Yecheskel man Amra. Before Yecheskel came along, how do we know? it? We know Gemara Jimilah. What's the Basma Chakra? Halacha Moshe Sinai. And again, Halacha Moshe Sinai, which then Yecheskel was one who codifies in a pasuk. Achnami, Gemara Gemiriba, Va'asi Chesed Va'asi Parkra. So too again, when it comes to the haircutting, this was a halosh misi, right? When a kohen had to have a haircut once, and kohen regular kohen has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Which halosh misi. And Yecheskel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, if he come here, halacha nisa, lachuli avod lozi. My kisus, my kisum yikasu, esra shem. What does it mean when it says, essentially again, he's talking about the hair cutting again. If the kohen is supposed to cut his hair, what does that mean? Tana, come in tisporus lulinus. It means, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The kohen is supposed to get like a lulinus haircut. What's a lulinus haircut? My kisus lulinus, I'm not reading on a shmuel. It's very unique type of haircut that the kohen is supposed to get. What does it look like? Ravashi, Rothschild shazeh, who tried to tunnel shazeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalu is ready. Hazel dispersed Kohen Gadol. So they asked me, what is the unique haircut of the Kohen Gadol? On the other hand, Su uru'u mitisfores shal ben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rabbi's son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rabbi. Tanya Rabbi Omer. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircuts. Like he wasn't like a supercut guy. This was this was like salon quality. Right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that. And therefore, Rabbi said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of here is like this. So based on the Yecheskel, essentially again a Kohen, but also from the Torah, Kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after he's consumed a revius of wine. He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every week, and for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, and the Gemara doesn't seem to be clarity on that is, we understand that if a Kohen does the avodah while under the influence of alcohol after having consumed the revius, the avodah is invalid. Shaila is because the avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that we seem to have conflicting prices. So we'll say just one last word before we move on to the next parak about this machlokes Rabbi and Rabbanon. Right? So remember, according to Rabbanon, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Yifana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to Rabbanon, the Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and we need Kohanim to be ready for service. Kohen is drinking, so the Mexican is not ready for service. Rabbi says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rabbi is Lo chayish shema yibane pitom. Rabbi is not concerned about the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So that Rabbanon, Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rabbi, not Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. We'll say such a mind-blowing machlokes. So we'll say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Clearly, not siding with Rabbi. Right? That's interesting enough. The Shema Yibane Pitom Lo Chayshina. We are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding of the basic. So let's say it sounds like a little bit. That's like I always thought that we are Choshesh. That's a beautiful thing. And really, yes, we have to let it go on. Let's say, but there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Right? Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Ma'ayno. He says, Hashata Hava, Hashana Haba, Hashana Haba Ba'arat Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Beautiful idea. So the Ram says, it's so beautiful. The Ram says, why don't we say like Hashata Hava? Now we're here. L'machar Ba'arat Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. For Hashata Abdi, this year we're slaves. Hashana Haba, next year we'll be free. Tomorrow will be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? The Ram says something so beautiful. The Ram explains that A Yid believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'm in Eretz Yisrael? Absolutely, I believe that. I believe that today I'm here and today I'm in Eretz Yisrael. I can believe all of that. But it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual it has to be. So again, I shut the hawk and now I'm in Gullus. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year maybe I'm mistaken for something. Next year I'm going to be again. So the change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just not probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I always say, it's transitive, because that's why halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we accept Rabbi's position. I believe in the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash, but I don't necessarily believe that, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be heat or meat, that it's going to be instantaneous. Rather, it's going to be gradual. Going to take Gula takes time. Gula takes time. So you can enjoy Gula time because chances are the big thing is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. It can, anything can happen, but generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. I will say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that change to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we pass through halacha l'maisa like Rabbi. The Shema yibaneh b'chom lo kashina. But again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely possible. It's just not probable. So both halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual and as well as a people. Incredible, incredible. Hadron Kohen Gadol, incredible. Give me my minutes to Shlosha. Salaf is monetary law. Back to Sanhedrin. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a basin of three. Zeb bar lo achad, Zeb bar lo achad. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous, and they work for it in So literally, Rashi says it sounds like. So let's say Reuben and Shimon have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. Sounds like again. And then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. There are two judges, and those two judges pick a third. Again, we'll see exactly what's happening. Zep also Dino Shazat. Zep also Dino Shazat. So again, both Reuben and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse. Really close to refuse the judge of the other, the Rebbe Meir. Chum say no. In Masay, when is that true? That one party could go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side. Is mentioned maybe Ale and Raya, Shin Krov and Opsula. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, like Reuben picks a judge. So Reuben can invalidate Shimon's judge, and Shimon can invalidate Reuben's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha l'maisa, again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative, somebody has a conflict of interest. About sharing a mumkin, he based in any on the post line. But if halacha l'maisa, again, they were otherwise bound or otherwise experts who can invalidate someone for a reason. Zep also says that, Zep also either says the Red Mary. Mary says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. So if I'm saying, no, it must say, when is that? It's mentioned maybe Ale and Raya, Shin Krovin Opsula. So again, most says ongoing macrosis. If I'm saying no, the only thing to invalidate someone else's witnesses, right, is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties or they have a conflict of interest about how you Shimon, but if they're a kosher, Yachol post line. Ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. All right, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. My Zeb Borlo. So what is the meaning? What is the truth? In the first part of the Mishnah, right, where we say, we speak about this idea that in general monetary law is free, and then again, it says Zeb Bar Lo Echad. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zeb Bar Lo Echad, B'tlas Asaki. So again, if we go with the Hanani revelation is Reuven chooses a Beis Din, and Shimon chooses a Beis Din, and somehow those two buckets didn't choose a third Beis Din. All you need is one Beis Din. All you need is three people. Why are we getting a whole million of people involved in this? Okay, that's what we used to say. Zeb Bar Lo Beis Din Echad, Zeb Bar Lo Beis Din Echad. So it sounds like it's like this. So let's say, so not only do Reuven and Shimon have a dispute about whatever the monetary matter is, but what? They also have a dispute about which Beis Din. So Reuven could choose his Beis Din, and Shimon could choose his Beis Din. Together, those two Beis Din could choose the third Beis Din. Okay. So that's what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say you're going to Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Beis Din of the lender? So the words Rabbi So say no, who has the right to object? Only a lender. But a borrower in general, both say this has to do with the idea that actually points out that Eved Lovel Ishmael, the borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So how much is the lender chooses to think, and that's when the borrower's got to go. Now, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the courts of Surya. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, so apparently, the courts of Surya in Babel were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to agree with you over here. This is not the best education. In that kind of case, even the borrower could object. Aval mumchin lo. So let's say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower is summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Rabbi says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a Beis Din of Mumchin, he's still going to object. He goes, because again, the borrower can always say, what's the big deal? I just want to change the venue. You're not supposed to do the city, but I just want a different Beis Din. It's not a deal for you to come to a different Beis Din. It's not. The Chum say, so remember, the Chum say you have to, same first case in Mishnah. Two judges choose a third. He saw that Beis Din did he saw that Beis Din bust the pastor Oslu bar who Beis Din. So here's the problem. The problem like this out. So right, so Reuven chooses the Beis Din. Shimon chooses the Beis Din. Shimon says, Reuven says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. Two invalidated questions don't choose a third. Doesn't make any sense. Go, my Zeb Bar Lo Echad, Zeb Bar Lo Echad. Ella, what it means to say. Here we go. Zeb Bar Lo Dayin Echad, Zeb Bar Lo Dayin Echad, Shneihen Bar Lohen Od Echad. Oh, it's not ignorance. No. Note what the process is. In general, if Reuven and Shimon could agree on a Beis Din, that is the best. What if they can't agree on a Beis Din? Suppose what happens under those circumstances? Reuven will choose a Dayan, right? He gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose the third. So those two chosen judges choose a third. That is a process through which you could assemble a Beis Din to adjudicate this case. So Mashna the Abdi Hafi. Amar Rabbi said, "The talk Zeb Bar Lo Dayin Echad, Zeb Bar Lo Dayin Echad, Ushnei Borin Lahen Od Echad, Yatzahad Din Yam." Because I say this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly, right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Reuven got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this process, and therefore, I say again, and those two judges choose a third. Yatzad and Mamito, everyone is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. But also, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way that we do the ideal way is we go to parties agree on a based in, but you could have a situation where parties don't agree on a based in, and so everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. Fine. Racham the Chum says, "Chalas." Name up Hudam Rav. What is it? Hudam Rav. Ena idin chos min alashtar ela ikin yodin mi chosin imayis. So you turn in the Rabbi. Witnesses only sign on a document if they know another one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position. And therefore Rabbi Meir says that halacha l'maisa, each party can invalidate the other party's witnesses because I didn't know who else was signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbanan isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, but is that to say that Rabbanan holds the name of Rav? No, the Kulei Alma isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, but das Kulei Alma isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, the das Hadayanin lo Twigi Debayu. And also, ultimately, again, you require the das Dayanim to keep the heat. So where is the machlokas? Where das baligin? Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? Take a look. Fine. So much of the Mirsavar, das baligin and I Mir holds that you also require the das of the litigants. Rabbanan Sabi, das Hadayanim Badina, das baligin lo Badina. Rabbanan then holds that you need das of the judges. Which don't necessarily need the das of the litigants themselves. So let's analyze. Amrav Yudamarav, Ena Edim, Osmin Alashtar, Hanina Miyahi, Kaf Hayun Kierash Shine also was incredible. So this interesting over here, the notion of Nikia Hadas. So Nikia Hadas doesn't mean those of pure intent. So those of pure intent, Yerushalayim, Osin, Lohayu Chosmin Alashtar, Ela Inkin Yodin, Ni Chosin Imai. So they would never sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of the Beis Din, unless, of course, they knew who else was part of the Beis Din with them. They would not participate in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. I was about to say, this is actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Nikia Hadas, they understood that who he company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a seudah unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a Beis Din unless, of course, they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company on any level has a fundamental impact on the person you are. Incredible. So you must say, Zep also Diana shows that. So listen to it again. So another Machol is in the Mishnah. So right, Rabbi Meir said each party could invalidate the judge of the other side. And the Chum said no. The only time you can invalidate the judge is when there's possible judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So the Gemara says, Kol community the puzzle diamond. So could Rabbi Meir really saying this? Each side has the ability to invalidate judges on the other side. Rabbi Yochanan, Barakol Shabasuri Shanu, about Mumkin Lo. So again, so now interesting. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, what are we talking about? Apparently, again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad reputation, and apparently they weren't necessarily well versed. So in a Syrian court, you can invalidate the judges, but if it was a group of experts, again, you can only invalidate based on actual grounds. Gemara says, about Mumkin Lo. Hamid the 27, Hamid say, when is that? This man should maybe Rhino. Shin Krovner Psulim. Come say, when can you invalidate judges? Only if you can bring a proof that halacha l'maisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other psulim. About how you share them over from the post. But if they were not to be experts, you can't invalidate them. Now, what do you see from them? Well, Rabbi Meir mumkin alikala. So that sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you even invalidate judges who are experts. To which the Gemara says, no. Alikala. Avalim hayuk sheret nasu ki mumkin mipides. The judges were ksherim. So we'll say ksherim means what? They're not related, and there is no known psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Well, I'm going to admit, this fellows, low color shapals al dayin shemum Rabbi. So again, Bryce says there that one party can't invalidate a judge who is known to be a mumcha, known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, "Ema lo kol emenu shepos al dayin shemchu rabbi aleihem." So we'll say this is fascinating. The Gemara introduces as follows: what does it mean to be an expert? It means to be an expert is someone who is accepted by the general populace. So we'll say understand it's accepted the idea that sometimes button are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize they're not to get something they come in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they had the status of experts. It could only be invalidated if we saw that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. Rabbi that supports this. The older post of a holik, actually kabbalah love, chased him, shemum chalav divrei rabbim. You can invalidate judges, but once the judges have been accepted by the general populace, they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals. They have the status of experts and could only be invalidated based on specific grounds. I have a heart instant to mumkum. Well, second witnesses are also considered to be like mumkum. Bamra there. Shows that. You know, in general, witnesses are also considered that credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other's witnesses. Can it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? A doe. What can you invalidate? You can invalidate a single witness. A doe lamai. What is a single witness for? If you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by giving moments. Either shavua, and if it's for an oath, in a Hinami, in 8 echad, is believed to generate no obligation to pay like 2 witnesses. Yolam v'mama, for monetary purposes. What does an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? It's the second class line with H. What's we call the kavle alei kedei tre. Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Come on, Reuben and Shimon are having a monetary dispute, and there's an 8 echad, and they both agree to accept the testimony of an 8 echad and vest him with the same credibility as if 2 witnesses would have had. So the Gemara says, "My conscience, what are we being told over here? You must see Hadabay. That after hearing his testimony, they could choose to renege and not trust him like 2 witnesses." The Gemara says, "When we learn that Tanina, and listen to this. It's fascinating. Neman alai Abba, Neman alai Abicha, Neman alai Gimoroi Bakar." So let's say you're living in another court case, and let's say again, Reuben's father. They want to appoint Reuben's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Reuben's father as a judge, even though obviously he's related to one of the parties, he's allowed to serve as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint a Beis Din, right, and it's a Beis Din of 3 shepherds, shepherds weren't generally known to be incumbent, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreed. Rabbi says, Yachalak Serbo. Rabbi says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize Reuben's father is really or the 3 shepherds really are just shepherds. They don't know what they're talking about. So they could change their mind. Come say no, come say no, once you commit to a price, you are committed to a price if you're not reading it. On the base. So I'm going to need Ray Rabnachman, Ray Rabbi Yosef, to go the Kabli Ali Bakad. What the case ultimately again is elements again. This is the case of yours. The father was accepted as a single witness. And what do we see? We see a 3 net. So again, so why are you teaching me saying Allah twice? In other words, so you're teaching me again that you can accept an 8 echad and you can vest him with 2 witness power. So that you can accept Reuben's father as a dayan. Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal proceedings, parties could agree to accept something as legally binding, even though normally it would not be legally binding, right? So you could accept a relative as a judge, even though a relative is only disqualified as a judge. So too, you could accept the testimony of 1 witness, vest him with 2 witness credibility. Rabbi Meir says if you subsequently change your mind, you should renege. And the Chum says you can't. Why do you keep saying halacha twice? So if we were to just talk the piece of the father, sending the father as a judge, I would have said that the case is what I want to say. You can't do that. Why? Because when Reuben and Shimon say check Reuben's father as a judge, perhaps the reason why the Rabbanan said you can't do that is because Reuben's father is fit for a judge. He could be a dayan. Now, generally, not in this case. Why? Not in this case. Why? Because he's related to one of the parties, right? But in the general case, he would be believed. They trade the la'amalo but in the case of accepting the testimony of one witness. So again, general will say one witness is never credible. Right? One witness is never believed. And therefore making halakha l'maaseh should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, the reason I want to be the mayor that you can do that. The Ashwa Bahas come over there about our or for just this case the mayor says his position is right. About the high Ema motivated up, perhaps in the other case we would get that you can't do right. Therefore, they're both leaders. Therefore, we'll say, so bottom line, the take over here is as follows. What's being introduced to us is the following idea. So that halach l'maaseh, and they seem to be fascinated, that in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge has to look a certain way. A testimonial unit has to be comprised of two witnesses. If the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication, right? So the parties agree. We agree to allow Reuben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. It works. We agree to accept the testimony of one witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Reuben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of one witness. So that's when I hold this Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says yes. Because since you agreed to a compromised judicial process, therefore what? Therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. We'll say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life focus as well. How do you view life commitments? Do you view your life commitments as non-negotiable? Or are they negotiable? Right? Rabbi says, even though you committed to this process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can renege. Don't say no. Once you commit to a process, see it through to the end. Fundamental life focus as well. All right, so that's not our focus over here. Let's go like this. Let's finish up. The Seifa Idav, Amadafka Kafari. So what's this? And here's what's interesting. You know the coverage, so right? The Rachel is talking about a case of a judge, and the Seifa is talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently the cases are all called case specific. Rabbi Lazar, the Baal Hu Be'achal Post. What are we talking about? Like case where ultimately, again, one of the litigants and another individual comes to invalidate. The Gemara says, "Kol Kamilei, they'll get do something." How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? I will say again, that should be a conflict of interest. Right? So in other words, Reuben is one of the parties in the thing, and there Shimon's being witnesses, and now Reuben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. How would that work? How could Reuben be believed to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses? Reuben is considered to have a conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants to the case. So the cases where the witness in question already there was some cloud there was some objection, some other objection raised to his fitness as a witness. The ear denied. What kind of show we have over here? You may make it because the Musa, if it was that the witness that came across was accused of being accused, then Kol Kamine Negeve Edusahu. Ella Iror Tetagam Bishpacha. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon brought had a secondary issue, namely the Gam Mishpacha. There was some issue in his lineage. So the Meir says, Hani Am Mishpacha Kamasai, Di Renela Kapasa. So again, the Meir holds, therefore, moving one of the lineages comes along and testifies about Shimon's theological issue. He's not actually testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate theological issue, and therefore, I think he was one of the lineages, one of the parties to the case should be believed. Rabbanan Sabi, so they'll get him. Rabbanan on the other hand say, while it's true that Reuben, one of the litigants, is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has. That technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called Logei B'Davar. Okay, so my sister, Kios Rabbi, the Machol is taking the Machol is ultimately again when you have as witnesses. The Mayor says, sorry for that. The Mayor says also look at Rashi for just a moment. Look at Rashi. So I say before just before we go on, just to understand, I apologize one quickly. But just to understand what's happening. First of all, we've clarified the Mishnah. I gotta clarify. Now, what does it mean when it says "Dine Mamish B'Shlosha Zebar Lo Echad Zebar Lo Echad"? What is that talking about? That's talking about a case Reuben and Shimon are not dispute. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a base. So what's the process? It says Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. Choose a third. And again, the Gemara says we like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on their team, and that's a good way to make sure that the judgment, proper judgment, comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now we're mired into the following discussion. We're mired in the following is that these fundamental Chachamim and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we've clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really puzzled, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real invalidation, or right, yeah, or he's related, or he's raised one of the parties. Right, that's real that. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Tamkaf, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how can Reuben invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how can Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to this. Machol is the shaky behavior. Focus when you have two sets of witnesses. What's Machol? Take the Rashi. Machol is shaky behavior. Here's the shaky behavior. So let's say this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. The case over here is where, watch this. Reuben comes along and Reuben says, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Now one, two sets of witnesses. And Reuben's coming to base and claiming I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right, so Davar says, Zeh, so, Shamar Baltin, B'Fanenu, Yeshi, Sheki, De'idin, but Davar says, Heidi Karpishona, Ba'amat Halova, Ba'achar, Ba'amar Psulini, Tahash the last kilogram Eidersu, Sharis Amar Malva Shishlo Kat Acheres. Then Bikish Velo Matza Yafsit. Now what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set. And Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So let's say, so now what ends up happening?
I think so because
now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara for actually, you know what? Stop us there. We'll pick up. We rushed it up. Then we'll take the next session with this case right about the case. Those say, but just so that we're picking up with tomorrow to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party. After all, that validation always seems to be that the validating, right, the limit that's being invalidated is going to be no gap interest. There's conflict of interest. Because obviously, Reuben is going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witness. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? So we're trying to figure out a case where halakha l'maisa, one litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other litigant without being a conflict of interest. And there's we continue tomorrow.
I had Logan do a recent apology. Oh no, but remember the Suicide Squad apology video where he was like, I made a great mistake. Yeah, I don't know this one. Oh, okay, it's working. You know, watch it later. Okay, yeah, good job. Hey, it was an apology video. We're not talking about it. Okay, well, I hope you're listening, Mr. Joseph Rogan.
Alright, so we'll see.
Let's see here.
Correct.
So let's put in the keyword 9752. Okay, but seriously, what happened to her face? I remember this one from before, I feel like. Or is it you? Oh, so her face is different now. This is her as a younger. I don't know, dog. We'll skip it. Okay, this is. Okay. I don't like hearing about this.
All right, General Site, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this ministry faith. Our annual time to response for the month of Tafshin Pei 5785. We took some Shbach of Israel for dedicating all the Shiurim and Drashos this year as his hosts from Source Todos for Am Yisrael. Come to sponsors for the month of Tevis, the Killing Mishpacha, and then we are Amit Ben David and Libby Shekhan the Bracha. We can sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, the Ubi Mishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Reform Rothschild from the Bracha. His yard site is on Zion Davis, Yoker, America, Talmudora, all of the Nisham Sabi area. The families in the Chama, all roaching the Four Shabbos, and Kon Chove Yisrael. The Four Shabbos should bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the cargo should allow our home soldiers to be successful. The whole mass in the day. Once we're back, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Continuation of incredible duel. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Yetz Hashem. We're picking up today's topic is Chaf base 22. We're picking up in Yetz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on the base 21b at the last two dots on the page. Because of the Kosei Sefer Torah Lishma. One of the first things that a king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually it's not a Shalab also. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king or his father was a king. But he has the Sefer Torah from his father. Now he says I had that Kedusha. That should be enough. So the Gemara says no. The halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. Alright, so Ava Bisha Nikarabo Shava Adam Sefer Torah Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Now Rabbi expands this a little bit and says this is not just true of a king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Right? Write for yourself this shira, this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say, there's much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills the obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write your own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one can fulfill that. So that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, but two kids good. So, about two kids look up as a shir. This case, Abai says, becomes the most Sefer Torah, Shlo Yisrael B'Shalachim, Melachim, had your growth. But here's the problem. The problem is, and Gemara says it's servant that it's dafka again by the king and not by others. Right? The Torah says the custom law Sefer Torah Lishmo. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drasha is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is dafka by the king and not by other people. What's going on over here? People in state Torahs. No, the king has halacha. The king has not said to write two Torahs. Two Torahs. This is a thing. Sign up. The custom is Mishnah. Kosei B'Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torahs. So one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. The Achaz Shemunachas Lomabes and one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. I will say almost like the beautiful metaphoric symbolism. You know, the treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than obviously other riches also, but a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achaz Shimon says, also Shimon Simon, the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. Also Kimin Kamiya, the Torah is law. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that the little nigger you can wear it, Shnei Amar, Shivisi Hashem Leleki Tomid Kimini Bal Emo. What is so beautiful? The king keeps the simple term that keeps moving in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. He can wear it to accompany to wherever he goes. The fulfillment of the pasuk, I keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Such a beautiful and incredible idea. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the bathhouse, into the bathroom. So again, Pasuk says it will be with him and he will read in it, which indicates to us he only wears it into places that he could read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. So obviously the bathroom, where you can't read it, at the bathhouse, he won't take it with him. Incredible. So this is a very interesting Gemara. So Rothschild said as follows, or something o'clock. In the beginning, Torah was given the Klal Yisrael Ksav Ivri, Balashna Kodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we use today is called Ashurus. So again, everything Torah was given in Ksav Ivri, and Balashna Kodesh, what we call Balashna Kodesh. So Chacham and Nikola and Ezra, Ksav Ashur, Balashna Rabbi. So apparently it is Ezra, remember again, Ezra, he was exiled back to Earth. So, if we go to the second Mitzvah, and there was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So, in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, weaker, and there was a re-acceptance, but this time again, the script that was used was Ashur's script, and Lashon Arami, and Aramaic. So, where it says, so Klal on Ksav Ashurus, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon Kodesh. Lashon Kodesh, Ve'nichu Legyodos, Ksav Ivris, V'Lashon Arami. And ultimately again we left for the Legyodos, we'll see what the Legyodos register the people, Ksav Ivris, and Lashon Arami. Mana Legyodos, Rabbi Legyodos, or Christoph Kushay. The Kusin, so notice my Ksav Ivris, what is Ksav Ivris? Or Christoph, Ksav Ivris. It is what's also known as Ksav Libona. Okay, now look at Ksav Ivris. She says, last Rashi of the Libona, also Kidolos, also Chekosim, Kidos, and Zudos. This is a script or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay? Daniel, Rabbi says as well, so Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Moshe, had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, over Moshe says, Moshe Allah El Elokim. But it says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, to Ezra Allah Yisrael. So he uses this notion of Aliyah, of ascensions, not Aliyah Amar Khan Torah, Aliyah Ha'amar Lahalan Torah. So just like the Aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu is bringing down the Torah, so to the Aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Rothschild over by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Va'usetzi Hashem ba'Yisahi, v'lamed Eshem chukim u'mishpatim." But the Moshe Rabbeinu says that Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes from Ezra over. Ki Ezra, Eichel Levav Midrash Es Torah Hashem Elokav, V'lasos u'Lamed B'Yisrael Chok u'Mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really had it. It was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. It had Ezra. Lived before Moshe, Ezra who brought down the Torah. Ya'avav Mishon the Torah al Yodo, Mishtana al Yodo. Mishtana al 7. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, Ezra merited to effect certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Ivris. And Ezra changes it to Ashur Shneimar. What's that top of page 22a? The Ksav HaNishtabim Ksav HaAramis U'Mitorgam Aramis. Siv, the pasuk says, Lo Kalim Kas V'Nikra U'Pshara L'Hodam L'Mafu. Siv, because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav HaLoi L'Ishtaros. Okay, so it says, so some dramatic change occurred under Ezra, and again we switch from Ksav Ivris to Ksav Ashurus. Lamanik Ashurus. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashurus? Sha'ala imahem le'asher, because it came back with the people from Assyria, from Ashur. Tanya Rabbi says, Tchilah b'ksav zeh Torah Yisrael. This is actually the presence suggests the following. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Given Shemach, Kivat Shechatu, Nepak Lahem Le'yot. Once Klal sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, Rashi says over here. So the Ksav Zeh is the last little wide lines in Rashi. The Ksav Zeh, Mikna Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe, V'lamed lo kahalim kisva l'mikra, V'chibur shechatim b'ayis rishon, V'bat v'satorah, nepach lehem nerot. So apparently, this script was lost during the days of the first case of Hamikdash, as a result of our sins. And then what happened? You know, so V'chibur shechatim b'ayis Ezra, and it ties right to Tshuva, Ayim Ezra, so then the script returns. And then now, Shuvah l'bitzar aseh hatikva, Kamayom magid mishna ashubacha. Lamanik Rishma Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shem Isharis Mixad. A very beautiful type of script. Original Osram, what's the first white line? Original Osram, Mishum Evalos, Ben Parakel. Mishum, Shama Mishum, Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Ksav Zeh, Monishtana Koiker. Not true, right? The script that we have has not changed. Has not changed. Wasn't interesting enough. This is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Just like the clothes of the Mishkan never changed. Above him, the Mishkan is a little bit of a play on words. So above him means the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here he's using bottom to mean the letters. The letters that just as the colors didn't change, so the buttons didn't change as well. Va'omer, Ve'la Kich Savan, is no shonam. Malashonam, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. Af Kisvam lo nishtana, so too their writing did not change as well. Ella, Ma'an Mekayim, as Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. Alright, so what do I do with that Lashon Mishnah HaTorah? Mishneh Toros. This once again, once I circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shiur, to a changing Torah, i.e. a changing script, but rather it refers to the two Torahs of the king. The Torah said the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes and comes with him, and a second Torah which remains inside of his treasure house. The Torah is what Shneimar Shivisi Hashem and the one that remains in his treasure house, that's Rabbi Torah. But the one that goes and comes with him, that's written in amulet form. In amulet form, that literally can take it with him wherever he goes. As the Pasuk says, I have faced Hashem before me at all times. So beautiful. But the other thing is actually Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of the script. How Shivisi my Darish, they have this Yarish in the Pasuk Shivisi Hashem and Rabbi Samid. However, he got kind of about this. How the Spadal, Sarah Shira, Ansim Kilushina Kiledo. Because when a person davens, he is supposed to view as if the Shekhinah, the divine presence, is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem L'Megdi Summit. So very beautiful. So what it means, the Shivisi Hashem L'Megdi Summit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. It makes the Torah like an amulet, that this way the people of Israel were opposite at all times. The second thing is no, Shivisi Hashem L'Megdi Summit is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite me. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king or whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there is this concept, is what the Baal Tanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, like God awareness. God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you create proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah Berurah as well, so that's how Gerish Korach opens up. We should be Hashem and Nagli Sunday. Mishnah Berurah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following. A person has God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. זה לא משתנה. מים לא קרים כספו למקרא. So according to Rabbi says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and remained in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with the phrase? And it's paper Daniel. Lo kalan kasava mikra. So this is very interesting. Amrav bigematri echelon. So this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. We saw this tomorrow in the Sefas in Megillah. Right? Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that there was a prophecy that the Jews would be in exile for 70 years. And after that, they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made a party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agatha Megillah. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Bistash, and he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological contest over the God of the this party. And there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall, the expression writing on the wall that comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that refers to that story. Amrav, the Gematria Echtav Lahon, Yatis, Ida, Pus Chabatz. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar's intended doom was not really explicitly. Rather, it's what calls it in Gematria. But Gematria doesn't have to necessarily mean numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand, not powerfully. So what they mean? Mana, Taka Ufarsi. Mana Alakach Mana means Hashem. This was the message to Belshazzar. Hashem has calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Tafil, Takilta, Benazne, Bishtaka, Fasra. God has weighed you in the scale. You have turned out to be deficient. Hardy says, Mahusa, Vihava, Lamadai, Paras. Your kingdom has come to an end and is going to be given over to Persia and to Media. Shmuel says, Matos, Minafi, Allah. This message is written. Anam Lakas Yisrafu, Rashem Nama Kato Parson. So it says again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall, and each one served as a mnemonic for some type of message of his intending doom. Now let's say, so just so you know, Halacha L'Oisar, Rabbi Paskins that indeed a king writes two Torahs. But it's not only for two Torahs. One Torah that is small enough to go to wherever he goes. And in fact, the Rambam means that it is written in annual forms. That literally he can wear it. He gives tablets at all times. And the other is the sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivit Hashem and Summit, that at the end of the day, after the Mishpach moving at all times, and one sefer remains in his treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession, of the year, and even of the king, who has many different possessions, is his Torah, is his ruchnius. So beautiful. So that idea of Torah being your most important possession is we know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you could enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquire, the listeners that you acquire, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. We've got about Mishnah in Rothschild Suso, the Yoshua Kiso. The Mishnah there's another halakha that's pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne. And you cannot utilize his scepter. And let's say that this is all referring to common people. Right? So it doesn't refer to other kings. So it seems a little bit like that. You have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter. And Shlomo could sleep on the throne. The idea is these are halachas with counter vis-a-vis the king. I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's I can't use things. I can't use his scepter. And no one knows what you should stop at. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. The location when he's unclothed. The location makes a haircut. Go to the shits with the king. Like Shneimar, Som Takamara, Shetehei a Masa Alaha. So that was like, this is all interesting. All parts of the motif has that reverence for the king. So part of that part of that is three categories. Like activities things you have to do for things which you are not allowed to utilize because they're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence of the king. So you can't go to the mikvah and the king's going to the mikvah. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see you. Okay, says the Gemara. Avishag. We'll tell us a little bit of context. This is actually the end of Malach. Actually, have talked about Rothschild. He says that they hired for him. They hired. Avishag Hashunamis. So the Gemara says so Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been married to marry Adoniah ben Chagis. Now, Adoniah ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Chagis was told just a few days ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adoniah ben Chagis, the pasuk is Nasir more. He says, I'm the reign. So what ends up happening over here, so therefore, obviously again that story, so David says exclusively Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adoniah would not. Why? Because the character Shlomo is Abishag Bidol Shemalach. Because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king. Right, the scepter, that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah but she would have been permitted to Adoniah because Adoniah ben Chagis has the status of a commoner. Even though he was the son of the king, he has the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag Maihi, what exactly was Abishag's role in David Melech's life? They said, V'amelech Zokim V'avayomin, Vayomer lo Avadav Yibakshu. So again, they said, Vayibakshu Na'ara Yafa, they said, V'hana'ara Yafa Ad Ma'od, V'atihilo V'melech Socheres, V'tishar Seri. So Adoniah, Abishag she was an attendant. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was an attendant, right, and nobody goes out of the way to highlight that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she's just an attendant? And that she didn't speak. Amar means Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asiraki. So I'm sorry, I can't. And I'll say again, all these things come together. Why not? The Rabbi says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that equality. So it's actually fascinating. Anyway, so Avishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. So she says to him, Chasiva Leganva Nakshi V'Shalma. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, so if he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, I'm a little Kili Bathsheba. So this is an interesting Gemara. She says, oh yeah? And so he says, call him Bathsheba. Bathsheba was his wife. Quicksilver. Bathsheba but also Shav, Kimika Bathsheba, the social trade Mapos. Apparently, again, we engage in multiple acts of relations with Bathsheba to show Adoniah ben Chagis, to show Abishag Hashunamis that this was not an issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. This was an issue that, again, with 18 wives, he could not marry anyone else. So this is what creates a divorce or one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashunamis. Again, on both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the pshat that David Melech was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashunamis. And what do you see from here? Now, I didn't go get into what do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is. in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ho u're'ei kama kasha Yerushi. Shahar David HaMelech, Itiro Yachim, V'lo Itiro Garish. David HaMelech is permitted yichud. Right, remember the answer we just saw in yesterday's after the episode of Tamar. So they went into a big yichud. So they, right, so the David HaMelech, yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, there was Abishak Shunam, she was not his wife. Even though again she's a single woman, and Lamaisi we said that was part of the yichud. But nevertheless, again, there's a little yichud rather than having to divorce his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'm not going to say, so very sometimes in my beloved says as follows: "Kol megarish sister Shona, afilu mizbeach morid alav b'mos." Very, very funny Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even the mizbeach cries tears for the Shona. V'zos shenis tasu ksus dimot. As Mizbach Hashem bechiv ba'anacha, ne'in od ponos al ha'mincha, v'rakachas v'tzon b'yadchan b'tziv, v'amartem amma, al ki Hashem hei b'necha v'eishes ne'urecha, asher ata bagarta bo, v'hi chavirascha, ve'eishes brisecha. So what's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the Mizbeach crying? Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So we're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. I'm not saying, yeah, it's important. Well, let's do this. No, I'm saying, obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. What they might just point out over here is almost like a fundamental rupture in the fabric. Almost like of the natural order. When a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur, but there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. Okay, so you might just say divorce for just a second. We'll come back to it. Then it goes back to the question. So you might say a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. And then you'll say, now what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Maharsha points out that there's a little bit like a midah kineged midah. So if moving and moving something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe Shalom takes something from him as well. It's in Shneimar. Then Ein Locha L'Shalem Lam Yikach Mishkav Chamitachach. Rabbi Yochanan says as follows: if a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. And Ben Adam Hinei Lokech Mincha Es Machmat Einecha B'Magid V'Lo Tifkei V'Lo Tifkei V'Lo Tava D'Masecha Uksiv V'Adaber Ala Am B'Boker V'Tamas B'Shti Ba'eret Uksiv Hini Mechalalis Mikdashi Ga'on Uschem Machmat Einecha. So what is it? Just notes the juxtaposition over here. In keeping this off from Yechezkel, how Yechezkel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of a Beis Hamikdash. But the loss of one's first wife. And you know, it's like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. Whenever a man divorces his first wife, there's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship, that is fundamentally different and just pivotal in a person's life. I'm a real exaggerate. First of all, why this under about him? If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shneimar, or Choshek B'Alo, Shemira Olav Yida'acha. I would say, his steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his spouse. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. A person's wisdom diminishes without a wife. He doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Spoke a little bit about marriage. Actually, this is the things beginning of this episode. More difficult, so to speak, for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to make one shidduch, like it is to split the sea. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, the scientific thing about it, finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now, the commentaries of the Gemara and Sotah, Rashi and Tosafot spoken on the idea, they say, Adam Yachid V'Isha Yechidah V'Lo Mizavzon. A man is an individual and a woman is an individual. I'm not saying he said this probability of two people fighting each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shnei Amar Elokim Moshe Yichidin Bisa Motzi Ashirin Bikosharos. Atipi Motzi Ashirin Elokim Motzi Ashirin Atipi Bikosharos Elokim Bechi Bishiros. So that's the idea over here is that ability again. Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yetzias Mitzrayim, and by extension to Yosem. Is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding a shidduch is like a supernatural event? From Rabbi Damarav, Arboim Yom called Yetzias Avlad, Bas Kol Yotzei Zva Omeres Bas Ploni Leploni. 1 second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes down and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like she did come up preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bas kol, then what exactly is, why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, L'kashya, hafiz v'bishon, hafiz v'sheni. So we'll say this is fascinating. The bas kol, the heavenly voice, that says so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so, that's your first marriage. But I will say now you begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with the first marriage. The first marriage, the idea that a person divorces his first wife, and his dad goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. Again, I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Again, because the Chazal plan, it's not the right thing for people to be together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. And we saw that this a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know why this was always like intrigues me. You have this sort of endangered species. People have them, they get all worked up because they're kind of like humpback whale is going to be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? For example, right? The First created the Lev Yassan during the Shulchan Gracious. And the Lev Yassan was created, and then it was shafted. Often thought that was an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something was supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important to get into the mindset that things are just, sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't really take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. It was very profound. So the Gemara says, So the Gemara says, so the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Kasha Mazabim Kifiyas Yama. So that's what's much more difficult in the splitting of the sea. Now, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this. Because for a second marriage, Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. Like, a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often, Reuben was married to one person, Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that. And there's a whole, it's a whole chest of life support. So that becomes much more quote-unquote complicated, and that becomes a little bit like, oh my Yam Suf Koryagi for the Ribono Shalom. It's incredible. I don't know why nothing. The Koyesh Tomorrow plus Yeshua. We're saying for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of your Shema Nar. Again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So what's this? This is actually a very interesting enough. So just so I said over there, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak, his son. And he said to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with this interesting with his first wife. Listen, there's so much to say all of these Gemaras and a lot of good Shema brachas, stuff. Listen, but the idea is when a person marries his first wife, which is young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of these other pieces associated with it. So the Kolat Siruach, the inner tranquility, the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful, and it's not wonderful, and it's not incredible, and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But the myself, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility, right? It's almost like, let's say that you ever see it, if you're like, if you're under a football, the person is thinking about your own football, and then you're testing under like a lot of footballs, and you see it's like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity, right? But again, but it is like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. It's like you see these couple and they're looking at each other and it's like there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like the world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. You wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, what about the person's beginning life journey with not that's like all other complicated things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what he calls that Korah Siruach, is when you're young, and ultimately, again, Ishto Mishona, first marriage. So this is unmarried, so what's it? 22b. So now remember, this is what Yitzchak, this is what Yitzchak is saying, these two sayings, this is talking about Amalek, Kidon 9. So now, when Yitzchak, the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Like, do you know a couple like that? Right? When they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amarlo, you know in how beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to a son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother, like your husband. Such a beautiful Gemara. It's such a profound exercise, like in Shalom Bayis, and what it means to give to our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So he writes, the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility. In his first wife, this said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So once I listen to this, now, really? So you're so hard, you feel that you got these stuff, but yet, but you said to some of these stuff, Koder Pasuk, Omotzi ani ma'amenavas, as ha'isha, asher hu mitzvah karonim. So Shlomo says in God's, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. Now I say, now understand that, right? Just to appreciate this. Okay, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the sugis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo got himself into tremendous. That's just saying that when are more greater than death, so that would be a terrible, terrible signal that you're talking. What Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that could come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Like this was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, reference to Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head yoke for melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. All of that a result of. So as a result of poor marriage choices. So Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. But again, that's like Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Rabbi Yehuda saying this to his son, I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo was referring to? Mama, like you're in wow. He said, yeah, like your mother. So, again, so which one is it that you need though? Which one is it? Like, is your wife's marriage like the most incredible woman in the world? Or is she more bitter than that? To which the mother says, the truth is, both. If we read Ma'avlo, so we must, I'm gonna let you go in call. Miskip the Kifa, we read Ma'avlo, what's the here was the difference? So apparently, Rabbi's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She was easily angered, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. But Baruch Hashem, she thought that even when she did angry, she was able to come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. She also said, by the way, there's also just a profound insult in this Gemara that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Yehuda's mind, it's the same woman. But granted, it's curious to see if you ask Mrs. Rabbi Yehuda, right? Who the problem was in marriage? I don't know that necessarily. She would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But it might say, okay, but there's a profundity. What's the profundity? It looks like that. Same marriage could be the most class rough element though. The same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and closeness, and could also be marvelous. Also, that it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's also nothing right. That feeling is always good, right? But aside from that, nothing else in life is always good. Just to tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago, I had a young woman, and the child was calling me up, sobbing. There's one of those phone calls, like, so they can't get the word. Sometimes I just, what happened? So we had a fight. Good job up there. And we had a fight. Yeah. And what? We had a fight. And she could not get over this idea that they had a fight. And it's amazing, like, how you problem. You can't laugh because, it's very, it's but like, it's so cute, and like, so naive. I don't know what your background is, or what kind of home you grew up in. We have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, and there's always the person always tripping whatever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you agree on everything, and you're always like your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to, like, if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you'll have that, but if you're married to a human being, like, there's plenty of times of discord, and also this Gemara is so incredibly validating. That you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, And you can even have moments that are more bitter than death. Now, that might be a hyperbolic, but to understand the point. Like, you can have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. They're really terrible, and it's not a contradiction. Jesus says the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. So, Smart says another beautiful Gemara. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife, or really the is only by his wife. Only by his wife. But when a wife dies, her loss is felt ultimately again. Sorry, I'm going to show you, check it out. Isha Golami, Ve'ina Karsa, this Elisha Sakhi. So the Gemara says, interesting like you over here. Listen. So this is literally, so Shmuel Bar says in the Rab that a woman is literally clean Golami is an unformed utensil. And ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. And I keep falling. What's the idea over here? That there's a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience a first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is really only acutely felt by her husband. I will say he's actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are other relatives? So in general, again, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. Move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even Rahman of Islam, when parents lose a child, they have each other which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life. And when you lose your partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. What it says is one of the that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. This is Karsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately against blood from the army. That is Elimelech, the husband of Naomi. Well, Elimelech was also the father of Machor and Gilead. But this is the that his loss was most acutely felt by Naomi. And again, Yaakov, this is really significant. Yaakov was asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to the Ani, they were only Padam Mesa Alai Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean, Sa'alai Rachel died on me? That the loss of Rachel was most acutely felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Aaron also, which is not actually Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said, you can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. A king has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is to get a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol chops. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol also social media. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So now we start with Kohen, so the king gets a haircut. So the king always has to do this. So the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Erev Shabbos, Amar Shlomanach, but Amar Yochanan, Kohen U'Shmot Mitzchachos. So the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once every 30 days. The same, Velashem lo yivarechu, Upera lo yishalechu. Kisuni kasmas v'shem. So also said, we have one closer to Pasuk from the Cheskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So you must know that para means also. They have zero shell para zero first by line. Tzivaka para ben show. Tzivaka Gadol para sa'ar show. Says right, it says by the Nazir. Same by Nazir Para. It says the word Para also. Now that was 14 yom, Afkan 14 yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. Surgery again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. Then we'll stop over here. So I want to just actually finish up. Well, Stam Nazir is 14 yom. So I Stam Nazir is going for 30 days. So I want to stop over. We'll pick up the Mitzvah Hashem with the Kohen head yoke. Grooming obligation in just a little bit. Shkoyach.
You're gonna fucking man. God damn.
All right, because you have a wonderful day, everyone.
Yeah, it's like at some point you just have to do your own thing. Yeah. Don't tie yourself to a sinking ship. We have so many bikes here, dude. Yeah, come on. Jen, you're welcome. Beanie guy, as long as it keeps on the hat, can come by. All right, so you're out. Definitely Nick's out. Or Hot Chip, no question, you're never invited on the show. No chance. Not a chance. I think when you guys keep doing shows, they go, why do you guys have to show lost? I don't know. I said I'm trying not to. It's on me. You know. I remember who lives. Sean's in control of your life. It's on me.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this morning to faith. Our annual Talmud Torah response for the month of Tavshin 5785. The Tosim Mishpach of our strong, dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua's this year as his hosts from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah responses for the month of Hades, the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David of Hades, the Chol Libracha. Our weekly learning sponsors are Zevi and Shosh Daniel, Lili Mishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rechon, North, the Chol Libracha. His yard site is on Zion Street. So for an American Bar Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama starting Aliyah, the families in the Neshama, all those in your Bush Avenue to the cultural Israel. The Bush Avenue should bring our hands to give over the Shalom and the Karma to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Dana. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do about Hashem. Really sure that incredible tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Meretz Hashem. We are picking up today's page 22. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph from page 21c at the last two dots on the page. Because of the Kosei Sefer Torah Lishma. One of the first things that a king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually, it's not a Bishalav also. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father wasn't a king, but he has the Sefer Torah from his father. He says, I have that Yerusha, that should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. All right, so Sheni Chabad also, the Sefer Torah, Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Now, Rabbi expands this a little bit and says, this is not just true of a king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Write for yourself this Shira, this Torah. So no person has a Torah from his father or from his family. It's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say, there's much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills their obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write your own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one can fulfill that, so that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, Batuk is good. So Batuk is love Hamas Ashira says, Isi Abaye. So Abaye says, because of Moshe Torah Shishmo, so it's not B'Shalach Hirim. Melachim had your blow. But here's the problem. The problem is, the Gemara says it sounds like it's that's what a thing by the king and not by others. Like the Torah says, the Sefer Torah Lishmo, the king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drush is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah, he's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is that done by the king and not the din by other people. So what's going on here? Well, people the state Torah. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation to write two Torahs. Two Torahs, this is what we're signed up. The Kasif was Mishneh. Kosei Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torah. Achos Shidotza Mitzvah Imo. So one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes.
and one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. It's almost like a beautiful, beautiful metaphoric symbolism. The treasury is a place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than his Akshad, which is also a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah for the king. Achash says, also she makes it in a precious the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. Also communicated. We call it as well. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that literally, again, he can wear it. Shana and Ar. Shivisi Hashem, the Neki, Tommy, Kimini, Bal, Emel. This is so beautiful. The king keeps the little Sefer Torah that he takes with him in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. You can wear it. Combination wherever he goes. Fulfillment of the pasuk, I keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Beautiful, incredible idea. Eroniknos, boss, all the base of methodologies, like he said. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the back house, into the bathroom, Shnei Mar. So again, it says that you with him and you will read it, which indicates to us he only wears it in places that he can read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. Obviously, the bathroom where you can't read it, and the bathhouse, you won't see it. It's incredible. All of our visuals, between our Marvel Club, Nico resolved except the legal Russia. This is very interesting. So my Vicky says as follows. It says that in the beginning, Torah was given the quality of Tzad Ivri, the Lashon HaKodesh. So Tzad Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script we use today. The script that we usually see is called Ashuris. So again, originally it was given in Tzad Ivri and Lashon HaKodesh, what we call Lashon HaKodesh. Chazra and Nicola Hamine Ezra, Tzad Ashuris for Lashon HaRabbi. So apparently in the days of Ezra, remember again, Ezra leads the wave of exiles back to Eretz Yisrael to rebuild the second Mikdash. And it was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, reached to the acceptance. But this is again a script that was used as a Jewish script, and Lashon Arami, and Aramaic. So the verse says, Israel settled on Ksav Ashuris, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. Benichu Yodos, Idris, the Lashon Ami, and ultimately again the Yodos, Yodos were just the people, Ksav Idris, and Lashon Arami. Mana Yodos, where they Yodos, and Krista Kusai, Kusin. What is Christa? Sav no. It is what's also known as Sav Libona. The name for Sav is Rashi says, last Rashi of the Daf, Libona, also Skidolos, Kin, also Shekosim, Kunios, and this is a script or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay? Kanya. Rabbi Yosef says, Ezra. Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Moshe had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim. Plus it says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, who Ezra Allah Nivada. So it uses this emotion of Aliyah, of ascension, by both of these men. Not Aliyah Amar Torah, Aliyah Amar Haman Torah. So just like the Aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu's bringing down of the Torah, so too the Aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "But also see Hashem by Yisrael, Rami Es and Chukim in Mishpat." Like the Moshe Rabbeinu says that Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes. The Ezra Omer, the Ezra, Echin the Baba Litrosh as Torah Hashem Elokav, Halasos Ulanami Yisrael Chok in Mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe. It would have been Ezra who brought down the Torah. The Alpha Bishon, the Torah al Yodo, the Shtana al Yodo, the Shaya Vesam. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, but yet Ezra merited to affect certain changes in the Torah. Specifically, again, the writing. Right beforehand, again, it was Ibris, and Ezra changed it to Ashur Shenem. Was on top of Chafis 22a, the Ksav Hanishtabun Ksav Ha'aramis from the Torgam Aramis. Sif, because it says, Lo Kalim Kasva Lemikra Upshara Lahodalama. Sif, because of his Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav Haroi Lishtanos. Okay, so we'll say so some dramatic change occurs wrong, and again we switch from Ksav Ibris to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Sha'ala Imahem Me'asher, because it came back to the people from Syria, from Baba, from Asher. Tanya Rabbi Yomer says, the Tefillah B'Ksav Zen Mikra Torah Yisrael. This is actually interesting. Right? Because the presence is justified. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kevan Shechatu, Nepach Lahen L'Loat. Once Klal Yisrael sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, see what the Rashi says over here. So the Ksav Zeh is the last of the white lines in Rashi. The Ksav Zeh, Mikra Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe, the Lamed Lo Kahalim Kisvel L'Mikra, the Cheder Shechatu Bayis Rishon, Ubaz Vasatorah, Nepach Lehem L'Roah. So apparently, this script was lost during the days of the first place on the Kush, as a result of our sin. And then what happened? Shmuel said, Kebeshachazubahai, Ezra, and it's how he said, Shuvah, Ezra, so then the script returned. Shneimar, Shuvah, Lebitzar, Aser, Hatikva, Kamayom, Magid, Mishnah, Asherbacha, Lamanik, Lashma, Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shemu, Sheres, Yitzad. It's a very beautiful type of script. Rishon Elazar, what's the first white line? Rishon Elazar, Mishum Elazar, Ben Parto. Sha'amar Mishum, Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Sabda, Lonashtana Koyfer. Not true, right? The print, the script that we have has not changed. Has not changed. Al Shaneh Amar, Vave Ha'amudim. Wasn't interesting enough, this is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Ma'amudim Lonashtanu, just like the pillars of the Mishkan never changed. Vavim Lonashtanu. So above us play on words. So Vavim means the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here he's using Vavim to move the letters. The letters that just as the pillars didn't change, so the Vavim didn't change as well. But Omer, Ve'layehudim kitzavam b'chil shonam. Malashonam Lonashtanu. Just like the language of the Jews didn't change. Af kisvam Lonashtanu. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella ma'ani makayim es Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. So what do I do with that lashon Mishnah HaTorah? The Shtei Toros. This once again, let's circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shinui, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torah of the king. Achaz of the Knesset, no, v'achaz shemunachas lo b'beis Knesset. That also the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes and comes with him, and the second Torah which remains inside of his treasure. Also, Shnei Knesset Imo, also Kumiyah. The Torah is Rosh Ner, Shivisi Hashem Lenei Yisrael. And the one that remains in his treasure house, that's regular Torah. But the one that goes and comes with him, that's written in annual form. So that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the pasuk says, I have placed Hashem before me at all times. So beautifully. But the other opinion we actually finished the Torah for this whole thing about the changing of the script. Hi Shivisi, my Darish, and how does he Darish in the Pasuk Shivisi Hashem and Yisrael? Who finally did Rav Kana about this? Rav this now Mishum Chasida, Hamispadal, Tzarach Shira, Asmo to the Shkina Kinegdo. Because when a person davens, he's supposed to view as if the Shkina, the divine presence, is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem Leneg Yisrael. So I want to say, so very beautiful. So one of the things that Shivisi Hashem Leneg Yisrael is a reference to the king's personal Torah. It makes the Torah look contaminated. that this would be people from Shmuel who are opposite of it all the time. The second thing is no. Shadi Hashem Le'edisam is not used by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king or whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there's this concept, which is what the Bala Tanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, like God awareness. God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you need proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah Berurah has it also, right? That's why the Torah opens up. Mishnah Berurah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following. The person has God awareness. God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. Rav Shimon Damar Ksad, Zeh Lo Nishtana, my lo kalim chasson mikra. Yes, as according to Rav says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and removed in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with the phrase? The Sefer Daniel. Lo kalan chasava mikra. So you must see very interesting. Amrad, you can actually so this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. This is, we saw this Gemara Maseches in Megillah. Like Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that, you know, right, there was a prophecy that the Jews would be exiled for 70 years. And after that, they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made a big party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agadah in Megillah. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash, and he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological contest over the God of the Jewish people. So at his party, then there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall. You know the expression writing on the wall? That comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. The Gemara says that refers to that story. Amarav, the Gematria Echtav Lahom Yatis Idas Plus Chamatz. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar is intending to do not written explicitly, rather it was written in Gematria. So Gematria doesn't have to necessarily mean numerical value. Gematria also means like my part of the. So what they mean? Mana Taka Ufarsi. Mana Alakamaku Sabashwarasa. Mana means Hashem. Hashem has calculated your reign and it has come to an end. Takil, that killed us and Mazay, Bishkaka Plus. God has weighed you in the scale and you have turned out to be deficient. Parisas Mahusa, the Ahava Lamada Paras. Your kingdom has come to and to be given over to Persia and to India. Shmuel says, Mimatos Minakfi Alor. This is how the message is written. Amar Anam Lakas Nisrafu Vashamar Nama Kato Parsi. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall, and each one serves as an admonish for some type of message out of the intended to. Now let's say, so just so you should know, halacha myself, Rabbi Paskins is that indeed a king writes two Torahs. Right now, one or two Torahs, one Torah that is small enough to go wherever he goes. The fact is, in the Rambam Rizan that it is written and in its form. So literally, he could wear it. He could just have it with him at all times. And the other is a sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shadis Hashem and like the summit, that at the end of the day, he is at all times, and one sefer remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea the most important possession of the years and even of the king was many different possessions is his Torah. This is so beautiful. I say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is we know this. Everything else acquired in this world you can enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquired, the witness that you acquired, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. You've got about Mishnah in Rokuna Suso, in Yoshua Tiso, in Mishnah Shavita, was some other halachas pertinent to a king. The cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize his scepter. I will say now, this is all referring to common people, right? This doesn't refer to other kings. As we can see a little bit like, you have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter, right? Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachos regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So commoner, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't use his scepter. Then Roman was like Yishumistata. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. Or when he's unclothed. You can't go to the Shnitz with the king, the back house. And I will say this is all interesting, all part of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is weight. It's almost like you can split that into three categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to utilize because you're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence for the king. So you can't go into the mikvah when the king is going to the mikvah. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see you. Okay, so I'm Rabbi Yaakov, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Avishag, Motares L'Shlomo. Okay, so also a little bit of context over here. This is actually this is Sefer Malachim, the end of Malachim. It's actually the Haftarah of Rothschild. So David Melech is dying. He's old. So the Navi that they hired for him, they selected from a young woman who was to be his attendant. So the Gemara says her name was Avishag Hashmanis. So the Gemara says Yaakov said Avishag Mutaris B'Shlomo Lasula Adonia. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been permitted to marry Adoniah ben Haggis. Now Adoniah ben Haggis was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Haggis was son 2 years ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adoniah ben Haggis, the husband is Nasele Nor Ani Amor. He says, I'm the reign. I'm the reign. That's what is happening over here. So therefore, obviously at the end of that story, so David says explicitly no Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adoniah would not. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king, right? The scepter, so that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the head of the. So the Gemara says, but she would have been permitted to Abishag because Adoniah ben Haggis had the status of a commoner. Even though he was the son of the king, he had the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag might be. What exactly was Abishag in David Melech's life? It said, so again, it said, so Adoniah, so Abishag was, she was an attendant. Now, what's the thing is, even though she was an attendant, right, the Navi goes, I got to say for Hevek, she was very beautiful. So why do we need to Hevek her beauty? She's just an attendant. This is actually very interesting. Amar, means Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asiras the. So I'm sorry I can't. Obviously this come together. Why not? David says, I have reached the limit of 3 wives. I can't marry that. He regretted it. So it's actually fascinating. So Avishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. She says to him, when the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, suddenly he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amar Levu, Kili the Bathsheba. So this is interesting Gemara. He says, oh yeah? He says, call him Batsheva. Batsheva was his wife. Say, Batava Batsheva Allah Achach. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Morav. Ba'osa Shah Kincha Batsheva B'Shloshes Rei Machos. Apparently, Adoni engaged in multiple acts of relations with Batsheva to show Adoni I'm sorry, to show Abishag Hashunamis that this was not the issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. He was fine. This was an issue. This was an issue that again he had 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So what's that? Smith was interesting. So obviously there's an Asa. What's the Asa? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashunam. Again, both sides. Just to be clear, it's not that the government officer was close with all of these women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashunam. So what do you see from here? And I didn't get Asa. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ho u're'ei kama kasha gerushin. Shahari David HaMelech, v'tiru l'yachid, v'tiru l'garish. David HaMelech, he permitted yichud, right? Remember, you know, so we just saw in yesterday's daf, after the episode with Tamar, so they went into a bit of yichud. So they, right, so for David HaMelech, yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, again, was Abishag Hashunam, she was not his wife. Even though, again, she's a single woman, and the nice thing we said that was part of rabbinic yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted yichud rather than having to divorce his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a very profound thing. Rabbi says as follows: "From the Garish Sishta Rishona, Afilu Mizbeach Moriv Alav Demos." Very, very overwhelming Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even in Mizbeach, cries tears from Shnei Amar. V'zos shenis tasu sus dima as Mizbach Hashem b'chiv v'anachas me'in oz panos al amucha v'lakachas v'zon b'yadchem. But ksiv v'amartem amma apti Hashem hei b'necho ben eishes mi'ulecha asher ata bagarata ba v'hi chaviraska me'ishes b'yisecha. So let's say, so it's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is in his crying? Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So what's it? We're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. So I was saying, let's finish. No, I think there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But the mind just pointing out something is almost like this fundamental rupture in the fabric. In the fabric, almost like of the natural order, when a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, and it's necessary to occur, because there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. So I'm going to remember what I said. English social other Mesa, and the introduction and the moment they lost. So I thought you might different from divorce in just a second. I'll come back to it. Then it goes back to it. Because Simar says a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but he didn't have the money to repay it. And I was going to say, what does one thing have to do with the other? You know, there's no doubt that the need that you need up. So if you're going to offer and moving something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe takes something from him as well. That it's in Shnei Amar. Then Im L'chal L'Shalem Lama Yikach Mishkav Chamikach. From the Yochanan says as follows. Very profound Gemara. Kol Adam Shemesa Ishta L'Shona. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, he will follow the Beis Hamikdash b'yamav. It's a very profound Gemara. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Shnei Amar Ben Adam Hineni Lokeh Mincha. Esmachma inecha b'magif v'lo tisti v'lokeh v'lo chava d'masecho. Ksiv v'adaber ala ambaboker v'tamas ishti v'arev. Ksiv hineni mechaleles mikdashi ga'on uska machmad enecha. So once he's more just notes the juxtaposition over here in these people. There's often Yecheskel, and Yecheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of a Beis Hamikdash, the loss of one's first wife. And you're like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. What you see over here is over and over the Gemara bringing out about the profundity of a first marriage. And therefore, a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. That is fundamentally different and just pivotal within a person's life. I'm going to Alexandria. Kol Adam will say first of the widest range of Adam. Kol Adam Shemes Ishta B'Yamav Olav Chashach Kadam. If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shneimar or Choshech B'Alo V'Nira Olav Yidach. I don't say Hanina Amar Psiosa Mischasros. His steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his step. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. First, his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Kash Lazavi Pirsamper. Spoke a little bit about marriage. And I think this is the famous Gemara at the beginning of this episode. It is more difficult, so to speak, for HaKadosh to make one shidduch like it is to split the sea. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature. And so to be about finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now the commentaries of the Gemara and Sota, Rashi and Tosafot spoken on the idea, they say, Adam Yachid v'Isha Yichida b'lo mezavka. A man is an individual and a woman is an individual. We'll say, the statistical probability of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shneimar Elokim Moshe B'Chidim Beisa Motzi Ashirim because Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. Atikvi Motzi Asirim Elokim Motzi Asirim Atikvi B'Kosharos Elokim Bechi B'Shiros. So that's the idea over here. Is that literally again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yitzias Mitzrayim and that extension of the Yasam. Is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding the shidduch is like a supernatural event? Bas Kol Yotzeis V'Omeres Bas Ploni L'Ploni. One second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero. A heavenly voice comes out and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like shidduchim are preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bas kol, then what exactly is, why so difficult? Why so difficult? Which the Gemara says, Lokash. Habizuk Rishon, Habizuk Sheni. She will say this is fascinating. The heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so. That's first marriage. That's your first. And I will say now you begin to explain why Chazal associates such profundity with the first marriage. Or the first marriage, the idea that the person divorces his first wife, and his Beach goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because of Chashbon time, it's not like people put together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch is, in general, sometimes when things are meant to be, even if they don't last. And we told them this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this is always like issues. You have this so endangered species. People they get all worked up because they're kind of like humpback whales, they're going to be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, when the first one, for example, right, the first one created the Lev Yassan during the Sheish Smith Bereshis, the Lev Yassan. And the Lev Yassan was created, and then it was Shech. I often thought that is an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something that is supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's a very important so we get into the mindset that things are supposed sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of times, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. Very, very profound. So the Gemara says, Zug Rishon, the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Kasha Lezavim Kekriyasam. That's much more difficult than the splitting of the sea. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often, Reuven was married to one person. Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuven's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that. And there's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated. And that becomes a little bit almost like Yam Suf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of your youth. Again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. Shegel Gemara says, "Masnila, Ravi Sakurei, Ein Adamose Korashulach Alami Ishto Rishona." A person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. Shnei Amar, Yihim Mikorech Baruch. So what I say, this is actually a very interesting verse. Just to understand over here, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak, his son, and he says to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with. It's interesting with his first wife. I was like, there's so much to say in all of these Gemaras, and a lot of good Shem brachos here also. I was like, but the idea is when a person marries his first wife, he's young. Often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of these other pieces associated with it. So the korach ruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, doesn't mean it's not beautiful and it's not wonderful and it's not incredible and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But Lamaisa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility. It's almost like, if you ever see it, if you're under a football class, if you think about your own football, they're basically under a lot of footballs. You see there's that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity. Right, but again, there is that goofy, innocence and happiness that's just there. That's you see these couple and they're looking at each other, and it's there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. The world could stop, and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on. You can't. You could find happiness, and you could find love, and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost emotional, love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, whether that's the person who's beginning your life journey or not, that does all other complicated things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what Rabbi Yehuda calls that koras ruach, is when you're young, and ultimately again Ishto Rishona, first marriage. So listen to this. Amalai, so we'll say 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yehuda saying this to his son. This is beautiful. Amalai, Kidon Man. So now Rabbi Yitzchak, his son, says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Can you know a couple like that? Right? Where they were young and they had like just this tranquility, this beautiful love. Amrlo, Kidon Imchot. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Rabbi Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Like your mother. It's such a beautiful Gemara. And such a also like a profound exercise like in Shalom Bayis, in what it means to convey to our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So can you guys, so the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife, which Rabbi Yehuda said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So once I said, really? Really, Rabbi Yehuda is not there. Yet Rabbi Yehuda said to his son Rabbi Yitzchak, go to the pasuk. Motzi ani mar menas es ha'isha asher hi mitzudim b'charonim. Someone else says in Koheles, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. I want to say, now understand by the way, just to appreciate this. I want to say, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the Siddhis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo HaMelech got himself into tremendous, so that women, that's just saying that women are more bitter than death. So that would be a terrible, terrible simple understanding of the passage. So Shlomo HaMelech was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that could come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Right? This was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, we referenced from Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke, or melech, head yoke, melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. What was all of that a result of? That was a result of poor marriage choices. When Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman, again, that's not Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this to his son, but I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo HaMelech was referring to? I'm going to keep going, Imcha. Wow. So yeah, like your mother. So again, so which one is it, Rabbi Yehuda? Which one is it, right? Is your wife Mamish like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more bitter than death? To which the Gemara says, the truth is both. Iburi ma'avra. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep going. Miskif takifa. Iburi ma'avra b'niva. So let's say here was the difference. So apparently, Rabbi Yehuda's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She was easily angered, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. But Baruch Hashem, she had that even when she got angry, she was able to calm down. She was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So by the way, there's also, I think, just a profound soul in this Gemara, which is that, here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Yehuda's mind, it's the same woman. Now, granted, it'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Yehuda, right, who the problem was in marriage. I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But the nice will say, but there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? It will say that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloofness, and could also be marvilas. Also, but I will say it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always put together. Dafyomi is always good, right? But aside from Dafyomi, nothing else in life is always good. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago, I had a young woman in the middle of call me up, sobbing. Like you can't hear the word. So what happened? So they had a fight. Very sharp. And we had a fight. Yeah. And what? We had a fight. Like, she could not get over this idea that they had a fight. So, like somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh. Right then it's very, it's just like so cute, and like so naive. I don't know what the background is or what kind of energy of it. And I'm sort of like, we have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always involved, right? The birds are always chirping and everywhere you just sounds, right? And everything is great, and you feel like everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to, if you're looking in the mirror, you have that, but if you're not human being, but there's plenty of times of this kind of this, and this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving and fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than death. Now, that might be a type of bottle, but to understand the point. Like, you can have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. And it's not contradictory. You can say the same wife, who again I feel so very weird, is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. I will say goodbye. So, good. English says another beautiful Gemara. English means Elishto. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, Gemara says only by his wife. Only by his wife. And when a wife dies, her loss is felt ultimately again. Sorry, I'm not sure what on the side. You should have Isha Golani, the inner parts of this Elisha Sarki. So the Gemara is interesting idea over here. We'll say. So this is literally, so Rav Shmuel by Bunyan says in the Rav that a woman literally Golani means a woman is unformed utensile, and ultimately again becomes formed by her husband with whom she experiences the first act. What's the idea here? That there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience the first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. Kind of English makes Elishto. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. Then Isha makes El, and ultimately when a wife dies, so her loss is the only truly felt by her husband. I've also said this actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that they're in this other relatives? So in general, again, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world, move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even when parents lose a child, as the son of the world, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. Gemara says it's one of that loss is most acutely by the surviving spouse. Ain't each makes our discussion and I must say another Isha makes Allah Barashana. I need to go in Mace Allah Rachel. We'll say this is Karsha. That's incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings the raya ultimately again from the Ani. That is Melech, the husband of the Ani. Melech was also the father of Machmor and Gilead. But you see from here that his loss was most acutely felt by the Ani. And again, Yaakov, this is an expression that Yaakov was asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to the Ani, so Goimi Padan Alai Rachel. So he just said, Mesa, what do you mean, Mesa Alai Rachel died on me? That loss of Rachel Imenu is most acute felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Ain't Rono, so let's go back to the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said, you can't see his kingdom, he's giving it. Ain't Rono, so turn around on the king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning a king has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is he gets a haircut every day. Going Gadol haircut once a week. Going gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech starts with Chol, so the king gets a haircut every single day. King always has to be beautiful. The king has to be groomed every day. Going Gadol Shabbos, Rabbi Yochanan, Choil Mishmar Mitzchak. Thus, I say the idea over here is since Kohanic shifts, since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Hedon, Kohen Hedon gets a haircut once every 30 days. The Russian Mo'i Galechu, Upera Mo'i Shalechu. The Sunni Kasmas Roshe. Once I said, we hear the Gemara from the Pascal. So literally it says they should not shape their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So they must be relative. Para means Nasir. And you have Zir Shal Para from Nasir, first my line. Sivhaka Para Lo Yishal. Sivhasam Gadol Para Sa'ar Lo Shal. It says right, it says by the Nasir. It says by Nazir Para. It says the word Para also Mala Rosh Yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. So to again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. That was stop over there. I want just to finish up. Stam Nazir is Shoshim Yom. So the Stam Nazir is close to 30 days. So I was going to stop over and pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen head yokes, grooming obligations just a little bit. Shkoyach.
It's not a good look, but I don't know why it surprises you. He has a lot of status.
All right, everyone, you have a wonderful day, everyone.
This is a theme for her. So bad posts, taste tasteless, weird, and then
the most good morning is a tremendous force to continue in a beautiful journey in seconds ahead together. Apologize that I had you the first of all to share with you. We're together. So today we have 21 days in incredible work. Yes, we are on 20 of Shoma Hanala, combination structures, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 months up to about combination structures, 7 Malach Shoma Hanala, including Shoma Hanala, his meaning is not the rate is so fast that he will over the Shamayim, the Aryonim, which means turn them out, obviously, this is the idea that Shoma Hanala had. Is shaking at nothing to do with the front of each other. Then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, these people are very much tied into raise the incredible Gemara sections. People are passionate about it. Shlomo Hamelech again translates the incredible Bible with Ashland as a king of dreams and dispossessed from his throne. Now, whether that's really literal or like the Maharal tries to understand that it's metaphorical, the idea that Hamelech suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning, he ruled over the Elyon. Then, at a certain point, he diminished and he ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. Shneimar, he wrote there the Holy Bachanan, the Kitzach Ba'ad. He ruled again from Kitzach until Ad. Rab, Shmuel, Hakam, Kitzach, Sofa Olam, Ad, Sofa Olam. So one of them says Kitzach is on one side of the world, and Ad is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Kitzach to Ad. Ad, Kitzach Ba'ad, Ba'ad Yadad, other people say, no, Kitzach and Asa will be right next to each other. It seems a lot of Kitzach Ba'alaza, Molach Ba'Tolo Olam. It seems that you will know Kitzach and Asa right next to each other. Children Shlomo rules over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same. Shlomo rules over the entire world. So, Ramah on yourself, when he suffers down, and so you only the ruler over Israel. Shneimar, Ani, Kohelet, Ali, Sinela, An, Yisrael. So, this is my flesh after all of my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Sadam Amachlo, one of the things says the first staff, the Chadam of So the idea that it's very dramatic Gemara. The Shlomo began his reign with this vast empire of influence. By the time he gets to the end of his life, really the only thing he's ruling over, or I should get to the end of his life, when he gets to a certain low point, he's ruling over. It's like so then it's like our discussion. Shlomo Hamelech leaking this full of glorious standing order. Rabbi Shmuel says, Chad Amar Chada. One of the things is yes, you gain this from standing. The Chad Amar Lo. One of the things is no, you cannot gain this from standing. Chad Amar Lo Chada. Melech Behedyo. The opinion that says that you cannot redeem his from standing. Shlomo started as a Melech, started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedyo. Now, Hedyo only means a simple person. Of course, it doesn't really mean a simple person. What it means is he never really became that full scope of the monarchy of standing. The Manza Amar Chada Melech. The head yoke is the meaning that says that you can stand in the king, in the king, so to speak, the commoner, and then the king is the Let's say really profound. So again, like I said, this really relates to the Gemara in the second page about Shlomo Melech's struggles with Ashmedai, the king of Shimon, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. The nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks and valleys. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo Melech, who began again moving over everything in this celestial sphere, has its ups and has its downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes when we have these expectations, they're always going to be riding high. They're always going to be successful. No one, even Shlomo Melech doesn't have that. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece also that's fascinating. There's a beautiful idea of Shimon and the Sanskrit about the other time. The kind says, when I was young, I dreamt when I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I said, you know what, I'm just going to change my country. Got a little bit older, I started trying to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'm trying to change my family. And I said, because I'm an old man and I realized the only thing I can change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea. Almost every day. It's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, people are the influence have to be willing to receive that impact. If they're not willing, you can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that sounds enough to say, I was a young man, and I think every person is a young person. I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have to show over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor that says when Shlomo begins life, focusing on moving over and having an effect and change on the celestial sphere. And when he gets older, he's like, you know what? I'm going to affect change on my globe. I'm like static. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what. Everything else is beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my community, their own decisions. I can do the best for my company, and there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what meaning yourself. That is control. You decide what person is, you decide how life you want to live. You decide your own reality. Everything else is decided for you. Incredible. If you reminisce in Gemara, also yesterday's daf, the first best problems you have when the king of Israel was establish a king. Melech. So, Melech. Make yourself a king. Alright, let's go back here. Holy Phil that. Remember, the Mishnah said the king has a right, and by eminent the king has a right to go ahead and he has a right to go ahead and seize land and create the pathway to his property, his house. So this king also Malach Melech, who shared the Yisrael Shebot, the next Melech. So next time you have some trouble when the king goes out to battle. So any royal treasures that are seized from the subdued nation, they go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the conquerors. I'm going to have either so it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasures of the conquered nation. Elishaki is a Shabbat and Metzana from Metzal La'an. When they're having you know the rest of the spoils, like the rest of the spoils, the half goes to the king and half goes to and half goes to the nation. Where do you get that? So it's a half out without pointing away. Because the Pasuk says, Vayish Kula Hashem L'Nadif U'Letzavah. Again, Torah Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. What is the Pasuk? Makish Nugget so Makish Nugget with Sodom. So the Nugget is comparing the Nugget king to the Kohen Gadol. Matzah, Matzah, so to by the king half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the nation. It's other thing, how do you go? It half goes to the the sign of the Omer, Vice of the Arrow, naturally Arrow, that's the one. The Cosmo speaking about again, the Kohanim here says it will be Aaron and his son. So it's actually half goes to Aaron and half goes to his son. Incredible. I was the Mishnah.
Well, I hope you can't hear either because that killed Tony shit.
Sorry. Mishnah says as follows. Well, you have a law.
Let's get some
So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 8 wives. He says, he can have as many sons as he saying this. He can have as many wives as he wants, as long as he do not consider his partner from a wife. Shimon says, if you can have a wife is his partner away from 12, even one wife is not allowed to have it. But in pain, so why does the pasuk have to say he should not have too many wives? That he was having dials. Even if like Abigail was one of the wives of Donald, what explain this second case. Even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, he still can't.
these guys are like
Says the name of that he does Kaidika. So from this Mishnah. From the Mishnah, saying that Yehuda Darshan is the reason behind Sukkim. Like what that means in Mishnah. The Mishnah says a king should have more than 18 wives, and that Yehuda says he could have many wives, as long as they don't turn his heart against the Kodesh Baruch. So it sounds like Darshan, the reason why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives, and the Pasuk itself says he should not turn his heart against the Kodesh Baruch. I Rabbi Shmuel does Hanukkah. It's very good. Right, and it's really Mishnah doesn't Darshan the reason from Sukkim. So what's going on here? The which we must have a this crush here again we find the opposite. The Samuel we learn in one of the Ashira in Mashkinos, and I don't know whether she is poor or whether she is rich, she not collateral from it. Well, Samuel that gets from one of the Right, the Torah says you see the garment of a widow as collateral. She's wealthy, or Torah says you can't see the garment of a widow as collateral. But be sure Shimon says Ashira Mashkinos, so Anya in Mashkinos, which is not true. A poor widow you can, but a rich widow you can. You can go out and be a rich widow. It doesn't matter. She's your property. She's probably dead. It's just other stuff. Of course, it does with me problematic. The Atta, because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you seize her property, and you seize her garment, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Everything's going to come to us, we're going to take it, and we're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? Back to Mashiach, she's not just going to sell. So what's going to happen is it's going to sell rumors, because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a collateral issue. Because they're just going to see that something illicit is going on over here. But I mean, in my cover, you talk that the Mashkino, I can have the Hatzilla. The Mashiach, she's not just going to sell, because he's going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral. That's how else, right? If you take somebody's collateral, the person who's collateral, you obligate to return it. If you take it from a poor widow, you have to go and return it to every single one. So the cause is yours. So you see the Amma, Rabbi Yehuda does come to cover, and she does come to cover. It's because we just before. Right? Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshans. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshans, and he's been behind Sukkim, and Rabbi Yehuda does not. It's a Mishnah in which the Gemara says you're right. Rabbi Yehuda does come to cover. In reality, in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind Sukkim. He doesn't do that. The shiny alpha, so why does he do it over there like a king? The shiny alpha in the first time doesn't know, because here, they just will say, what does it mean when you said you could do that? He's doing behind the six. It's like, he doesn't look for reasons behind the six. Well, if it says something you do, here, by the wives and the king is different. The Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have two wives? Well, not all Russian wives, because showing us from above with it, because they need to turn his heart. It's not that she depends the job. The Pasuk itself says it. Why can't, the king have too many wives. The Torah says, below Yasor, the bubble. So that his heart should not be turned away from our Kodesh Baruch Hu. And the Shimon says, the Shimon next week, the Amr Dashim and Tiny Mikra. In general, we Dashim using the Batsukim into the Mikra Kala Yablo Nashim Lishno. So just let the Torah say, but the Torah shouldn't have too many wives. And that's it. And I would have understood, why can't we have too many wives? We're concerned that the boy is partly for the service of the Baruch. Ana Amina, Masham Lo Yavish, Lo Yasser. I would have understood intuitively why he can't marry too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. You remember, he would also be marrying for the purpose of political strategic allegiances, which could ultimately, again, lead him to link up, with queens or with women or with countries that are not good, right? Don't have a proper social influence. So the Shimon is like this. Let the Torah just say the king can't marry too many women. And I would have understood why, because we're concerned that the Torah is part of it. So I could have been to that. So since I could have intuited, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Why do you have to say it? Because it's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from our Kodesh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry. So even if he's with him, we'll call it committed or wives. But if that wife is going to have a negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. I said, why does the Pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still you should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the Mishnah counts the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry as each king. The Gemara says, Chayishmar said no. So where do you get that? How do you know 19? The Gemara says, that's safe. It's very interesting. By your rule with David, the fun in the Hebron. David had sons in Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side. The Navi goes to the sons. First of the widest wife. The first one was Amnon, so his wife, Achinoam, was the Mishnayos, Kila for Abigail. Second son was Kila, born to Abigail. Ish's double, Ish's Avshalom ben Maachor. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Maachor. Halavias Adoniah ben Chodis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chodis. Hachamishi Shefatia ben Abigail. The fifth son was Shaphat Yisrael Egla Ishes David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella Yoldu David Hebron. So the word says this. Ella Yoldu David Hebron. So now these are the sons, six sons born to six wives. David and Hebron. The Kamali Navi and the Navi says to David, in Ma'at Ba'osifa Lacha Kahin B'Kahinam. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if these, you marry to six women. If you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. The first unit was six. You can add on two more units of six for a total of 18. So the Gemara says, Kahinashis, the Havaluhu, Kamisari. Find 18. Kamaski, the Rabina, Ima, Kahinakar, Kisari, the Kahina, Eshin, the Arval. So I understand maybe it's like this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that he could really marry a total of 24 wives. So add the units together. Which must be right. I don't know. The Bible says supports that. Well, you have a little notion. Yosef and the Arba. So the Gemara says, okay, so there is a Bible that supports that reading that says you cannot go ahead and marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, remind me God is involved. So according if you also actually it says, in the Advo Sifa Kahina, there's a button there. If you got to the above, then Arba Mishmur, the 2 is 24. You might say, that supports that as well. Well, Yabalonot and Yosem are Mishmur. So just to point out, there are other prices. And these other prices ultimately go to the opinions that say that Allah the king can even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done my kind. So what do we do of our kind? We can't say everything. Makish Kahina Basro, with Kahina Kabo. You treat the second Kahina, last Kahina with the first Kahina. Makahina Kama Shis, just like the first unit of Kahina 6. Kahina Basro Shis. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Allah again, the Gemara says this is the Gemara Mishnah. The king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Ha'avi Mikha, the Navi reports 6 wives. but there was a son. What about Michal? We read it yesterday. What about Michal? Incredible. Amarav Egla Zulu. So the wife named Egla, that was actually Michal. Ramana Krishna was called Egla. Shechadiva Avot Egla, because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good side to us, but it must have been. I did not try this at home. But it must have been a biblical term that to call someone, an eglaw. My little eglaw, my beloved eglaw. So again, like I said, this was all very bad. But for myself, this was a term of endearment. The faith. Who Omer? Moving Charash and Eglas. She wants to deny the Shinshin. Also referred to his wife as an eglaw as well. Okay. And you have it in Michal, but it wasn't it. But the Michal had children. God said, when you come back to Allah, how you love life, and Yom Mosel. Yet the concept says that Michal, the daughter of Shaul, who was wife of David, did not have a child until the day of her death. So the Gemara says, get our children. Or the Shishak, Yom Mosel, Lohayala, Yom Mosel. What it means is, she pretty much told her the rest of her life. She got to the end of life, hiding her death, but she had a child right before she passed away. So Nifni, funny with her was that here's a couple of that. Nifni, funny with her, Hashem removed the Kevron, be the nice of the Michal Shine. One second. He's not really here taking like a census, so to speak, of David's family when they're in Kevron. Now, as we're going to see that Michal was punished, to not have children as a result of the time that when he brought the ark, so one of its resting places in Yerushalayim is right before this mikvah goes out in the sea. So David was all of his heart and all of his soul about the Michal thought that he was acting in the immature way, as he established. And as a result for that act of disparagement, die childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Now, so remember, during the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This is where they were disputing his this was that, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, came to the throne. During the year, was not going to go to war with Mephibosheth. He had a smaller mother. He set up his Hebron. So the listing of the family we just said before was in Hebron. Yet Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Let's say, but Michal Bashal, Mishka Babahadah, the Torah said, David. The fact is, in the fact that was not Hashem. But David, David, Shaklas Michal, the Mitzvah, we say, the Mitzvah Fasa. Michal got her punishment, Allah Ima Ad the also Maisa Hayala. Right, what it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. Because the Ilah Ko Hayala. After she described Dalma for dancing with the Aron dancing in front of the Aron. So after that, then she was not giving any more children. I hope if I can't David old election Russian Yerushalayim. One second, the Pasuk says that David took additional wives and additional concubines in Yerushalayim. No. That means to round out the number of children. David did not marry more than 18 women. By the way, my notion like election was this two wives and election is concubines or Yehuda. Notion that Suba, the Kedushin, election below Suba. Wives have Suba and Kedushin, form of Kedushin. Election do not Suba and do not require form of Kedushin. Amarak Noah. Abba Miros wasn't able with David. The Kulan B'nai Yifas David had 400 children. And he fathered with Yifas war brides. That's a dramatic way. I will say now, whether or not that number is probably has a value. But representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides. And again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil desired below this. Like they let the back of their hair roll on. They cut the rest like the back of their head roll on. And that was like a synonym of like old devil desire. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish. The Kulan Yoshim the Parashah and they all went around in chariots of gold. And Mahalchim Rashi Gayasas, they led the platoons of the army. The Aim Hayubale and Yochim Shalom David. And these were the strongest soldiers of David HaMelech's court. So let's say, so what's really incredible about this? So David HaMelech, so apparently he allowed, so it sounds like they weren't Jewish, Because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So that's true, which is because the child's not Jewish. So the governor again, but there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army and they the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. Remember, Tamar, Basti Fast Tamar, who was the daughter of David, who was the daughter of the Fast Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Tamar. Achos Avshalom, she was the sister of Avshalom, in the bunch of the Basti Fast Torah has supported to Gaira, Believe Shalom, Ma'acha Imo Yodo Lo David Tamar, but who's the expert because of Fast Torah. So interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a warlike. Apparently, Ma'acha gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was a relatively fast person. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. David had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry you, he'll let you marry you. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? He said, it must forbid that because she was a daughter of the Pastor, and technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay. So the verse of Amnon, Reo Shmo Yonadav ben Shema Aki David, Ishchah. So that was back to the Amnon story. So Amnon had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what is he very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, you have to make terrible things happen. This friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's madly involved with this Tamar, and then he's madly involved. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him that you should do. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. Because this is the crazy advice that telling Yonadav food. So by Yonadav, remember Yonadav shut up a mishkav ha'tas. עד ואוסר לעיני אביה, ותיקח המשל ותיקח פיצות לחומר. So what happened? So again, so he actually pretend like you said. So again, you're not going to come and pretend like you said. Tell the king that you need Tamar to come and go ahead and give you food. So what's going to happen? So she got requested flight. She actually goes out to very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If I'm only sick and needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regulations, and not be brought to him. He wants to fight food. Once the fight food is only good if it's immediate. So he wants the fight food made right there in his room. That's how he was able to learn Tamar to him by his so Amnon violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, Rabbi says he despised her. Amnon after he violated her, so Amnon despised her. Despised her, a great hatred. So my time, what he did, Rabbi which is apparently, as a result of the acceleration, the violation. So Amnon was caught by one of her tributaries, and as a result, he was wounded. He became a cliff shafar. The first recognition where man can't ejaculate with a straight stream of seed. I don't know the biological, whatever it is that's damaged, whatever it's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. When it happens, generally, the things that man can't process. That is a serious issue, and we are going to teach you to do that person married. So I don't think it was rendered a crush shot cost as a result of his acclamations with Tamar. He made sure that he might have Ella Ima Kashla Nima Asta Kushaka. So the verse, 1 second. Why did he aim at Tamar? She was doing protestation. Why did he hit her because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, no, it could be the Halacha Lamaisa. She did it intentionally to wound him. as a result of what it is that he did to her. So is that so easy? So what does it mean when it says that a beautiful name came about for Klal Yisrael? The women of Klal Yisrael, that the Jew was known. She'im and Rabbi Yisrael will say it as Shaki, or will say it as that the Jewish women, again, the first time they into a special brachos, they do not have hair, right here, like the pubic area, or by the armpit area. Special brachos. Now, again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have their hair. They had all the skin stays solid, two hairs, and the pubic region is necessary to establish but they remove it. The Gemara says, so how did Tamar have hair? They had she had pubic hair. The Gemara says, shiny Tamar, the best Remember, again, like before she was brought up Ma'acha, she was not born to a Jewish mother, and as such she did not have this particular So now, so I kind of point out also something amazing. This idea that I'm going to violate Tamar. It's so profound because what Amnon doing? Amnon is rejected. He's disgusted with himself. He can't be disgusted with himself for what he did. And so often, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we have made. So what we do, we often project. So for Amnon, he projected this disgust on him. It wasn't disgusting himself. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't united. He wasn't brave enough. What he just did, projected those feelings of disgust on himself. So Rabbi, so Tamar, ואז פסולת הפלזמה שלה, cut off the Tamar poured ash on her head and tore her clothing. So you might say Tamar, who in a very incredible act of rape, did not find what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. One of the names of Yeshua ben Barcha. Together, God brought Tamar also shot. Tamar was incredibly brave and she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Amro, because they said, in the Tzimos Kach, the proof is not because it was a shocking wake up call. And this can happen to a daughter of Melech, it can happen to anyone. It can happen to a young woman who is so modest. It's certainly happens to those who are. So almost like Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her, that woman should be vigilant. Incredible. So let's not really go around, but also shocked. As a result of that episode, God knew there was a couple of them where he does what Allah used him, Allah knew. So Sarah is really playing the action for evil series. Sarah will go there, so she can't have equal with anyone, not a married woman, and not even a single woman. So the Gemara says, what's it? Yichud dies, so Yichud is not anything. Yichud is not so Rabbi Yochanan is showing you outside. When is Yichud not telling you? From where do you know a scriptural allusion to Yichud? שנאמר כי יסיסך אחיך בן אמך. As it says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you to come and hold the Zohar. The Gemara says, then Amesis, then Abeyomesis, that means then the son of your mother will incite you to hold the Zohar, the son of your father. I think that is completely demonstrated in English. So the son, Ben Emech, this is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son could be Yaakov, the son could be with his mother. The Ein Acham is Yaakov, the Torah. And no one else is submitted to Yichud. The halacha of Yichud is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in terrible, someone who is prohibited to them. And what Imo does you on Yichud Dikmiyah. And what it means is, up until that point in time, there was a history of Yichud, and when we use it, technically it's a single man and a single woman. Or the man and a single woman. That's not in Torah. So after the episode with Tamar, they said the laws of Yichud apply even to a single woman. It's incredible. So now, again, Rabbi was fighting any challenges in his family. Remember, Rabbi lay on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adoniel ben Chagis, decided to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis is the son of more Anu Ambo. Rabbi is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of David was not doing well. He declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. He tried to put on the crown of Torah, no, why not? Rashi, Shevike, Shlahoma, Oklahoma. So, Shechashav, Shekeshe, Barosho, Kesamalkus. So Adonio tried to put on the crown. So I told you why. Because Hayashadu Shalza, Bishop, Halala, Midofim, the Imam is Yashan, Barosho, Alamish, Yishlo, Hardit, Barosho, the Ablest of Bates Double. Shekalarai, Lamalkus, and Mosso, Mishura. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic had a bar that went across the top. Apparently, the male members of David Melech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. This is when they put on the crown sat on their head. Adonio ben Chadis did not have the indentation. Because he did not have the indentation, therefore he was unable to put on the crown. So Adonio in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him, miracle. So what did he do? All of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So currently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Now she said, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything in that position. Bible said, also point out something amazing. One of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction. And I think that it's a profound lesson. Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's profound lesson on multiple levels. The one that tells us that a person can be the greatest society in the world because he needs children. So that just as like every parent should do really everything right. That at the end of the day, children have free will. Sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from no one. Even the father of the Messiah, even the father of the Messiah. Everybody has stuff in the family. Everybody thinks they know that family has a fault and there are no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has a child. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes to separate that. All of the stories have a mitzvah, all the family dynamics, just family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing anything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. Or sometimes I could be doing everything right as a parent and still not family dynamics. Such is the nature of incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadon was using Alakadena after, so the king should not have too many horses, rather just what he needs for his chariots, for Merkaf needs for his needs. Because now again, really what that means is like this. What he needs for his needs is for his personal needs, not his but of course for the military. Was because of Zalma Yavalo, he shouldn't have known, he shouldn't have too much to or rather, just when he needs Alakadena Spanish. He should have enough for his army. Obviously, he has enough money to reach for his own needs. He can also get in your army. The Kosik goes stuff with Torah Shmuel. He's writing his own Sefer Torah. Yotzi Lamachalo Oti. He goes out to war, speaks the Torah with him. Nichnasu Machnise. He comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe Betem Kuhimo. Right, he's sitting in adjudicating a case, the Torah is with him. Meisif Kipunekno. He's just sitting and reclining the Torah is there. Ne'emar, Ba'ais Sanim over Karabah, so but he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says the Rebbe said first, I think it's immediate wide lines. Now second. King should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in order the king should not be excessive in terms of his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he needs to all money behind Susim Habatlani. What can't he have? You can't get Susim Habatlani. What are Susim Habatlani? Susim Habatlani are idle horses. Idle horses are things horses just don't use. Don't keep on idle horses. It's kind of like when you see figures such as the Thomas or Haskell. How much Chazal were against Atlamas, were against being idle. Idleness is the stain of self-actualization. Idleness is the thing. Idleness is we've got it undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, Susan Baklan, Alakas Kama Bakamo, you can't be an idle person. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, you can't even have one idle horse. Lemon Harbos, Sus. Again, you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it as a super level? Violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you bring. That's incredible. The kind of because of that one alone, the reason why it's such a low. Allah fucking having this element, I think if you get a book on our shop, you must know. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for myself. Had it not said that I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The only time that there's a provision of excess is when it's for the king's bonus. But for the army to not have excess, in other words, if he needs a certain amount of serfs for his horses or his troops, that's totally fine. We should actually rack up a question to some miracle about a little bit simpler. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally he has access. He can't set himself on Yarbalo. The king can have excess gold and silver. We also have to look at the Navy, that's fine. American Navy, you shouldn't have too much gold and silver. So even the Navy Army. Low in Omar, no, so can't have access. But of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So time because of that more low. The reason he says because towards his the king himself can't have access. That's good. Allah, but had he not said this, Havamina Filippi, you cannot find that Nami low. I'm going to put can't have access even for the army. وتصفيق لها الضفة عاشر أمد الدراشة ويعبر ناشم ما يدرش okay let me take it now that we have also the books what comes out of can't get excess horses for himself the army is hard can't get excess horses for himself but reserves for national needs like the army and other things that's fine you might say by the way now lo yabba lo nashim my dad you look at also the teacher it's interesting the prohibition having more than 18 wives only applies to him. It doesn't actually apply for other people, which is fascinating. So for a regular guy, for some reason, he needs more than 18 wives. Allah says permitted, only the king has the limitation. And this actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to be strategic knowledge of the country, therefore there's a real concern about married people who are going to bring the wrong influences into his home. Incredible. But you do that, Rabbi said. So you do that. When I had contacted to one instance, I used from Avon, LF, Arbos, Susan Rakapto, it said that Shlomo has 3,000 stables, horses or lions. It said like you Shlomo Arbos, Alofin Arbos, Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so in our boy, established when you come after that, or you go to Allah, Arbos, Susan. Then Alofin established when you come after that, or you go our boy, Arbos, Susan. I don't want to show that for you. In other words, the image is saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, when depending on that, will determine the number of horses that have to either way, giving us an insight into the amount of horses. So at least I'm starting to say, we'll say first of the widest one. At least I'm trying to the super. In case of next money, there is so much wealth in days of Shalom. That money, literally again, it counted for nothing. Money was almost like that. It was valueless. Except that you can show us a case and you try to cap on it. Another part that Shalom spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that passage says money flowed like stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super a bit contradictory. First passage says that money flows like we would have no value. Then it's like about it had a value like stones. Which one is it? Khan told him Shnasa Shlomo's Bastaro. Kama Acha Shinosha Shlomo's Bas Parol. This introduces us to another subject here. We must read it like this. What Shlomo is stated and amongst those women who were two women is Bas Parol. That was a strategic marriage for lying to Bas Parol introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not stop it. And it was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became the Bas Parol that became the unreal Shlomo. That began a downward spiral. And remember again, we have all the stories linked together. He marries Bas Parol, the idolatry now will be in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. This is very ostracized. Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crown down to his son, the Chavam. Remember, it's during the Chavam phase that the monarchy is split. The Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Judah. And all of this traces itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Parol, the idolatry that came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Parol, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stolen. Things changed. The Bible says in other stuff. The Shah knows the Shlomo Bas Parol, when Shlomo married Bas Parol, Yorak Gabriel did not Kalabian. The Malach Gabriel came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Helot Sirton, and what happened? The reed began to collect sediment. The Alav Yizmashpach Rodol Shebarol. Now it's ultimately became Rome. The Bible says, what does it say? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Bas Parol created a negative trajectory for Christ. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Christ. This is such an overwhelming thing. Shlomo HaMelech thought he was just forging a strategic alliance. Because sometimes people could be smart for their own good. Trump did something, and ripple effect that ultimately created Rome. So many times in life, you react in a silent or react just self-thinking way. And you don't think about the effect that our actions can have on others, presently or again, prospectively as well. It's important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And by the way, this is good and bad. Serious, you never know the ripple effects that those can have. But on the flip side, on the positive side, you mix those. So you say, okay, this is very nice. You never know the effect on the mix stuff. I'm going to do stuff. Why is this word in general not revealed reasons for results? Famous roles is Hamani Shab and Shab Gagahol. Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Torah revealed reasons for more than two mitzvahs. The greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he said, "Sin, lo yar b'lo noshin." So the pasuk says, "King shouldn't have too many wives." And Torah says, "Why? So they should not turn his heart to idolatry." Omer Shlomo, I need arba below aser. Torah says, "Don't about me. I got this. I can marry as many women as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen." Sure enough, it's Siv. Shlomo, Nasha, as the bubble. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old and he's unable to check. So he influences him home, and his wife. So we'll bring Yabul B'Sor, I'm not mission to the palace. He's the Davidic palace. Siv. So Yabul says, the pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? Again, here the Torah says, you don't want to give me, you don't want to go back to Israel. Egypt is like the place to be, the place to go to for horses. So it's saying, king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. I was showing you, I about the law shit. So says, don't worry about me. Remember me. I have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not keeping anyone back to Egypt ever. Don't worry about it. Siv. That's it. Zimmer come next time. And sure enough, what happens? Shlomo's horses came from Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you see there's something really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rothschild knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, he finds it a little bit frustrating. The Torah doesn't get easy. I want to understand everything. And that's what I want to say. And again, we're supposed to understand things. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. The Rabbi knows human nature. Human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, that the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo says, Torah says, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you on. It's not me. I'm Shlomo HaMelech. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. I won't go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down here. Well, we'll understand that it's so incredibly important. But the almost all of knows us better than we know ourselves. But sometimes the avoda of the years is to trust the system. Sometimes we had a little bit of that involved because you know, 12 previous has truly crushed for national news. And we think to ourselves, if I don't understand this thing, it doesn't make sense. Everything I could try to sense last week, and now doesn't make sense. Sometimes we don't know doesn't want us to understand it. Because we understand that then we use the gift of intellect. Manipulate circumstances in a way that such doesn't want to check. Sometimes we don't show says, I love you, I got you. Just trust the system. But sometimes when we understand too much, that's when we can't forget ourselves and grow up. I will say, speaking with all of you today, if you've already seen one in person on Wednesday, and here's Hashem, have a wonderful day.
Like if I send you an email, Jim, there's not going to be spell check. Even if there's spelling errors, even if there's grammar issues, if I'm writing myself, it's on my screen.
I'm supposed to be able to continue
check.
and a beautiful journey in a second.
But if I send the
So I have to together, apologize that I can't even be a person about Hashem, at least we're able to learn, work together. So today, practice for how we continue in these incredible commercials. We call it on the days. 20B, besides the studio of Shlomo Hamad, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14 months up to about we love Malach Shema his monocular ray was so fast that he will over the Shamayim, right through the Elyonim, which means even the Malach, the idea of what Malach had is that level of communion even upon each other. Then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, Shema is very much tied into what is the incredible Gemara Second Gittin with Ashmazai, where Shlomo HaMelech again has this incredible battle with Ashmazai, the king of the demons, and this possesses from his throne. Now, whether that story is literal, or like the Maharal tries to understand it, it's metaphorical. The idea is that Shlomo suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning, he ruled even over the Elyonim. Then, at a certain point, he diminished, and he only ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world, Shneimar. He ruled there before Ibrahim, Yitzhak Ba'az. So he ruled again from Yitzhak until Asa. So Rav Shmuel, Adam and Yitzhak, Shofa Olam, Asa Shofa Olam. So one opinion says Yitzhak is on one side of the world, and Asa is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Yitzhak to Asa. Other opinions say, no, Yitzhak and Asa are literally right next to each other. And same as they ruled on Yitzhak and Asa, they're right next to each other, so too Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, because Shlomo ruled over the entire world. So, Rama Yisrael, then he suffered a downgrade, and he was only the ruler over 12 Yisrael. Shneimar, Ani Koheles, Na'isi Melech Al Yisrael. So, Basel, Kamalach Ela Yushalayim, and afterwards, he only ruled over Yushalayim. Shneimar, Yivrei Koheles, and David, Melech Yushalayim. So, Kamalach Al Mikasel, so after again, further stimulation, and he only ruled over his bed. Shneimar, Kinei Mikasel Shalosh. Basel, in the end, Kamalach Ela Al Machlo, he only ruled over his own staff. Shneimar, Zeh, this is my effort after all of my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Chadam Matlo, one of the things that refers to the staff, the Chadam Gundo, obviously refers to his clothes. So the idea there is very dramatic in Gemara. The Shlomo began his reign with like this vast empire influence that anything in his life, really the only thing he's ruling over, or I should say, she gets in the fact when he gets to a certain low point, he's ruling over like cloak, or just his staff. So then he tries to another discussion. Hadar aloha, the Shlomo HaMelech leading. It's full of glorious standing on our Rabbi Shmuel is my book of Rabbi Shmuel. Chad Amar Hadas. One of the reasons, yes, he was doing his strong standing. The Chad Amar Lo Hadas. One of the reasons not keeping that taking his strong standing. And Amar Lo Hadas. Melech Tehedot. The opinion that says that he's not taking his strong standing. Shlomo started as a Melech, started as a slave man, and he ended up as a Hedot. Now, Hegel doesn't mean the simple person. Of course, it doesn't literally mean simple person. What it means is he never really retained that full scope of the monarchical standing. Uman the Amar Hadar Melech the Hegel in that sense that he did regain the standing. He was king, and he became so to speak a commoner, and then he regained his monarchical footing again. Those are really profound remarks. So again, like I said, this really relates in with the Gemara in the second game about Shlomo Melech's struggles and passion that had the king of Shaping, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. You know, the nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks and valleys. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again ruling over everything in the celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes we have these expectations that are always going to be riding high, always being successful. This is not true. No one, even Shlomo doesn't have it. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece also that's fascinating, there's that beautiful idea of fitting into the sons of the Chaim. The Chaim says, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, you know what, I'm just going to change my country. I got a little bit older, I said, I'll try to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'll try to change my family. And I said, if I'm an old man or a leader, the only thing I can really change in this world is myself. A really overwhelming idea that almost at the end of the day, it's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, so that the people or the entity on the other side have to be willing to receive that impact. If they're not willing, you could give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that signs it up with saying, I was a young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor. This is when the Shlomo begins life, focusing on ruling over and impacting, affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when he gets older, he's like, you know what? I'm going to affect change on my clothes, on my staff. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing you really control in this world is who and what you become. Everything else is beyond my control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my Friva, they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what Shlomo teaches us is your stacking, your yourself. That you control. You decide the kind of person you want to be. You decide the kind of life you want to live. You decide your own path. Everything else isn't necessarily controlled. But you have control. Incredible. This is reminiscent of the Gemara. Also yesterday's daf, that the person that God had when he came to Israel was establish a king. Melech. Som tasim Melech HaMelech. Make yourself a king on you. All right, let's go back there. Only Francis Logera. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has a right, like eminent domain, the king has a right to go ahead and seize land in order to create the pathway to his property, to his house. So each king you are also Malach HaMelech. You shall be such a cause to next Melech. So in general, when the king goes out to battle, the time goes another nation. So any one of the treasuries that are seized from the subdued nation, you go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. So it makes sense that when a king comes to another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. And how do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king, and half goes to the nation. Where do you get that concept? So it was like Chaf Aleph Amud 21a, because the pasuk says, "Vayim shkula Hashem v'nagid u'litzavim." Because again, it's pasuk where it said Shlomo HaMelech. So Shlomo HaMelech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what do you see in this pasuk? Makish Nogid so Makish Nogid the Sada. So the Nogid is comparing the Nogid the king to the Kohen Gadol. Matzah of Metzalah, Metzalah, so Shita Kohen Gadol, half goes to the name, half goes to the other Kohanim, half Nogid, Metzalah, Metzallah. So Shita the king, half goes to him, and half goes to the rest of the nation. It's other thing. Well, how do you know that half goes to Kohen Gadol? Where did you get that from? The sign of Rabbi Omer, Va'isam Alo, Urbanov, Metzalah Alo, Metzalah. Because speaking about again the Quranic gift says it will be Aaron and his sons. So from there goes Aaron and that goes incredible. I was the Mishnah.
Rough times for discussed by chin pulling flips.
Somebody says how. Well, yeah, Mishnah says it's how. Well, you have a lot of notion. Elish Morris. So the Mishnah says it's how. The Halacha L'Maisa. So whenever the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. The Buddha says, Marbelohu, much like you must listen. He says he can have as many sounds like he's saying this. He can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not turn his heart away from her. Shimon says that people Akash must see a people are able to say, he can have a wife that turns his heart away from her. Well, even one wife is not allowed. So the Gemara is thinking that Rama Nema Royal. So why does the pasuk have to say you should not have too many wives? That's the kind of guy. Even if I got now, some of the wives that don't have a wasn't true. Even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, he still can't. Look at the 18. Okay. Said the Gemara the name of the judge Kavi the Krab was a familiar Mishnah. Darshan is the reason what that means. The Mishnah says a king should be more than 18 wives, and the Buddha says he could have many wives as long as they don't turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So sometimes because Darshan is the reason, or why does the Torah say he should not have too many wives? The Apostle himself says so they should not turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I but I'm still not going to come to God. And so it's right to be sure in the Mishnah doesn't Darshan the reason for so what's going on here? To which we might say, well, get harsh on me, but yet we find the opposite is true. The Samuel learned in one of the ancient Ashira in Mashkinos, and whether she is poor or whether she is rich, do not cease collateral from her. Shneimar, well, Sachbo, Beged, Amor, right? The Torah says you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. Jesus says he is still different if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, Ashira Mashkirosa, Aniya Imashkirosa. Shimon says, not true. A poor widow you can, but a rich widow you can. And again, the logic would be that a rich widow doesn't matter if she's a poverty. She's how you can. It's just like stuff. A poor widow is where it's going to be problematic. The Atok, kind of a half widow, because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you see some property, and you see some bargains, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to us, you're going to come back and give it to her, and what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is she's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a collateral issue, because they're just going to assume that something illicit is going on here. But I mean, my call, they come, they talk shot to us, that has a hospital. Because you're going to collateral from her, and you have to take collateral, that's the halal, right? If you take some collateral, the person needs not only obligated to take it from a poor widow, you have to go and return to every single thing. It's going to cause rumors. So he says, come on, Rabbi Yehuda Darshan, the Darshan, the Darshan, Rabbi Shimon is one of Darshan's. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshan's that needs to be behind the scene, and Rabbi Yehuda does not. It's constant. So Mishnah, to which the Gemara says, right, how will Rabbi Yehuda Darshan trust? In reality, in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind it. He doesn't do that. The shiny alpha, so why does he do it over here like the shiny alpha in the first time we draw? No, because here, what does he mean when he says he doesn't charge for the reasoning behind it? So that he doesn't look for reasons behind it. But he says something to do it. Here, by the wives and the king, it's different. The Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have to know Well, Yabba will should why? Because they need to turn his heart. It's not actually the time to crowd. The pasuk itself says it. Why can't, the king have too many wives. The Torah says, "V'lo yasor l'kavo." So it's harsh not to turn away from a Kodesh. Rabbi Shimon says, in general, we darshan usually baptikim into the Nichto Kava Nablo Noshim Vishno. So just like the Torah say, just like the Torah says, too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood why can't you have too many wives? We're concerned that we're going to turn his heart into the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Ana Amina, not Kamboya, the Mission Below Yasa. I would have understood intuitively why he can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. And remember, he would also be married for the purpose of keeping political allegiances. Which could ultimately again lead you to end up, with women or countries that are not don't have a proper president. So the Shimon says like this: let the Torah say the king can't marry too many women, and I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn his heart into his father. So since they're intuitive, why did the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why do you have to say it? Then she said, "Well, that's what I'm reading." People so like you're saying, because it's going to teach us that even one wife, if going to turn the king away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry. So even if he's the same quality, he's a lot of wives. But if that wife is going to have a negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. Allah ma'ani v'kain lo yabah lo yabah. I so why does the pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still he should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the mission of 10, the number of wives that king is permitted to marry, is 18. The Gemara says, Heinz Gemara said no. So where do you go? How do you know that it's true? The Gemara says, it's very interesting. How you'll do with David, born in the capital. David had sons in Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side. The Rabbi goes to the sons. First, the widest one. Amnon the Israelis. The first one was Amnon, so his wife, Achilon Israelis. Kila Abigail. Second son was Kila, born Abigail. Ishis Lamos, Ishis Avshalom ben Nachal. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Nachal. Haravias Adoniah ben Chadis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chadis. Achamishi Shefatia ben Abital. The fifth son was Shefatia, the son of Abital. Ashishi Yisrael Egla Ishas David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella, Yoldu without the Hebron, so you must listen to this. Ela, Yoldu without the Hebron, so now these are sons, six sons, born to six wives, David in Hebron. The commonly Navi, and the Navi says to David, in Ma'at Ba'osifa Lachos, Kain B'Chayim. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if these, you write 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. First unit was 6. You can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So the verse is Kahinashis, the Kahinashis, the Havaluhu, Kamisari. Right 18. Shemaski, the Ima Kahinaka, Kamisari, the Kahinashis, the Arbok, Salatin, maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that it's really a total of 24 wives. So let's add the units together. Right? I don't know. The right says support. So there is a price that seems to support that says you cannot go ahead and marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, I remind you Dar Shabbat. So according to also Darshan, it says, in the Atol Sifa Kahina, there's a button there. If you Darshan Shabbat, then Arba Mishmar, between the 24. So the Gemara says, I don't know if the rest that supports that as well. Or Yabalo Noshim Yosem, they are going Mishmar. So just to point out, there are other prices. These other prices are closely opinions that say that the king could even marry up to 48 wives. So it kind of be done my time. So what's the reason of our time that we can't say that is the Rothschild, Makish Kahina Basro, the Kahina Kahina. You equate the second Kahina, last Kahina, with the first Kahina. Mark Kahina, Kamar Shis, because the first unit of Kahina is 6. Half Kahina Basro is. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Allah again, Gemara says is that the king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Ha'avi Michal, once the Nabi reports 6 wives. Okay, what is that? What about Michal? So the wife named Egla, in a particular quote, that was actually Ramin Krishna Egla, so why was she called Egla? Shechadiva Avav Ki Egla, because she was beloved as her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good sounds strange to us, but it must have been a direct charge as a whole. But it must have been a biblical term of endearment. To call someone, an Egla, my little Egla, my beloved Egla. So again, like I said, this will go very badly for you. But for my son, this was the term of the thing. Who Omer, Rumi Farash and Meglas, he must use an eye with Shimshon, also referred to as Meglas. Okay, you can't have children. God says older, you can't mashallah, how you love God, I Yom Mosa. Yet the prophet says that Michal, the daughter of Shaul, who was wife of Governor Melech, did not have a child until the day of her death. You must never have children. Or the Kusat, Yom Mosa, Lo Hayala, Yom Mosa. What it means is, she didn't have children for most of her life. She got to the end of life, I heard that, so she wanted a child right before she passed away. So Nifty, funny like 1 second, here's a couple of Nifty, funny like a Hashem who Pesavno, even my city, Habu Shine, 4 seconds. Nothing here is taking a census, so to speak, of Government's family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see the news, Michal was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the Ark. So one of his refugees in Yerushalayim is the place before those niches were built on these streets. So government was all of his budget, all of his soul had to be Michal thought that he was acting in the disparity. And as a result of that act of disparity, she was punished by HaKadosh who died childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. And you also remember, it's not about the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This is where there was this big result. It's just an exact, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, in the throne for his own reign, I'm not going to war with Mephibosheth. He had a small amount. He set up in Hebron. The listing of the families of the whole in Hebron. Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Let's say the Michal Bashal, Mishkava Ba'adafon, the Teras Arab Davis, the Transit from the Karkel of Nation. But that also, you got it, when I say Shakla Michal, the Mitzvah, he says, the Mitzvah Fasa. Michal got a punishment, Allah Ima Adza also Maisa Hayala. Right, what it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. The Ilah Lo Hayala. After she decided enough for dancing with the Aron, dancing in front of the Aron. So after that, when she was not given any more children, I obviously by Yitzhak David owns to my children in Yerushalayim. But 1 second, the Pasuk says that Governor took additional wives, additional concubines in Yerushalayim. Lemeruye Shmona Pasar. No. That means to round up the number 18. In order to tell them you're not marrying more than 18 years. By the way, my notion of introduction was this to wise introduction and concubines. But you got what up? Notion that Suba, distribution, direction, below distribution. Wise have Suba and Kedushin, formal Kedushin. Pilakshin do not have Suba and do not require formal Kedushin. Okay. Amar Rabbi Yudam Arba males who love Haylo with David, the Kulan B'nei Yifas Governor Melech has 400 children that he fathered with Yifas war brides. That's a dramatic way of looking at whether or not that number is probably $100. But representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides, similar to this. And again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil designed for lowers, like they would let the back of their hair roll long. That's like the back of their head roll long. And that was like a singing of like old devil designed. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly with these children, Jewish, not Jewish. The Kula Yoshim B'Karshal and they all went around in chariots or carriages of things. And Mahalkim Rashi Zayasas, they led the trees of the army. And these were the strongest soldiers of David HaMelech. So it says, so what's really incredible about this, so David HaMelech, so apparently he allowed, so it sounds like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So that's the Jewish person himself, not Jewish. So the David HaMelech, again, but there was biological sons, he utilized them in his army, and they were the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. Remember, Yehuda Tamar, Basifas Tawarez. Tamar, who was the daughter of David HaMelech, who was the daughter of Eliphaz Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, so we find the name. Basifas Torah, so according to this Gaida, believe Shalom, Ma'acha Imo Yodolo the David Torah, but his extra B'Tarsi Fas Torah. So interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a warrior. Apparently, Ma'acha gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was a daughter of Eliphaz So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. David had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half-sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let me marry you. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? He said, right, it must have been that was the daughter of Eliphaz. However, technically speaking, she would have been permitted to Amnon. Okay, so the verse is Amnon Reo Shmoyer, Yonadav ben Shema ben Shema, Aki David, Ish Chacham. So now the Gemara was back to the Amnon story. So Amnon had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what does it mean very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. Remember, again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's madly in love with this Tamar, and he's madly in love. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him what you should do. And just say, tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. So this is the crazy advice that is telling Yonadav to do. So, but anyway, you are at the Kachadal Beramel. Remember, Yonadav shut up and Mishtafot Baskel. And the Ostale Ineas Abriach, Tikak, and Mishari, Tikak, Itzop Lefono. So what happened? So again, so he asked this whole plan. Pretend like you said. So again, Yonadav tells Amnon, pretend like you said. Tell the king that you need Tamar to come and go ahead and give you food. So what's going to happen? So she requested flight food. Actually, points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If Amnon is sick and he needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regular whatever kitchen, so that we brought him. He said he wants fried food. If fried food is only good if it's immediately fresh. So he wants the fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he was able to lure Tamar to him. So Amnon violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, he says he despised her. Amnon sinad b'tol lo. After he violated her, so Amnon despised her. Despised her a great hatred. So my Tama, what's the reason? She was apparently, as a result of the act of relations, a violation. So Amnon was caught by one of her tributaries, and as a result, he was wounded. He became a kushah. The first definition where a man can project into the straight stream of the sea. Or biological, whatever it is that's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. Now, when that happens, generally, so it seems that a man can't father children. That is a serious issue, and they're going to teach you that person needs to be married. So apparently, he was rendered a crush shafra as a result of the act of relations with someone. If you make sure about easy, my friend, and let him a crush on him of a aspect of shafra. So you must say, 1 second, why are we getting that? I'm actually into it. Why would you get it because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, No, it could be that I love for myself. She did it intentionally to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So that's so easy. Rather, to remind us, so what does he really say? That if people from me came about the Klal Yisrael, the women of Klal Yisrael, that their beauty was known. That the Jewish women, again, in certain times, they something to a special bracha, that they did not have hair, right, either by the pubic area or by the armpit area. So a special bracha. Now, again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have the hair there at all. And yet again, Shnei Sa'aras, 2 hairs in the pubic region is necessary to establish Shabbos, but they remove it. Not sure. So the Gemara says, so how did Tamar have hair? And then she had pubic hair. The Gemara says, Shiny Tamar, the Bas Tar. Remember again, we said before, she was brought up Ma'acha. She was not born to a Jewish mother. And as such, she did not have this particular bracha. Incredible. So now, I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar and then he despises her. It's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. But so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we have made. So what do? We often project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust. It wasn't disgusting with him, disgusting with himself. But he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't man enough. He wasn't brave enough to deal with things. What he just did, projected those feelings of disgust onto her. So Rebbe, so Tamar, because of his Latika, 2 rounds up in line. Latika, Tamar, Ika, al Rothschild. Ve'ez, Sonat, Hapazim, Shallah, Kara. So Tamar put ash on her head. She tore her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, in a very incredible act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. Tamar was incredibly brave, but she was incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Because they said, no. Because it was a shocking wake up call. And it just took it for a lot of job in America to happen to anyone. And it could happen to a young woman who was so modest. So it happened to those who are so the thing is that Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her so that women should be vigilant. Incredible. Somebody but also shocked as a result of that episode. There was a couple up on this 21 because we are so the way it came to actually Chazal was over, and she can't have these married women, not the Arab single woman. The Gemara says, what else? You could be it says if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you to come out of the Zohar. So the Gemara says, the son of your mother will incite you to observe the son of your mother. Rather, the son, this is someone who you would be alone with, you and just your mother. The son would be son could have with his mother. And no one else is committed to have but remember, one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is an Arab, someone who is prohibited to them. By the way, what it means is, up until that point in time, there was an issue of yichud on women's income. But technically speaking, a single man and a single woman, in order to get married man and a single woman, that's not an Arab. So after the so with Tamar, they said the laws of yichud apply to you. Incredible. So now again, not that else had many challenges in this time. So remember, it's not enough why laid on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adoniel ben Chagis, decided to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis means Naseh Lemor Ani Amro. David is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of David Melech's not being well, and declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown. but he was unable to. Has to put on the crown of thorns, and now why not? Because Rashi, double Rashi. Rashi Shabike Shahoma Balahoma. So Shachach Shekeshe Barosho Kesamalkus. So Adonio tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? לפי שהיה שרביט שלך בסוף חלום מדופן ודופן, ואינו מסגשם בראש על מי שיש לו חרץ בראשו, כי עדוס לבית דוד, שקרא למלכוס, ומוסו מי שאין לו. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic crown had a bar that went across the top. And apparently, male members of David Amelech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. Abraham and Chagis did not have the indentation. Because he did not have the indentation, therefore he was unable to put on the crown. So Adoniel in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? He puts chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him. So what does he do? Kulan and Tulay Tol, all of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So apparently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything. Incredible. All right, we'll say. I also point out something amazing. One of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction that exist in the Talmud. And I think that it's a lesson. The Rabbi tells us everything. And I think it's profound lesson on multiple levels. The one it tells us that the person is the greatest inside of the because he was children. So right, and just as like a parent who do really anything right, that the only way children have free will, and sometimes children do right things, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes familial trauma. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Mashiach, everybody has suffering and everybody has challenges and everybody has difficulties. Sometimes, like, everybody thinks they know that family who has a fault together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has their challenges. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes in such a depth with all of the stories in the Chumash. Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, all the family dynamics that teach us. Family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing everything right as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I can even do everything right as a parent and still not family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadam was using Elegant House, and the king's not have too many horses. God is just what he needs for his chariots, for Matach needs for his needs. The cast now again, usually what that means is like this. What it means for his needs was first personal needs, not means for that. And of course it's the military. Whereas the cast of Zallo Yabalo, he shouldn't have knowledge, he shouldn't have too much gold or silver, rather just what he needs. I look at the leaking of Spania. He should have enough to pay his party. Obviously, he has enough money needs for his own needs. He also, you know what I mean? The Kosi goes stuff to Torah Shmuel, it's beautiful to see. He writes his own Sefer Torah. He goes out to war, he takes the Torah with him. He comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. No shape of pain, right? He's sitting adjudicating the case, the Torah is with him. They sit, he cannot go. He's just sitting and reclining, the Torah is there with him. Shneimar, B'chaisa imo v'Torah b'as chayim v'Torah. So beautiful. He writes the Sefer Torah, and he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, intermediate and wide lines. Now second. Well, Yavalo Susi, he should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, the king should not be excessive in terms of his own needs. But anything for his military, of course, he what can't he have? He can't have Susim Bakwanim. What is Susim Bakwanim? Susim Bakwanim are idle horses. Idle horses aren't things horses you just don't keep on idle horses. What's that? When you see things here, such a performance of us, how much Chazal were against Bakwanim, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane Elements is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth to the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, susin baklani, alachas kama bakamo, you can't be an idle person. Incredible. Gemara says as follows. Says, good. Minayin shafilu sus achavu balo shiru b'lo yada. Again, you can't even have one idle horse. Amulomar laman harbos, sus. The after that he was effectively balo yada susinam. But again, you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it as susinam? La avotasi akol sus in violation of prohibition for every single idle horse. Incredible. The time is a Rahman Allah. So these are the reasons why you have to start to look at the king. How long, how many of us I feel to give you a fall for ourselves? The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for myself. Had it not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his party. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army, he's allowed to have excess. In other words, he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his jet. That's totally fine. You should actually recommend using miracle barbaha, the low So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, probably could have access. The cast of the Selva Yabalo, unless you didn't get access. It's not on. The cast of the Selva Yabalo, the king can't have access gold and silver. No fellow can look at the region of Spain. America, maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver even to pay the army. But no matter low in no matter that, I'm not looking at the region of Spain. No, for himself, he can't have access. But of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So time because of that one low. The reason you say it's choices for him. The king himself can't have access. That's going to be a problem. Allah, but how did that say this? How do you look at the can I find out? Now you know. I'm going to can't have access even for the army. وَتْفِيقَ لَهَا الضَّغْطَ عَاشَ بَحَمَسْ الْجَرْشَ وَيَعْبَلُ رَاشٍ مَا يَزْرَشِ Spain, and you look at it as well. It's not really also the quotes with some guidance in both of these ideas. You can't have excess forces for himself. For the army, fine. You can't have excess forces for himself. But reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. You might say, by the way, now lo yabalo noshim my dashes. Maybe you look at those. Also, teach us. This is interesting. So we should have more than why it's the only applies to the king. It doesn't actually apply to other people. That's something. A regular guy, for some reason, needs more than 18 wives. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is committed, only the king has the limitation. And the truth is, actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to be engaged in this, therefore there's a real concern about married people that are going to bring the wrong influences into his soul. It's incredible. But you do that, Rabbi said, Rabbi Yehuda went ahead and contrasted the two. One end it says, "By you, Shlomo Arbon Ela Arvos Susan Merkavto." This check that Shlomo had 40,000 stables, and the horses 4 lying. You see, by you, Shlomo Arbos Alofim Arvos Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so in Arboin Ela Stablo, are you called Ephraim? Then Allah travels how you call how you go arbos susan. I'm not sure. That's the thing. In other words, the merge is saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, depending on that, will become the number of horses that shall not have. But either way, giving us an insight into the matter of also. But these stuff doesn't sit. We'll say first of the white part. These stuff contrast to speaking. In cash of next of the Shalom money, there was so much wealth in days of Shalom that money literally again it counted for nothing. Money was always like that, like valueless. Another part that Shalom spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that part says money flows like stones, but stones still have a value. So the two argument is contradictory. First part says that money flows like real value. And it's like, it had a value like stones. Which one is this? So Kashya. Can hold them Shinosa Shomas Basaro, can Acha Shinosha Shomas Basaro. This introduces us to another subject here. So we must read it like this. What Shlomo made a mistake in that he married 2 women. And amongst those women were 2 many women in his Basparo. That was a strategic marriage to align with the king. Basparo introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo. Shlomo Melech did not stop it. It was really the marriage to Bathsheba Shlomo that really became Baskaro, that became the unreal Shlomo. That's again a downward spiral. And remember again, we have all the stories linked together. He marries Baskaro, now living in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. This is very Ashkenaz. Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crown down to his son, the Chav. I remember saying the Chavam's days that the monarchy is split. All of this traces itself back to this precarious marriage with Baskaro, the idolatry that came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. I will say this incredible joy. Already stuff. The Shah, she knows the Shlomo Baskaro. The Shlomo married Baskaro. Yored Davil the Noatz Kalabiyah. The Malach Davil came and he literally put a weed in the sea. The Hela Sirton, and what happened? The weed began to collect sediment. Ba'alav Yivna Kach Gadol Shevilon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So what's up? What is this saying? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Baskaro is even negative trajectory. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Providence. This is such an overwhelming emotional. I love what he was just forging a strategic alliance. For sometimes people get too smart for their own good. Shlomo did something, little respect, ultimately created Rome. So many times in life, we act and we think that we act in a silent way. We act, just like in a self-contained way. And we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or, again, prospectively as well. It is important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And by the way, this is good and bad. That's so many different areas. We never know the ripple effects of this. On the flip side, on the side, because okay, this is very nice. You never know the ripple effects of these. I'm not just like nickname bonus why do the Torah in general not reveal reasons for themselves? Sharish grows in this Torah time when Nick Shabbat because the Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Sorry, Torah revealed reasons for two mitzvahs. Now, more than two mitzvahs. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he did. Siv, lo yarda lo nashim. So the pasuk says, "King, you shouldn't have too many wives." And the Torah says, "Why?" So that they should not turn aside to idolatry. Amar Shlomo, I need arba below aser. So says, "What about me? I got this. I can marry the women as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen." And sure enough, Siv. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old and he's unable to check the influences in his home. And his wives are worshiping Abel Bezor. I'm not mission to the palace. It's the big palace. The pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? And again, here the Torah says because we don't want to give you, we don't want you to go back to your son. Egypt is like the place to be, the place to go to. For horses. So if the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. So says, don't worry about me. I'll have 20 horses, and don't worry, I'm not taking anyone back to Egypt ever. Don't worry about it. It's a couple of times. Sure enough, what happened? Shlomo's horses came to Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of promise. Still, there's something really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rothschild knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, we find it a little bit frustrating. It's hard to be easy. I want to understand everything. And that's what I understand. And again, we're supposed to try to understand things. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. As well as we know human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, that the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo, so the Torah says, King, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you on. This is not me. I'm Shlomo HaMelech. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. I go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down to Egypt. Shlomo will understand what's so incredibly important. But he almost like all of knows us better than we know ourselves. And sometimes the avoda of the yid is to trust the system. Sometimes a little bit of that involved. Control is thinking, thoughtful, and rational views. And we think to ourselves, I don't understand it in a sense. Everything just wanted to say sometimes the emotional doesn't want us to understand it because he understands that when we use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that Trump doesn't want it. Sometimes the emotional says, I love you, I got you, just trust the system. But sometimes when we understand too much, it's when we tend to get ourselves too much. I will say special with all of you today. If you're going to see everyone in person on Wednesday, Mir Hashem, have a wonderful day.
All in one helmet, you could go back. Like, you pissed me off so much, you give me the hiccups, dude. Oh, sorry about that, but all in one helmet is pretty funny.
I was saying, good morning. It is a tremendous supposed to be. I'm sorry that I can't be with there with you for spot. I don't have to Zoom call for good reasons, and now I'm doing remote Monday morning and Tuesday morning. I'm looking forward. I'll be back live in person on Wednesday, but Rothschild is too good. Couldn't not do it with the Kappa. So today's Kappa is 20, which I have absolutely no idea what today's Kappa is called. Based on where we are starting today. We are starting the test on the days, then TV, in the intermediate wide lines and line counts. Remember, again, we were speaking about this idea that the Gemara points out that David Amalek was married to two women, Merab and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. The Gemara is talking about the idea that how could David Amalek marry two sisters? How could that possibly be? The Gemara essentially answered that one of them was Kedusha Kalas. The Gemara said, Yossi, so Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? So Rabbi Yossi is Rabbi Yossi Hayodorish Miklos Mu'uratim. Rabbi Yossi understood that the Sukkim are really interposed. Sik. Yitzhak HaMelech HaShtei B'nei Sifa, Bas Ayasha Yodol Shol Es Admoni, Ves Miboshes, Ves Hameshes B'nei Michal, Asher Yoldo La'adriel HaMechulos. The fee. Now, one second. It says that Michal was the wife of Adriel. But Michal wasn't given by Shaul to Adriel. Rather, there's a role of Papi Ben Laish. Michal was given as a wife to Papi Ben Laish. To which he says, Elo, Makish Kedushin Irav LaAdriel, the Kedushin Michal of Papi. Rather, the Gemara equates the Navi, the Kedushin of Merab to Adriel, to the Kedushin of Michal to Papi, if it's like the 2 yards of Shaul. Not Kedushin Michal of Papi Ba'adriel, just like the Kedushin of Michal to Papi Ben Laish of Ba'adriel. This is right, David Amalek. After Kedushin Merab LaAdriel Ba'adriel. So to again, the Kedushin of Merab to Adriel was also Ba'adriel. Rabbi Shimon said, Rabbi Shimon said, Nani Haksid as Hameshes in Michal, Bas Shaul. So again, what do you expect? Once it said the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Shaul, Rabbi Yeshua, is he Michal Yalda? Michal give birth to those 5 sons? No. Pablo Merab, no. The sister Merab did. Merab Yalda, and Michal did not. Merab birthed them, but ultimately, again, Michal raised them. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not the biological mother, driving it up. Okay, I just want to point out, by the way, it's called the Rabbi Michal. Not really doing the story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, then the woman married David, was going to marry David, and giving to another man. All of this is part of the overarching story of the incredible difficulties that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king over Israel. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath, and David became like a dog and a sweetheart of the masses. And Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his life. Even though David had no monarchical aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished back in childhood for not wiping out the mother. The punishment the Shmuel Navi told him was going to happen was that the mouth was automatically going to be removed from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. And the better man, of course, was David Amalek. So this idea of getting a wife to David, putting her back from David, giving her to another man, is all part of this story of the master between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. The Gemara back to this. So the Gemara says, Merab had these 5 sons, but Merab passed away, and Michal raised them. So when you see and raising orphan in your home, if you have birth, it's beautiful idea. Biology is only part of it. but raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that just almost just as important as the physical birth. Again, the biological mother, it was Michal who went ahead and really raised his children, and he's called the mother as well, which of course is a very profound and important piece. So, in the passion of adoption, how much we recognize just how we're going to adopt raised in the life of that child. The biology might not be. The biology is the only thing that's not. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful ingredients of parenthood are all there. So there's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent. And much of it references this Gemara. Whoever raises an orphan, orphan is relative term. Person could have living parents, but if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstance, not to fulfill the obligation towards that child, or someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them. The Gemara says, Kili Yavado, this is birth that child. Incredible. All right, where does that happen? Rabbi says this concept about raising a child. If you raise a child, it's a birthday. And it says it comes from here, like Yulad ben Lenaham. It's incredible. Yos. Remember at the end of the story, so Ruth and Boaz have a son. So after they had a son, people would say, oh, Nahami had a son. Nahami had a son, but Nahami also. Nahami was older, so he had a child. Hello, Ruth Yalda. Ruth birthed the child. Hello, Ruth Yalda. Nahami did well. Ruth birthed the child, but Nahami did. Now again, even though Ruth was alive and well, but Nahami put such a trauma in this child that she raised him almost as her own. Therefore, the Navi calls this child, Oved. This child as the son of Nahami. It says, the different source of this is incredible. This Yolda as Yared Avidar, Ela B'nei Bisya Bas Paro. So they just to give the context. The part that the Gemara is talking about over here is from Divrei Hayam. It's like Yolda as Yared Avidar, as Kever, and Sofo, as Bisya, and Zador. Ela B'nei Bisya Bas Paro. So what's the part is talking about here? Bisya is the daughter of Paro. The story of Paro's daughter who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. Chazal called her, the Rabbi calls her Bisya. Now, whether her name was Bisya or that's just a specific name, Bisya is Bas Kol, the daughter of Ishmael. So listen to this, get ready for this. So Bisya birthed all of these children. Now, I think it's important to point out that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Nabi says, Bisya, the daughter of Paro, birthed Moshe. So I exactly be more about what are you talking about? Oh, sorry, merit. Let's see why. Merit. So if down tells us it's really incredible. The daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Merit. Who was Merit? So the Gemara says Merit Zeh Kalev. Wow. Merit was Kalev Bayim. I belong in the Krishma. So why was he called Merit? Shemar Ba'asas Muraki. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against the spies. All the spies belonged to Israel. But Kalev, right? Two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua Benor. Kalev and Yifun Yeshua Benor were the only two spies who rebelled to Moshe. So therefore he was given the inheritance he rebelled. So first of all, we understand. Kalev ben Yeshua marries Paro's daughter, which also tells us that the Pashtos, Paro's daughter left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that?
Hey, how are you?
All right, incredible. 1 second. If you yelled up, 1 second, but it's she first Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu. Hello, this year. Had a birthday, but this daughter of Harold raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She took him in friendship from the Nile, and she raised from some segment of time. Incredible. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu, the birth of Moshe. The out of Israel, I'm following Yaakov, Yosef's son. 1 second now. The possible surface of the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. Yosef birthed the tribes, was the first, the widest, and the first, the widest lines. Hello, Yaakov Yala. Yaakov birthed the tribes. You wasn't ready for this for a while. Hello, Yaakov Yala is who Yaakov birthed the tribes. Yosef killed them. But Yosef last Yosef acted reveals his identity to us. I always support you for the remainder of region. I played that Parshas by these Parshios. So Yaakov's first titles have been on Yosef sustained them during famine. Yosef is considered to be one who birthed them.
I mean, when you like,
I'll say second wide line on the bottom. I don't know why I'm going to
steroid or
teach your friends the song of Torah. Birth that child. Aaron emotion. Because it said Jewish generations of Aaron. It says Sif, the Ilish Mosbeni Adam. So again, it's interesting. It says that the Lashon of the Pasuk is Ilish Mogos Moshe Al Yom Yira Hashem, and the Ilish Mosbeni Aaron have a fun of the David. These are the generations of Moshe Aaron, but then it only goes on to his Aaron. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, Lomar L'cha Aaron Yalad, Moshe Lubei. Aaron birthed them, but Moshe Rabbeinu taught them Torah. Therefore, therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. So let's see these different ideas in this. You see, on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, and then again, you are considered as if you birthed them. You support someone materially, is considered as if you birthed them. You taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birthed them. I think the beautiful idea is it's kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if we have a lot of different parental figures in our lives. Incredible parents who brought us into this world. Some of the parents who bring me into this world are also the ones who financially support me. Right? Certainly all parents that were young and give me that, but they might also be the ones who go ahead and spiritually support me. And they also might be the ones that are what our biological parents who we won't stop shopping. But sometimes life works in different ways, and our biological parents do their life function, which I was happy to watch as a child. But then the idea of my life who infused those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachem from Hashem. El Beis Yaakov Hashem. Padas Avram. If you hear from Afinush Yaakov Shepadol Yaakov, where do we find that Yaakov in the passage? Yaakov redeemed Avram. Where do we see that? From Rabbi Yehuda, Shepadol Yitzhak Yirukon. Incredible. So apparently that takes count. Rabbi Yehuda was supposed to have 12 sons. He had 12 sons. And obviously with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu experienced. Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, redeemed Avram from the difficulties of having 12 sons. We start giving money. And it should go Ata Yevosh Yaakov, go Ata Yevosh Yaakov, the other go Ata Panevi, other Sid, fight. But Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, saved Avram Avinu from the difficulty of all of these things. Sid Palti, Sid Palti, was his known again, so before that. Shaul and married our brothers to a man by the name of Michal as a wife to Talpi bearing lineage. So now the Gemara points out that we are one place that calls him Talpi, another place that calls him Talpiel. So I'm going to be open on this incredible Gemara. I'm going to be open on I'll see Shmuel. His name was Talpi. I Balama Mikra Shmuel Talpiel. So why was he also called Talpiel? Shepalti Min Ha'adera. Ultimately, again, he saved himself from sin. Allah is like he extricated himself from sin. Now, what happened? Helping the Ryan understood that something was up with the marriage. Like Charles said it wasn't. So whatever is happening, helping the Ryan realized it's the choice. It doesn't really have a choice but to try. But he also wasn't sure if this woman Michal was now quote unquote his wife. Is this woman a married woman? Is she married to Doug? Is she not married to Doug? So Papi the Rayish is in overwhelmingly difficult circumstances. He's married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not that's committed. So what's it? So therefore, his name was Palti. But descriptively, the only called him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shep Palti Kelmin Adira, because it's Hashem's assistance to be able to save himself from sin. What did Paltiel do? What did Paltiel do when she was saving himself? He's going to get ready for this. Not Sarah in Olivera. He put a sword in the bed between himself and Michal. And he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, people intimate with each other, whoever engages in intimacy will be stabbed with the sword. Now, what he was showing was that as much as he desired this woman was not committed to him. At least he wasn't sure whether or not she was committed. And therefore, again, he would not allow himself to be intimate with her, putting this one in the middle of the bed as a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in this pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. That's it. He calls him her husband. Because he took care of her as a husband takes care of his wife. In other words, he looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy and a fear what the repercussions of that would be. But the Rabbi said that when she left, right, when she was given the portion of the pasuk is so ultimately, again, when she is taken from Palti Ben he's crying. So why was he crying? The Gemara says, while they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-restraint. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she was no longer living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, what does it mean? He delivered her. Avia Ben was one of the generals of Davanella. Delivered her until Bachurim. But they made themselves like young people who never tasted his worship. In other words, that they were saying themselves, as well as they just what does it mean? Self-control is self-esteem, one of the hardest things, especially in medicine, one of the hardest things, especially again, when you can justify doing what you want to do to satisfy your desires, yet you delight it because of imagine all of those years next to a woman who is also known as a very beautiful woman, who is technically your wife, but you're not sure if she's committed to you, not committed to you. Everybody exercises this regulations. Just hopefully well means this very beautiful segue. Incredible. So Rabbi Yosef, Kachosha Yosef, and Bisanusa Shalboaz. As great, so literally again, it means strength of Yosef, the humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Dover Gadol Shal Yosef, Dover Kavod Shal Boaz. The greatness, essentially means like this, the greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, Kachod Shal Boaz, and Bisanusa Shalboaz. The greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Palti Ben the house of Kachod Shal Yosef, and Bisanusa Shalboaz. Remember, like Yosef is interested in the life of his heart, tries to seduce Yosef each and every day, and Yosef resists temptation. Now, the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz is. What happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the process was another as kind of this thing that's on the glass loss. The risk when Boaz is sleeping in the room, Puss comes in there at the advice of Naomi. She lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes. And Naomi says, okay, Boaz will tell you what to do. Boaz was a single man. Russ was a single woman. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Ruth gets done whatever they do. The ability to have such self-restraint, not to sin, and not to engage in almost sufficient. Now again, what is the Gemara transition to Yosef? See, Yosef, it was possible also, these baby stories, like who among us will have this level of self-restraint and self-control? See, Yosef, interesting people was a married woman. Married woman, like they weren't alone together at night. Right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, to this age, people are kids around when there was no one else at home. But here, you see, so Yosef had certain things that could be utilized to resist. Married woman. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single, and yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and do this. What does the Gemara says? It was in the middle of the night. Vayechalat ha'ish. Vayechalat, he was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. Vayivachis. What does it mean vayivachis? So the sun was rushing in this place. So literally again, his skin, his flesh became like a turnip. So that actually comes out over here that it's a reference taken when he came around. Again, lest you think that Boaz wasn't tempted by looks, that would be he was. Like now said the stars were actually Vishtos, he literally was flesh became like the turnips, meaning actually his passion became aroused. And even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz did. Chavam 28. Takol Shabbat and the Sanuso Shabbat the Ranch to Dam. And again, this is Boaz was. Boaz is at the self-restraint. You know, in comparison to Papi the Ranch, just Kidama, just before. Because Papi the Ranch, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, Papi the Ranch with that sword in the middle had to resist the temptation to do intimate with him. Incredible. I will say, yeah. I want to put that thing right here. Just for the shop. I'm going to open it. Night is Sid. Rabos Bonos Asopel. It's just kind of, like, what does it mean when it says Rabos Bonos Asopel? Many women, right, have done glorious things. Rabos Bonos Asopel. What does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Say Yosef or Boaz. It's actually interesting that it's not the same over here that it's referring to Bonos or referring to Yosef and Boaz. At least Bono, you surpass them all. Zeb Halti. I'm not sure what Yosef. My tip, Shakira in the Hevel Yofi. What does it mean when the Pasuk says, you often H-Scout? Remember, H-Scout in general is never false. What does it mean when it says Shakira in the Hevel Yofi? It's literally false. Right? Shakira or pain, favor is false. Hevel Yofi. Beauty is nothingness. Sheker Achim Zeh Yosef. Yosef was able to see through the facade of the beauty of Asia's Potiphar to recognize that she was just a beauty. The Hevel Yofi Zeh Boaz. Boaz was able to resist the temptation as beautiful as this was. Yiras Hashem is hollow. Zeh Halti Ben Laish. Davar Acher. So before you get to Davar Acher, I'm going to point out something amazing. You know, in general, it's always interesting when Chazal almost like the person suffering. Oh, you're suffering is not so bad. Look at that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is also. It's just important to understand Iman is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. Really what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, getting over to Olam did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Like Yosef had his struggle with his Potiphar, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Yos, and Papi the Lion had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every devotion gives us, it sounds like a little bit almost like Christ. Gives us struggles that we can handle. And it only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. See, each of these men faced overwhelming challenges. But the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were. Halti Ben Lions needed that challenge, and Boaz needed his challenge, and no one was given the challenge. Other trouble gives us the tools that we need to get the challenges in this incredible. We must fight them. Mas dobra, ten sekret, he's the girl of Moshe. Finish the Moshe later. We have no feet. Zed girl of Yoshua. Yiras Hashem keeps his hollow. What does it mean again? Yes, Zed girl of Shafiskia. So again, it's quite beautiful. The world sees over here. Interesting enough, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi points out, Dor Shamosha the Yeshua, Askuba Torah Harbi, Dor Shafiskia Yos Shamihem. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, Sheker Achein Zed. Dor Shamosha means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy, they saw us they thought had a superficial material face. They were speaking spirituality. The Hevel Yofi, and again, Yofi just the physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty, was nothing? That was the generation of Yeshua, which was also speaking holiness. But again, as great as the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yeshua was, but nevertheless, Yiras Hashem says, hello, fear or reverence by the 12. In other words, what's the highest level? That was the generation of this year. Now we're going to talk more about this. Rashi points out that here something so beautiful. Rashi points out that in the days of Hiskia, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara. I want to now appreciate that. What happens when you get to a city of Tumah and Tara? Let's be honest, all of us look how far is this going. Right? What is this going to be? I have a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself a minute. I'm not running away. But none of us are taught Tumah and Tara. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Tumah and Tara we've learned, whatever reason we say, your children, men, women, children, everyone was versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the Davar Achana possibilities. Shekar HaChaim is the Dosh of Yoshua. So Shekar HaChaim refers to the greatness, the spiritual beauty of the generation of Moshe and Yoshua. The Hevel Yofi, Zeh Dosh HaChizkiah, Yiras Hashem Hitis Halo, Zeh Dosh HaChizkiah. Greatest generation, the greatest generation was the generation of Rabbi Yehuda. What happened in that generation? Amru Allah Rabbi Yehuda. Shahayu Shisha Tamidem Miskasim Bekamas Achos. In the generation of Rabbi, you had 600 Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning. Look at what the Rashi says over here. This guy's with our second short lines. I mean, they were so poor. And yet they were so deeply devoted to Torah. So there was just some kindness. So to be honest, like if a person has all the material, the spirituality, those are paid us money in the bank, notifications, things are good. It's obvious that I have to work on my own. Right? It's obvious. I'm not taking all the directions. And the generation of Hebrew light, they're poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial stress knows that sucks the life. Because you can't pay a bill, you can't keep your head financially above water. It saps all of your energy. And that generation of Hebrew light is so poor. Despite all of that, it still requires a level of proficiency. It's useless, complex, 6 people sharing one clothes, but yet still so ugly, so connected to the development of that said the Gemara was the greatest generation. The truth is, if you think about it, that sometimes the greatest metric of our spiritual success is really what happens to our spirituality. Like you said, anyone can be spiritually connected to I got this one meaning, those who don't think are going to be spiritual. But what happens when things are difficult? There's so many things. That's the truth about spiritual. I don't say Mishnah. Your Gemara is not over. We got plenty today. Mishnah. Neis Lomes. So let's say now the Mishnah is talking about the halachos of the king. Neis Lomes. If the king loses one of his close relatives, in the Yotzi and Pesach culture, he does not feed the palace. It's interesting enough to know by the Kohen Gadol, there was a Makol test. The Kohen Gadol, not that the king, the Mishnah says, does not feed the palace. That's the kind of comment. And Ruder says, no, let's say second. The Yotzi, Ruder says, no, not sure if the king wants to leave the palace to go to the Zion, he can do so. Shekim Matzina B'David, Shiyotza Achami Paso Shal Afim. David followed the funeral here. He went to the Rabbi of Abner. Abner Ben Ner was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul's son, Mephibosheth, for him. Later on, he wants to come to David Amelech's side. Well, one of David Amelech's generals, Yoav, executes him because he feels that he could not be trusted. So we're going to see that this is a dramatic fight because people thought that David and Abner was very David Amelech triple by we're going to see a great tragedy and nothing to do with the death of Abner. Shneimar, Amelech David Homed Achan Hanito. David Amelech was walking behind the funeral here. The Gemara goes on. He says, Amalei, go Hayah David El Lefayis. essentially don't bring rice and double stuff. I don't know if we went to the funeral of Avner in order to calm the people. The people were upset, they were angry at him. Also, and when they give the king the Sudas Haba, remember the Sudas Haba is the meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mourner eats when he or she comes back from the Sunday. That meal is provided for by the community, which is very good. And the king eats the Sudas Haba, Hala'am Mukusim, Yisubin Ala Aretz, Umis Hala Dargash. Everyone sits on the ground, and the king sits on a Dargash. And what the Dargash is, we'll have to see here Hashem in just a little bit. Good, it's fine. It says in the Torah, Welcome Shnagu Noshim Lase Sakramita Yosos, the Fnamita Yosos. So now, when women participate in Malabaya, if the custom of the place is that the women walk in front of the funeral pier, they walk in front. If they walk behind, whatever the Minagamakam is. The Mina Ruda says the Olam Noshim Fnamita Yosos. Women always go in front of the funeral pier. Because how do we know that we walk in front? Because David went behind the assumption is men and women are separate. We were separate, we didn't have a Lavaya, we're separate. So therefore, David left behind the funeral here, it must mean that the women were in front. In the Spicer, that's not true. We can't just leave it around there because there, David points to the Lavaya and there for us to come. Like we said before, he went to the line in order to calm everyone. So what happened? He said, David Yotzim Ben HaNoshim, V'nichnas Ben HaNoshim, Yazim HaNoshim, V'nichnas Ben HaNoshim. David went from the men to the women, to the women to the men, because he was trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he has nothing to do with the death of Avner. Shnei, I will say first of the wide line. Shnei, Alidu Kala Amachol Yisrael, Kilo Haisam Mehamelech Lahamit. Again, as a result, everyone knew that it was not Donald was not involved in the death of Avner. Darsh Kala might have said, Avot Kala Amra Havlos, that's David. Siv Lahachros, Lakarina Lahavlos. It's interesting. The way the party is the entire nation came, it's written, Lahachros means to cut off. But we read it as Lahachros, which means to sow. So the Gemara says, so what happens? Lahachros, in the beginning, they wanted to kill David because they thought that he was responsible for the death of Avner ben Ner. Less self-also, but in the end, they came to join us in the meal of consolation. I'm not thinking about it. If they man and by the way, why was Avner punished? Right? Why? Avner was killed by Allah, but why did he deserve to die? If this higher lonely post was shot over listen, this is really incredible. Avner ben Ner had the ability to go ahead and object to Shaul. As we mentioned before, Shaul really unfortunately tried to prevent all of this. They actually failed to kill him, although Shmuel told you to lose him. Then when he sees so simultaneously, David HaMelech is having a meteoric rise on the Irish. He kills Goliath, and rises providence. So Shaul sees David as a threat. So instead of Shaul introspecting or recognizing the chase, I mean, that's interesting. Going to give it to David. He instead totally just like rejects David HaMelech and makes David into the enemy of the state. So Avner ben Ner had a fun seat for all of this behavior, and he had the opportunity to stop, or at least to say, Shaul, stop, don't do it. But it's a different discussion. But he had the opportunity to object, and he didn't do so. Because of that failure to object to Shaul's irresponsible behavior, Avner ben Ner is held responsible, therefore he died. He was killed. That's not true. Yitzchak says he did object. Avner ben Ner, he objected to Shaul's behavior, but nevertheless, he wasn't listening. Shaul didn't listen to him. Which near the back of us, both of these are exactly the same person. Raikkonen HaMelech al Avner, Vayomer HaKamos Novo Nomos Avner, Yadech al Asuros, Raglecha Lo Yechishkayin Tibash. So it's literally the possibility. David HaMelech mourned, right? He mourned over Avner. He said, HaKamos Novo Nomos Avner died like a guilty person, like a regular person. Avner, your hands were not bound, and your feet were not bound. So the one who says that Avner never never like to completely get Charles behavior, comfortable so down the same. There's a philosophy, but that will only shine with us. You might come up, I'm there. Your hands went down, your feet went down, why didn't you object? So it's an indictment. It's an indictment. That as much as Dublin is morning over the loss of Avner, Avner, you had a chance to step in, you had a chance to stop Charles from running off the rails, and you failed to do so. Nothing was stopping you. It was only you who stopped you. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, man number is not low now, yeah? The one who says, no, that Avner did object. The Charles see? So you need to become a concept is more like that. Question. Most of our youngest. Why should nobody die? Just like sorry, why should Avner die? Like a regular person, like a guilty person. You're definitely not alone with dying. The name of the Imakis, right? Your arms and your legs were not down, and that's why you objected. But even though you objected, shoulders is in my time. His father maybe they outline of control. So why did you suffer such a terrible fate? If you objected to shoulders. All right, from under me, right? I understand. Funny thing that said that Avner did object to shoulders. Why did he die? I was killed. So I was killed. My time, I'm not sure that he's got the Shah Malchus is Stein. So as remember, as we before, after Shaul supported Shaul, some negotiations. As a result of that, the leading establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 2.5 years. Because of the leading establishment, the Davidic monarchy was exactly the same. It's really incredible. Both sides. So many like incredible, profound lessons of this culpability. I'm my own business. I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not culpability. It's not true. If you see something terrible happening, don't stop it. At least try to stop it. There's absolutely culpability. There's also culpability for procrastination. Avner Ben Ner is held accountable. Why? Says he was for what opinion? Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 2.5 years. Who cares? Who cares? It happened at the end of the day. Procrastination is an thing. How that's throughout the Shari. The Shari has measles. He says, why does the person need to be zealous? He says, because the greatest tool, right? Alacrity. To do things with a zeal, to do things immediately. Because the greatest tool of the Yizar is procrastination. And look at that stuff shown. That when you do not do something immediately and you procrastinate, chances are not going to happen. But it's the greatest tool of the Yizar procrastination. And therefore, again, failing to do something in the first moment to do it is thinking of itself sin. Procrastination is an habit. Incredible. Let's go back there. So remember again, this was said that when they come to have the little translation with the king, everybody says, well, the king says in a Darvish. Because my Darvish, what's a Darvish? I mean, I understood the Darvish. So literally translated, a good luck bed. What's a good luck bed? Rashi says, well, Darvish, I said the Darvish. It's like across from that first last short one in the Quran. Not again, how you land off, you have a short one by to a holy statue, right? And with a Mazla by to nothing, we shouldn't. So that's interesting. So apparently, people used to have like an extra bed and an extra table, and it was supposed to be like a simon, like a sign for growth. I guess the logic is like this. If you have an extra bed, that means you're anticipating more people. An extra table, you're anticipating more food. So these things would have, they were symbolic. If people would have them in there, people would have them in their house. So the Gemara says, so what's a guy? Ula says it's his good luck bed. The king would sit on the good luck bed. Does that make any sense? So up until now, before the king lost his belt, he never sat on a dargish, and then that's the big shit like this. Dargish, how does that make any sense? The Gemara says, not necessarily, not Kushia. Dilma maybe the Hadi Asino Shia. Dada Ibno, so again, so probably it's the same kasha. In other words, that at the end of the day, it's almost like saying, now there's a certain food you never ate, or a certain drink you never drank. So now stop the drink. You can eat that food, the food doesn't make any sense. Ella, Ikasha, Ikasha. Dargish, it's our result, a result for it. Dargish, a little bit of background. You learn this in sense of my cut. So one of the practices we used to have for our business was to see us. They would overturn the banks. overturn the bed is in the morning. Those are the beds. Now, again, the logic behind that is, remember, your beds often have like a straw mattress. Straw takes on human form. I guess that's what it is. Death is considered to be a ratio of the human form. It's such a return of the bed. So the Gemara says, a dargish, you don't have to overturn it. Rather, what do? You so cold. Just stand it up. Stand it up, then it's not going to be used. These are like the arts of the gadol, and if you think it's a good luck bed, and I, if it's already close up, why don't you have to turn it over? But I mean, there's a professional so, like, when the other has to do, I must say, by the way, we don't do this anymore. Yes, we don't. You know, besides my cousins, we try to stop. Because these were accused of teaching people thought that he was like a sorcerer. Practice stop. So the Gemara says, that's the halacha. And that's the kofis mikasa. When there's other overturns his bed in the house, lo mikasa, the body kofis doesn't only overturn his own bed, and a komiko shish, and shaka bites. So basically, overturn all the beds in the house, so right kofa. So my question, so it sounds like even a garbage should be overturned. Whereas my question, maybe a darkness is just considered to be a bed that is normally used like to place utensils on the honey. And place them in your bed just to kill, and here's another close. You have a bed that's not used for sitting or sleeping, but you use it to put stuff on it. That type of bed does not have to be overturned. Kasha. Shmuel says, Dargish, not that, not your practices, is not the name. How do you do Dargish? You're not. Untie the knots, and like the platform of the bed just falls out. Remember again, the social over here is a frame. It's like a ladder. This ladder was tied to frame. So if you want to render it unusable, just untie the knots of the ladder mat, and then you just fall down, you no longer have the bed. Rule of the these are the gadol, and if it's a the gadol, you can use it. It's like nuts, it's all these nuts. What he also so the distinction is, it wouldn't be going to see the bed if you not have this type of nodding stuff. He also had this under the Avimel, the Tachlipa Shnei, the Shech Shika de Luzai, or the Tachlipa, what apparently spent a lot of time in the leather. So only my target, what the target are Salah. Now she says the Salah Mita Shalar, the Tobin Resource or Sabi, because she also so open our resource are so what is the target? The target is answer the Salah, it's a bed, and the leather mat is wrapped over the sides of it. Okay. On target was a cup on the base, 20B. Target. Silugo Mitoko, Mito, Silugo Mitogaba. So a dargish apparently, with high leather mat in, we're suggesting over here into the sides of the bed, versus a Mito, you take the mat and you pull it over, extend it over the sides and tie it like that. Basically, when creates when does it doesn't when does it create? What do you think? When is it the Kabbalah? When is it the Kabbalah? Amita Valisa Misha Yashufam Bahar Adam. So if you have a mita, you have a bed where you coat it with fish oil. You coat the frame with fish oil. That's 1 second. Even from this legacy, but if a bed and you let it extend it over the side, then why do you have to coat the frame with fish oil so that the end of the day is going to be covered anyway? So the says, really means literally you rub it with the skin of the fish. Okay? So the Gemara says, so if anywhere you're going to have the leather mat extended over the sides, why do you have to smear the frame with anything? To which the Gemara says, rather, once they put the daggers in the mat is actually tied into the sides of the frame. So the Gemara says, well, what's the difference? Dargish Auli Bafuki Bav Kasa. So the Gemara says, what's the difference? The difference is that a mita, apparently, a mita is tied into the actual sides of the frame, versus a dargish is tied into loops that are attached to the frame. Maybe Allah can sing a meal. Allah calls the sing a meal. Amar Yaakov Bar Aminita Shekha Yotzi Zokun B'Sachar. Let's say the first one the Gemara says that the halacha follows the sing a meal. Okay, so again we saw that the halacha follows the sing a meal. Good. And furthermore, the Gemara also says That's what Rabbi Ami says. So first of all, it sounds like the final distinction between the darkness and between meat. Interestingly enough, is actually how the mat itself is attached to the bed. So is the mat tied into the actual frame, or is the mat tied into the loops that are on the frame? So that used to be the machlokas over here. Not machlokas, two different types of beds that we have. Good. And again, the Gemara says that Allah shouldn't says gardish, matir kadush. The only thing for gardish is untie the loops, or untie the ropes that are tied to the loops. The metal, the leather mat falls down, and that's enough for everything. That's enough for everything. Now, again, just a full circle. The king, when people come, when the king is in the morning, the king sits on the gardish. Everyone else sits on the floor. A regular person pulls out the loops of the gardish, the leather mat falls to the ground, rendering it unusable. Mind this is a one last halacha that if you have like a canopy bed, bed with holes, then halacha l'maisa is built in the guy. All you need to do is kind of like put it up on its side, and that's it. You don't have to start turning it because like the hole, just put it up on its side, and then you can incredible. All right, most of it, here we go. Couple of big 20 minutes. Emotion will come as harishos. Emotion will come as harishos. Application shall back. The king has the ability to go ahead and take out the population, take out the army to a Muhammad's eliminated settlement idea to get against the wars. Muhammad's mitzvah, which is either the conquering or taking security by itself. And Muhammad's trust territorial expansion resources. So if the king wants to take out the army for a Muhammad's an optional one to do so, but he needs the permission of the Sanhedrin. Furthermore, this is like eminent domain. The king has the ability to go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. Let's say he needs to access, so to go ahead and make it happen for himself. The even after the other, no one should object. That's almost here. Furthermore, when the king takes someone else's property to use it to make a path to his own for his own needs, there's no limitation. To make that road, to make that pathway as wide as or as large as he needs it. The color on both is in the nose and the low. And the other goes out where it goes back to spoils. The other goes back to spoils. Who knows Rothschild is doing? The king has the right to take first crack at the spoils. But he gets first choice about what he wants to go ahead and take. So the rest is fine. So the first one it was, king could only take the army out from the summits of trust or optional war, which is a mission on the side. So we learned this already. We've done this before. Emotion will come over we already learned this. Previous mission, we learned this already. King can only take out the army for Muhammad's trust with David's permission. Which must be right. I need to kind of come in the Melech. And then you will see Muhammad's trust. Right? But once we're on the topic of the king already, we're just talking about all of the halachos of the king. And if halacha mention including this, I'm going to do that. Let's say trust white line. I'm a shmuel. Kol ha'omer reparshas melech mutavah. So let's say this is crazy. Anything that is written in the section regarding the king is allowed to do. Now, specifically Rashi just said, Rashi the parshas melech. Rashi says, the sefer shmuel, Nechem u'vino sefer yikach. Now, again, remember, Shmuel Hanavi, when the people come to Shmuel, they want a king. So Shmuel says, just be careful what you wish for, because the king has a lot of can constrict your sons and daughters. A king attacks you. So now the Gemara says, everything that Shmuel said about a king, actually a king has a right to do. Shenanmar. So I'm sorry. That's Shmuel. Shmuel says, whatever Shmuel Hanavi said that a king could do, tax you and constrict the kids, he has that power. Naturally, Shmuel was unhappy that they asked for a king. Felt was inappropriate. And therefore, Allah again, he said a lot of stuff in order to scare them. But the Jewish king cannot actually do all the things that Shmuel said he could do. Again, we'll define the portion. They must place the king upon you, namely, that you have to fear the king. You have to fear the king. The king, a monarchy only operates if there's a sense of fear and reverence. So the Gemara says as follows. And Yossi says, so Yossi, like Shmuel says, that whatever what our Shmuel Yossi says, that whatever is said in the section in the Navi Shmuel about the king is allowed to do. Yehuda really says no. Remember, Parshat Elokei La'ayna. Not true. Shmuel just said a lot of stuff and wanted to go ahead and make the people scared. You get them to really think a little bit more about whether or not they actually want the king. Shnei so Tasim Alech Hamelech Shekinah and Muscle Alech. Basically, behind you, literally again, what is this mean? Fear and reverence of the king should be a how you are Yehuda on the Yehuda says it's incredible. People mitzvahs can stand each other for yourself. Also, at least Lali was commanded to perform 3 mitzvahs when he entered into Eretz Yisrael. Number 1 is to establish a king. Number 2, the Hasbis Zarash, to wipe out a molest. And number 3, the Lignos Lahan Beis HaBeis, to build the Beis HaBeis. Establish a king, wipe out a molest, build the Beis HaBeis. Rabbi Norai says, Lo ne'em ha'parsha zubla kineged harumas. Rabbi Norai says, the truth is the whole section of Shmuel was only there because Kabisol was the king. They asked for a king in an inappropriate way. Shneimar, the Amarta Asima Alai Melech. So he's actually quoting from the pasuk in Dvarim, where the Torah says you will come to the land. And Kabisol will say, place upon us a king, Chol HaGoyim, like all of the nations. Kind of Rabbah says, Omer is the king of Shebadar Hogan. I'm sorry, Omer, Omer, the king of Shebadar Hogan Shalom. The truth is, the elders of the generation asked for a king in the appropriate way. No, Manu Melech was Shaftim. Going back to the Shmuel story. When the elders approached to ask for a king, they asked the appropriate way. They said, give us king to touch us. About Amir Arshavai Tokonu. Again, the Amarats and the ignorant ones, they ruined it. What did they say? They said, we wanted to be like that. The elders, when they asked, they said, we need a king. We need someone to support us. We need someone to inspire us. The whole thing, the other people, they just wanted just to all the other nations. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi says, there's one thing people we mentioned before. Rabbi Yossi says as follows. Shalosh mitzvos nestablish shalosh mitzvos. So Rabbi Yossi was given 3 mitzvos. What were they? The Hanula Melech, to establish a king. The Hachri Zara Shalmalek, to wipe out Amalek, the Lignos from Beis HaBeis, and to build the Beis HaBeis. And I don't know which one comes first. What's the proper order? Tishu Omer, Yad Al Keiska, Milchama Lashem Ba'amalek, Habe Omer, Lahamid, Lahem Melech. So again, based on this concept, we'll explain this Russian just a little bit. It appears that the first order of business is to establish a king. We need Kisei, because Kisei is Melech. Remember, first looking Kiyad Al Keis Ha. So again, it's a little bit of a play where it's Keis, Kisei. Milchama Hashem. So again, it sounds like first. Remember, this is talking about the war against Amalek. But before it comes about the war against Amalek, it's Kiyad Al Keis Ha. So which means first is the Kisei. First is the monarchy, and then the war with Amalek afterwards. Elamel Shneim Arpa Yasher Shema Kisei Shalosh Menara. V'adayin in Yodea. In Livnos Land based on the fear of the law, or the Hachri Zara Shalmalek. Here's what we know, right? So first order of business is establish a king. What comes after that? Amalek or Beis HaMikdash. Omer Be'eliach V'Nikoi Beithem. V'ayah Makam Hashem Yudkar. I'll be Omer L'Hachri Zara Shalmalek Kila. So we see over here, if you look at the order of the Sukkim, it says Hashem will give you respite, or will give you success over all of your enemies, and then it comes up with the Beis HaMikdash. So ultimately, the order of the king, wipe out Amalek, and then ultimately again build the Beis HaMikdash. The Omer, L'Hachris Zara Shalmalek Kila. The Chim David Omer, V'ayik Yashar Anah Sal Beis Hashem Yeklon Yisrael. Did David again? David sat on his throne. He sat on his throne in his home, and then Hashem allowed him to be successful over all his enemies. And then it says, ultimately, again, the David says nothing. It's not like I'm sitting in a beautiful palace. You see, David king, right? David king, vanquished his enemies, Amalek, and then basically, there wasn't the U.S. indicates that that indeed is first you establish a king, then you wipe out Amalek, and then basically, and it was found in the because it's not just about the evolution of the power, it's also the evolution of the right. One first thing, so Pasima left. You are the king over your life. You are in charge of you. The buck of life stops with you. So often we outsource our success to the people, and we blame other people for our failures. Things didn't go well. At the end of the day, Som Tasim Alecha Melech. Anoint you over you. Make yourself a king over you. You king over your castle. You are the king over your domain. You are the king over your life. After that, after you take personal autonomy and responsibility over your life, then address your amalek. Then address your amalek. Identify, what are my shortcomings? What are my problems? What are my difficulties? What are my challenges? What are my handicaps? What's my amalek? And now that I am the king over my life, I can let out my amalek. After you exercise personal autonomy, you identify your amalek, and you try to the best of your ability to eradicate it, then and only then go above the then you can build your personalistic business and growth. What's the double there for today? Yes, everyone. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
And bigger, better. 2025. Kids did the same. Keep it moving. Thank you guys for riding along with me. A lot of ups and downs throughout the years. We've been in our hot second.
They'll say, good morning. It is a tremendous physical to be able to do. Thanks again. Sorry that I can't be there with you in person. Actually, I had a Zoom call with the regimes, and I'll be doing remote session Monday morning and Tuesday morning. But I mentioned much forward to be back live in person on Wednesday. But Rothschild was like too good. Couldn't not do it with the cover. So today's back is cost 20. Absolutely no idea that today's back is based on where we are starting today. We are starting the test on this base 19B in the intermediate wide lines 10 lines down. So remember again, we were speaking about this idea that the Gemara points out that David Amalek was married to two women, Merab and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. So the Gemara is talking about the idea that how could David Amalek be married to his two sisters? How could that possibly be? So the Gemara essentially answered that one of them was Kedushay Kalos. The Gemara said, Rabbi Yossi, as Ishti as Michal, my daughter. So Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? So Rabbi Yossi said, Rabbi Yossi, Hayadorish, Mikros, Mikros. Rabbi Yossi understood that the Psukim are really interposed. Sif, Eita Hamelech Hashtei B'nei Mitzufa, Bas Hayah, Shayol Zalashol, as Hadmoni, Des Miboshes, Des Hameshes B'nei Asher Yolda La'adriel HaMikulosi. Now, let's not one second. It says that Michal was the wife of Adriel. Michal wasn't given by Paul to Adriel. Rather, again, Pablo the Palpit and Laish. Michal was given life to Palpit and Laish. Jewish people said, hello, Matt, Kedushin Irav Adriel, the Kedushin Michal Palpit. Rather, the Gemara equates the Rabbi Kedushin of Irav to Adriel to the Kedushin of Michal to Palpit, two different like the two daughters of Shaul. Matt Kedushin Michal to Palpit Ba'adera, just like the Kedushin of Michal to Palpit and Laish was Ba'adera. It's the Kedushin of David Amalek. So to again, the Kedushin of Merab to Adriel was also Ba'adera. Rabbi Shimon Kach says, Rabbi Shimon Kach said, now you have to say that Hameshes B'nei Michal, Bas Shaul. So again, what do you do with the fact that the said the 5 sons of Michal, the brother of Shaul? What about Yeshua? Did Michal give birth to those 5 sons? No. Pablo Merab, no. Her sister Merab did. So you must be Merab Yalda, and Michal did love. Merab birthed them, but ultimately again, Michal raised them. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not biological mother. Okay, I just want to point out, by the way, this whole story of Merab and Michal, not to be doing this story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, and will be married to David, is going to marry David, and giving to another man. All of this is part of the overarching story of the incredible difficulty that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king of the province. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath. And David Amalek became like a dog with a sweetheart of the nation. Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his mind. Even though David had no monocular aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished by the Sparkle for not wiping out the mother. The punishment the Shmuel never told him was exactly was that the Malchus was going to be released from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. A better man, of course, is David Amalek. So this idea of giving a wife to David, putting her back to David, giving her to another man, is a part of this story of animosity between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. So you must go back to this. Merab had these 5 sons, but Merab passed away and Michal raised them. So what do you say? You're not that all. Come the God, we know some of the stuff. So, Ma'ala, Rabbi, Chassid, Shuli, Rabbi. This is an amazing thing. And if you raise a orphan in your home, it is as if you have birth in this child. And this is such a beautiful idea. So, in Yiddishkeit, biology is only part of the parent. But raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that's just almost just as important as the person who births that child. Even though again we're not with the biological mother, it was the child who went ahead and really raised these children, and therefore she's called the mother as well. Which of course is a very profound point. So that's how much even in Kabbalah we recognize just how worth it is in the life of that child. So the biology might not be there. Biology is the only thing that's not there. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful and beautiful ingredients of parenting are all there. So there's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent. And much of it references this Gemara. Shakalam and God will yasam the self-based, whoever raises an orphan. You know, orphan is a relative term. A person could have living parents, but if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstance, to fulfill the obligation towards that child, that someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them. The Gemara says, Kili Yolado, this is birth of that child. Incredible. Right? What is the answer different times? The Hanina says this concept about raising the child. You raise the child, it's as if you birth them. The Hanina says it comes from here by Tikran Lamash, Yulad Ben Benah. Remember at the end of the story, so Rus married Boaz, and Rus and Boaz had a son. After they had a son, people would say, oh, Naomi had a son. Naomi had a son, but Naomi was an older Rus, she had a child. So hello, Rus Yalda, Rus birthed the child. And Rus Yalda, Naomi grew. Rus birthed the child, Naomi raised. Now again, this was even though Rus was alive and well, but Naomi took such fulfillment in this child that she raised him almost as her own. But therefore the Nabi calls this child, right? This child, Ovid. This child as the son of Naomi. It says, the different verse for this is actually incredible. The Ishta Hayu, this Yoga as Yared Abidar, Elu this Yah Bas Halo. So they're just specifically the context. The part that we're talking about over here is from Zibrahiyam. Ishayu Zia, Yal Garrett, and he's good, that's ever, and so over Sia, and he's about to eliminate this Sia, Bas Pasalaka. Let me say what's talking about. This Sia is the daughter of Paro, the story of Paro's daughter who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. As I'll call her, the Nabi calls her this Sia. Now, what does it mean with this Sia, or that's just the this was Bas Kol, the daughter of Hashbaru. So listen to this, get ready for this. So Bisya birthed all of these children. Like the previous question pointing out, that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Nabi says that Bisya, the daughter of Paro, birthed Moshe. So I affect the Iman of Allah of Heaven. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, merit. Let's see what. Merit. So the Nabi tells us this is really incredible that this the daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Mered. Who was Mered? So the Gemara says Mered Zeh Kalev. Wow. Mered was Kalev and Yifuna. I belong in the Krishma Mered. So why was he called Mered? Shemar Da'atzas Meraki. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against the Prophet. All of the spies maligned Israel. But Kalev, right? Two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua ben Nun. Kalev and Yifuna Yoshua ben Nun were the only two spies who received their allegiance to the Prophet, to Moshe Rabbeinu, to the Prophet Israel. So therefore, he was given a marriage to rebel. First of all, we understand. Kalev ben Yifuna marries Paro's daughter, which also tells us that the Pashtos, Paro's daughter left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that? How absolutely crazy is that? All right, incredible. So much, 1 second. If you yell that, 1 second, but it's y'all. She birthed Moshe Rabbeinu about what you'll have a yell. Moshe Rabbeinu, hello, you'll have a yell, this year, you have a person, but again, this daughter of Paro raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She took him in Christ, she saved him from the Nile. and she raised him for at least some segment of time. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu because she birthed Moshe. Incredible. Says here that Alta Bizla'am Amcha B'ni Yaakov Yosef Sela. So the Gemara says, one second. Now, the Pasuk expresses the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. So the Gemara says, Yosef? No, Yosef birthed the tribes. Yosef first the widest, into the first the widest lines. The hello, Yaakov Yalla. Yaakov birthed the tribes. Yosef is wild. Hello, Yaakov Yalla. Yaakov birthed the tribes. Yosef killed Yalla. But Yosef supported them. This is Parsha. This is last week's Parsha. Right, Yosef absolutely reveals that then they will come down to Egypt. I will support you for the remainder of regional time. That's this week's Parsha. Parsha Zaydash, Parsha Zayati, Parsha Zayati, these Parshas. So Yaakov birthed the tribes, but because Yosef sustained them during famine, Yosef is considered to be one who birthed them as well. Incredible. I'm going to show you we'll say second wide line on the bottom. I'm going to show you if you teach your friends and sons Torah, it's as if you birthed them. In that matter, the Elah told us Aaron and Moshe. As the Pasuk says, these are the generations of Aaron and Moshe. It says, the Elah supposed to be Aaron. So again, it's interesting. It says, so the Lashon of the Pasuk is, the Elah told us Moshe, Yom Yiveh Hashem, and the Elah supposed to be Aaron, Habachana Devavu. It says, these are the generations of Moshe and Aaron, but then it only goes on towards Aaron's days. So what's going on over here? So which the Gemara says, Aaron Yavad, and Moshe Rabbeinu. Aaron birthed them, but Moshe Rabbeinu taught them Torah. Therefore, therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's incredible. You see different ideas of this. You see, on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, so then again, you are considered as if you birthed them. You support someone materially, it's considered as if you birthed them. You've taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birthed them. And I think that the beautiful idea is, it's kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if you have a lot of different parental figures. Sometimes, again, the parents who bring into this world are also the ones who financially support you. It's really all parents that when we're young and you be that they might also be the one who go ahead and spiritually support you. And they also the ones that what our biological parents can be one-stop shopping. But sometimes life works in different ways, and one's biological parents gave them life for which I just have to know what cards are told. But there be other people in my life who infused those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachem Kam Hashem, Kel Beis Yaakov Asher Padas Avram. If you hate them, Atzirus Yaakov Shepado Yaakov. Where do you find that Yaakov Yaakov redeemed Avram? Where do we see that? Rudolph Shepado inside Gilbert. This is incredible. We actually can count. Avram was supposed to have 12 sons. He had 12 sons. And obviously, with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu, I guess, would have redeemed Avram from the difficulties of having 12 sons. Inside Gilbert. And with the Siv, Lo Ata Yibosh Yaakov, Lo Ata Yibosh Yaakov, the other, Lo Ata Yibosh the other Siv, right. But Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, saved Avram Avinu from the difficulty of all of this. Incredible. Siv Palti, big Siv Palti. So what's this murder again? We saw before that Shaul and married off one of his brothers to a man by the name of he gave Michal as a wife to Palti ben Uriah. Now the Gemara points out that we are one place it calls him Palti, another place it calls him Paltiel. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan, this is incredible Gemara. It's incredible Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Palti Shmo. His name was Palti. I Balama Mikra Shmo Paltiel. So why was he also called Paltiel? Shepalti Minha Avera. Because ultimately, again, he saved himself from sin. Allah, he was like, he extricated himself from sin. Now, what happened? Nothing. So, because he has to understand something. Palti ben Uriah understood that something was up with Michal's marriage. Right? Shaul said it wasn't. So whatever is happening, Palti ben Uriah realized it's the king. So it doesn't really have a choice but to buy. But he also wasn't sure if this woman Michal was now quote unquote wife. Is this woman a married woman? She's married to God, she's not married to God. So halting the line is an overwhelmingly difficult circumstance. Being married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not you're actually committed. So what did he do? This is incredible. So therefore, his name was Palti, but descriptively, the really calls him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shepalti Kelminaber, because with Hashem's assistance, he was able to save himself from the city. What did Paltiel do? What did Palti the Lion do to save himself from the city? Noach Kared Levelo. He put a sword in the bed between himself and Michal, and he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, if we're intimate with each other, whoever engages in intimacy will be stamped with the sword. What is that? He was showing love, this idea that as much as he desired this woman was not committed to him, or at least he wasn't sure whether or not she was committed. And therefore, again, he would not allow himself to be intimate with her. Putting the sword in the middle of the bed was a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in this pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. Vaksiv, Vayelech Ifa Isha Shnaz, Vayelech Isha Abba Pasuk calls him her husband. Shenaz Elok Isha, because he took care of her as a husband takes care of a wife. In other words, he looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy and a fear what the repercussions of that would be. Vaksiv, but the Rabbi says that when she left, I was given that now the portion of the pasuk is Vayelech Ita Isha Ad Bachurim. Vayomer So ultimately, again, when she is taken from Palti the Lion, he's crying. So why was he crying? The Gemara says, while they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-restraint. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she was no longer living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, what does it mean? He delivered her to Abner, and there was one of the generals of Daganala. Deliver her until Bachurim. Shana says to him, and they need themselves like young people who never choose to in other words, that they would sing themselves. Also, just understand what I just don't understand. Self-esteem is one of the hardest things, especially in matters of morality, especially again when you could justify doing what you want to do to find desires, and yet talk to the liars like God. Imagine all of those years next to a woman who is also not a beautiful woman, who is completely your wife, but you're not sure that she committed to, not committed to you, and because you exercise this self-restraint day in and day out. Just an overwhelming display of consciousness. Now, you might use this as a segue. Incredible. So I'm going to be open. Talk to Yosef and the solution of Boaz. So literally again, the strength of Yosef, the humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, the greatness, essentially, is like the greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, the greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Palti ben Laish. How so? So he's says, Yosef, under the Shalosh Shabbat. We know this phrase Yosef. As Yosef is Isha, the wife of Potiphar, tries to seduce Yosef each and every day. And Yosef resists the temptation. Now the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz did. Because what happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the process was another. It's still an incredible strange from the Rothschild. Where Boaz is speaking in Germany, Rus comes in here, at the advice of Naomi, she lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes, and Naomi says something, Boaz will tell you what to do. So I don't understand. Boaz was a single man. Rus was a single man. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Rus could have done whatever they wanted. The ability to have such self-restraint and not to sin, and not to engage in it's almost superhuman. Now again, why does the Gemara say the Gemara has this to Yosef? It's possible also, I don't know, you hear these stories, like, who amongst us have this level of self-restraint and self-control? See, Yosef, interesting people was a married woman. married woman, right? They weren't alone together at night, right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, the truth is, Asia took my picture opportunity, and there was no one else at home. But here, you see, so Yosef had certain things that he could utilize to resist. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single, and yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and resist. What if the Gemara says it was the middle of the night? He was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. What does it mean by face? So literally, the skin, the flesh became like a turtle. So it actually points out over here that it's a reference to that he became aroused. That lest you think that Boaz wasn't tempted by Ruth, that would be false. He was. Like Nana said, the start of Russia did so. Literally, his flesh became like the kind of skin. Actually, his passion became aroused, and even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz exhibited. It's not wonderful. Chav 28. Takol Shabbat and V'nisanuso shall hasi b'leish b'da'am. And again, as great as Boaz was, Boaz's act of self-restraint pales in comparison to Palti b'leish. Just b'da'am, like this is just before. Because Palti b'leish, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, Palti b'leish with that sword in the middle, had to resist the temptation to be intimate with him. Incredible. I will say, now, I want to just point out something very interesting. If every to the shop, I'm Yochanan, my Siv, Rabos Bonos Asachayel, Ishmael. Like, what does it mean when it says Rabos Bonos Asachayel? Many women, right, have done glorious things, but at least you have eclipsed them all. Rabos Bonos Asachayel, what does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Zay Yosef of Boaz. It's actually interesting. I mean, understands over here that it's referring to Bonos or referring to Yosef and Boaz. Za'at Alis Al Kulana. You should ask them all. Zeb Halki Belayish. I'm not sure I'm not Yosef. My Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi. So what does it mean when the pasuk says the often Ishmael? Remember, Ishmael in general is a metaphor. What does it mean when it says Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi? Literally false is right. Sheker or fame. Favor is false. Hevel Ayofi. Beauty is nothingness. Sheker Achim Zeb Yosef. Yosef is able to see through the facade of the beauty of Ishmael's Potiphar. The Hevel Ayofi Zeb Boaz. Boaz, the two differences was. Yes, that's hello, Zeb helping. Double Aka. So before you get to double Aka, in general, it's always interesting when Chazal suffering. Oh, your suffering is not so bad. Let's take that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is less. And in this realm of confusion also, it's just important to understand the Gemara is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. Really what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, the Rebbeinu Shalom did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Like Yosef had his struggle with Potiphar, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Ruth, and Palti Belayish had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every Rebbeinu gives us, it sounds like a little bit, almost like trite, but he gives us the struggles that we can handle. And he only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. So each of these men faced overwhelming challenges, but the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were holding. Palti Belayish needed that challenge, Boaz needed his challenge, and Yosef needed his challenge, and no one was given the challenge of the other. Rabbi gives us the tools that we need to meet the challenges in which we come across. Incredible. So the Gemara goes by here. The Gemara says, "Dabra achar sheker achim." What is sheker achim? He said, "Dorosh shel Moshe." This is the first generation of Moshe already. The Hevel Ayofi. Zed Dorosh shel Yoshua. Yiras Hashem Kitzis Halo. What does it mean again? Yes, Zed Dorosh shel Chizkiah. So again, it's quite beautiful. The Gemara sees over here, it's interesting enough, if you take a look at Rashi points out, Dorosh Moshe Yoshua Asuba Torah Harbe Dorosh Chizkiah Yosef Lehom. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, Sheker Achein, that Dorosh Moshe means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy. They sought past superficial material things. They were speaking spirituality. The Hevel Yofi, and again, Yofi just refers also to physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty? It was nothing. That was the generation of Yoshua, which was also speaking holiness. But again, as great as the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yoshua was, but nevertheless, Yiras Hashem Yitis Halo, fear or reverence of Hashem, what's the highest level? That was the generation of Chizkiah. Now, talk more about this. Rashi points out something so good. Rashi points out that in the days of Chizkiah, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Torah. I will say, now appreciate it. What happens when you get to a city of Torah? To be honest, all of us look how far is it going. Like, what is this going to be? Today, I have to go a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself. I'm in it. I'm not running away. But none of us look forward to Torah. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Torah we've learned, whatever, reason we can't have these skill, even children. Man, women, children, everyone was versed in the halachos of Torah. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the possibilities. Sheker Achein is the Dorosh Moshe Yoshua. So Sheker Achein refers to the greatness, the spiritual beauty of the Dorosh Moshe Yoshua. Hevel Yofi, Zed Dorosh Chizkiah, Yiras Hashem Yitis Halo, Zed Dorosh Yehuda Berei. Greatest generation, the greatest generation was the generation of Rabbi Yehuda Berei. What happened in that generation? Amru Allah Rabbi Yehuda Berei. Shahayu Shisha Tamidem Miskasim B'Talis Achos Ba'oskim B'Torah. In the generation of the Rabbi, we had 600 Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning Torah. So let's say what the Rashi says over here. Miskasim B'Talis Achos, second short line. I mean, they were so poor, and yet they were still so intensely devoted to Torah. There was a same it's like if a person has all the material needs, the spirituality is never going to change. If those are paid, there's money in the bank, vacation, things are good. It's obvious that I have to work on my love, right? That's obvious. I'm not being told by directions. In the generation of Midori, right, they're poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial distress knows that sucks for life. And if you can't pay your bills, if you can't keep your head financially above water, it saps all of your life energy. In that generation, they were so poor. Despite all of that poverty, they still apply a level of proficiency in Jesus. 6 people sharing one cloak, but yet still so ugly, so connected, so committed to the knowledge of that Gemara was the situation. The truth is, if you think about it, it's not much longer. Sometimes the greatest metric of spiritual success is really what happens to spirituality in times of trouble. Like we said, anyone can be spiritual. Those are not what happens when still maintain that's the incredible. I was like destruction. The Gemara is not over. We got plenty today. Mishnah. Mace Lomes. So much as now, the Mishnah is talking about halachos of the king. Mace Lomes, if the king uses one of his close friends, it's in the Yosef culture. So he does not use the house. It's interesting to know by the Kohen Gadol, there was a protest because the Kohen Gadol was asking by not talking by the king. By the king, the Mishnah says he does not use the house. That's the kind of comment. And the Rebbe says, "No, it's a lot of second." The Rebbe says, "No, not true. Not true. If the king wants to leave his power to go to the Rabbi, he can do so." Because David HaMelech followed the funeral of yours. He went to the Rabbi of Avner. Avner ben Ner was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul. He supported Shaul's son. He devoted him. Later on, he comes to the wants to come to David HaMelech's side. So one of David HaMelech's generals, Yoav, executes sins because he doesn't have to trust him. So we're going to see that this was a dramatic fight because people thought that David executed Avner, and Avner was very confident. David Melech goes to Volvaya. We're going to see a way of showing you had nothing to do with the death of Avner. Shneimar, Melech David Homek Achar Hamita. David Melech was walking behind the field here. The Gemara goes on and says, Amalei, go Hayah David El Lafayis Hassan. That's actually jumping right from David Melech. David Melech only went to the field of Avner in order to calm the people. People were upset, they were angry. The Gemara also, to keep the king, the Sudas Havra. Remember, the Sudas Havra is a meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mother eats when he or she comes back from the center. That meal is provided for by the community to this very day. When the king eats the Sudas Havra, everyone sits on the ground and the king sits on a darvish. What the darvish is, we'll have to see in just a little bit. Fine. So it says in Masharabah, welcome to struggle, no Shemaka Sakamita Yosos, but Yamita Yosos. So now, when the women participate in the if the customer didn't walk in front of the funeral here, they walk in front, they walk behind, whatever the Minagamakan is. You know, really says the old Russian women always go in front of the funeral here. So she might feel that that's Akhan Fishal Ahmad. Yamada Melach Tabah Akhan. Because how do we know that we walk in front? Because David went behind the funeral here. The assumption is men and women are separate. Women are separate. You're not a Levi, are separate. So therefore, if David Melech is behind the funeral here, it must mean that the women go in front. I'm going to blow high. In the spice, that's not true. We're always getting this leading around there because we have David Melech went to the Levi Avner and in order to come, like people, and they were he went to the Levi in order to come everyone. So what happened? David Yotin Ben Hanoshin, the Nichnas Ben Hanoshin, Yotin Ben Hanoshin, the Nichnas Ben Hanoshin. David Melech went from the men to the women to the women to the men because he was trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he had nothing to do with the death of Avner Ben Ner. Shneimar, I want to say first of the wide line. Shneimar, Alidu Kala Amachol Yisrael, Haisam Nehamelech Lahamis Hassan. Again, as a result, everyone knew that it was not David Melech was not involved in the death of Avner Ben Ner. Dar Shalom, I said Siv, Yavol Kala Am Lahavros, as David, Siv Lahavros, Lahavina Lahavros. It's interesting. The way the passage is the entire mission came, it's written Lahavros. Now Lahavros means to cut off. So we read it as Lahavros, which means the soul. So the Gemara says, so what happened? In the beginning, they wanted to kill David Melech because they thought that he was responsible for the death of Avner Ben Ner. But in the end, they think he's running into the meal of consolation. I'm not doing that. If the man by the way, why was Avner killed? Why Avner was killed by Yoav, but why did he deserve to die? If they Shaya lo Milchos B'Shol lo Milchos, this really better. Avner Ben Ner had the ability to go ahead and object to Shaul. As you mentioned before, Shaul really, unfortunately, tragically went off the rails. Right after he failed to kill Amalek, so Shmuel told him he's going to lose the monarchy. Then when he sees, so simultaneously, David Amalek is coming in, he's going to ride out his killed Goliath, he rise his communists. So Shaul sees David as a threat. So instead of Shaul introspecting and recognizing the threat, he was a mistake. It's going to be given to David. He instead totally, just like the flag, projects on David Amalek and makes David into the enemy of the state. So Avner Ben Ner had a front seat for all of this behavior, and he had the opportunity to stop, or at least to say, Shaul, stop, don't do it. But it's a different discussion. He had the opportunity to object, and it's getting to do so. Because of that choice to object to Shaul's irresponsible behavior, Avner Ben Ner is responsible, therefore he died. He was killed. That's not true. The Lord says he did object. Avner Ben Ner, he objected to his behavior, but nevertheless, he was right. He wasn't going to show him listen to him. Which name is Achadash? So he was back to the same person. I call him Hamelech al Abasi. By Yomer Hakamos, Novo, Nomos Ner, Radech Allah, Kulos, Radech Allah, Yedishkaim Kubash. So literally the positive of this. David HaMelech mourned, right? He mourned over Avner. He said, should Avner die like a guilty person, like a regular person? Avner, your hands were not bound, and your feet were not bound. The one who says that Avner never lied to the against Shaul's behavior, how can you put that around the same? Avner, your hands weren't bound, your feet weren't bound, why didn't you object? So it's an indictment. It's an indictment that as much as David is mourning over the loss of Avner, he says, Avner, you had a chance to step in, you had a chance to stop Shaul from running off the rails, and you failed to do so. Nothing was stopping you. It was only you who stopped you. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the one who says, no, that Avner did object, but Shaul didn't listen. So the Gemara says, it's really the karma. The pasuk is more like that the question. The most novel yomos. Why should Novel die? Just like why should Avner die? A regular person, like a guilty person. Right, your arms and your legs were not bound. That's why you objected. But even though you objected, Shaul didn't listen. Right? So why did you suffer such a terrible fate? Indeed, you objected to Shaul's death. All right, I can't remember the thing that says that Avner did object to Shaul's death. Why was he killed? Why was he killed? Remember, as I mentioned before, after Shaul died, Avner supported Shaul's son Mephibosheth. As a result of that, he believed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy. Because he believed the establishment of the monarchy to that, it's really incredible. It's like so many incredible, profound lessons. There's culpability, the values and stuff. Sometimes I'm my own business. I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not culpability. It's not true. If you see something terrible happening and you don't stop it, and you try to stop it, there's absolutely culpability. There's also culpability and procrastination. Avner ben Ner is held accountable. Why says the English what opinion? Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy that he knows. Who cares? Who cares? It happened at the end of the day. Procrastination is an idea. How that starts throughout the Shara. Jesus. He says, why does a person need to be zealous? He says, because the greatest tool, right, alacrity, to do things with a zeal, to do things immediately. But the greatest tool of the Yitzhar is procrastination. Look at that stuff showing. That when you do not do something immediately, and you procrastinate, chances are not going to happen. That is the greatest tool of the Yitzhar, procrastination. And therefore, again, failing to do something in the first moment you can do it is in and of itself simple. Procrastination is an avera. Incredible. Let's go right there. So remember again, Mishnah said that when they come to have the meal of translation with the king, everybody sits on the front, the king sits on a dargish. He goes, my dargish, what's a dargish? So literally translated, a good luck bed. What's a good luck bed? Rashi says, dargish, it's like across from the third to last short in not again how you land off the short from rice, or how you stack from rice. The Muslim bites were not really shown. It's actually interesting. So apparently, people used to have like an extra bed and an extra table. And it was supposed to be like a Simmons, like a science of rock. Yes, so I think it's like this. And if you have an extra bed, that means you're anticipating more people. An extra table, you're anticipating more food. So these things were like they were symbolic. People would have them in their house. So the Gemara says, so what the Dagish Ula says is good luck bed. The king would sit on the good luck bed. Does that make any sense? I don't say. So up until now, before the king lost his relative, no one ever sat on a dargish. And now back to the shiva and they sit on the dargish. How does that make any sense? The Gemara says, not necessarily. My question, So again, so Rabbi is the same kasha. In other words, that at the end of the day, it's almost like saying, now there's a certain food or you never ate, or a certain drink you never drank. So now that's the drink. Surely can you eat that food and drink the food? Doesn't make any sense. So he goes, Ella, ikashya, haikashya. Darkish skills are the close, a result of that couple seconds. A little bit of background. We know this is not really fun. One of the practices that for I think this was yes, overturn the bed. Overturn the beds in the morning. Overturn the beds. Now again, the logic behind that is remember their beds often have like a straw mattress. Straw takes on human form. Yes, you can really death is considered to be the issue of so if America says darkish, you don't have to overturn it. Right away, you do. Soap foam, just stand it up. Stand it up, then it's not going to be used. These are like the Arsapigado, and if you think it's a good luck bed, I might do it. Sorry, why don't you have to turn it over? That time you learn that. The best you can right? When the other last thing I was by the way, we don't do this anymore. If you have to remember, that's my practice. Because these were achieved with fiction people thought that he was like a sorcerer. Practice the Gemara says, just now the most focus mikasa, when an other overturns his bed in the house, low mikasa will by the call because only overturns his own bed and the negotiation was so overturn all the beds in the house, so I'll be right call that. So my question, so it sounds like even the darkish would be overturned, whereas my question, maybe a darkish is just considered to be a bed, they only use that for place utensils, honey, and high school you have this material in your house. You have a bed that's not used for sitting or sleeping, but you use it to put stuff on it. That type of bed does not have to be overturned. Shmuel says, Dargish, Matir, Tarkishu, Unopomedu. How do you do Dargish? You're not able to untie the knots, and like the platform of the bed just falls down. Remember, the instructions over here is they would have a frame, so it's like a piece of leather. This leather was tied to the frame, so if you want to render the bed unusable, just untie the knot and it would just fall and no longer have a bed. We would have played the Isa like Arsa de Gado, and if it's Arsa de Gado, Hadith immediately, because it has these knots, Eloki Asa, so the assumption is it wouldn't be, we're going to see different types of beds, it would not have this type of knotted process. Eloki Asa, Amar Al-Humel, on a Tachlifa Shnei, the Mashiach Mashiach the results, or the Tachlifa, who apparently spent a lot of time in the leather workers' shops, leather workers' marketplace. So only, my Dargish, what's a Dargish? Arsa B'Tzala. Rashi says over here, Arsa B'Tzala, Musa Shalar, the Tolan Mitzvos B'Stasa or Sabit, the B'Shlosim Dosa, Olvin Arthos Arukas Mitzvos. So what is it, Dargish? Dargish is Arsa B'Tzala. And the leather mat is wrapped over the sides. Dargish was a top on the base on TV. Dargish, Silugo Mitoko, Mito, Silugo Me'agava. So a Dargish apparently, you tie the leather mat in, just over here into the sides of the bed, versus a Mito, you take the mat and you pull it over, you send it over the sides and tie it like that. Basically, is the kasha, the 18 is on the problem tomorrow. When does a create what utensil? When is it Makabal Tumah? When is Makabal Tumah? Amita Balisa Mishet Yashufam Ba'ar Hadan. So if you have a mita, you have a bed, when you coat it with fish oil, you coat the frame with fish oil. Rest 1 second. From this legacy, but if a bed has the leather mat extended over the side, then why do you have to coat the frame with fish oil if at the end of the day it's going to be covered anyway? Simply what it says, or really means literally when you rub it with the skin of the fish. Okay? So the rest of the from this legacy now Gaval Lamri, Shuzamri Shifasar. So anyway, you're going to have the leather mat extended over the sides. And why do you have to smear the frame with anything? To which the Gemara says, Allah Hava Hamitoko. Rather, it was a book the Dargish and the dust. The mat is actually tied into the sides of the frame. So the Gemara says, but what's the difference? Allah Hava Hamitoko, Mita Aule Ba'fuki Bivizune, Dargish Aule Ba'fuki Ba'fasa. So the Gemara says, what's the difference? The difference is that a mita, apparently, a mita is tied into the actual size of the frame, versus a dargish is tied into loops that are attached to the frame. Amar Yaakov Ami Shimon Levi, Halachim Shimon Gamliel. The halachas of Shimon Gamliel. Amar Rabbi Yaakov Bar Ami Mita Shnatim Tea Yotzin Zotzin. So let's say, so first of all, the Gemara says that the halacha follows of Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so again, we saw. Fine. That the halacha follows of Shimon Ben Gamliel. Good. Furthermore, the Gemara also says that what Rabbi Yaakov Bar Ami says Mita Shnatim Tea Yotzin Zotzin. So first of all, I'll say it sounds like there's the final distinction between the dargish and between the mita. Interestingly enough, is actually how the mat is attached to the bed. So is the mat tied into the actual frame, or is the mat tied into loops? That seems to be the machlokas. Two different types of beds that we have. Good. And again, the Gemara says that Allah said dargish matir kabiti. Only for dargish untie the loops, or untie the ropes that are tied to the loops. The metal piece, the leather mat falls down, and that's enough for us. That's enough for us. Now, again, just to go full circle, the king, when the king is in mourning, the king sits on the dargish, everyone else sits on the floor. The regular person pulls out the loops of the dargish, the leather mat falls to the ground, rendering it unusable. Just ends up one last halacha, there is a canopy bed. Then halacha l'maisa, all you need to do is kind of put it up on its side. That's enough. No, you don't have to start turning it because you're at the pole. Just put it up on its side, and that bend is useless. Incredible. All right, Moshe, Mishnah. Here we go. Kafar base 20 be the Mishnah. Umotzi the milchames harishos. Umotzi the milchames harishos. Up to Bezin shel Sheva. The king has the ability to go ahead and take out the population, take out the army to a Muhammad. Remember, so said we have different types of wars. Muhammad Mitzvah, which is either for conquering or safety and security of Israel, and Muhammad shows territorial expansion, resources. So if the king wants to take out the army for a Muhammad shows an optional war, he can do so, but he needs the permission of the Sanhedrin. Furthermore, this is like eminent domain. The king has the ability to go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. Let's say he needs to access his fields, he needs to access some property. He could go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make a passage for himself. The Imam after the other, no one should object. So we'll see the parameters of it. So the Gemara says, furthermore, again, when the king takes someone else's property to use it to make a path to his own for his own needs, there's no limitation. He can make that road, he can make that pathway as wide as or as large as he needs it. The Chala imposes in the nose and the low, and the army goes out to where it comes back with spoils. The army comes back with spoils. Who the king has the right to take back his spoils, right? He gets first choice about what he wants to go ahead and take. So the Gemara says, first of all, let's go to the first halacha. First halacha was king can only take the army out from the Chametz Rishos for an optional war with the permission of the Sanhedrin. It says, no, we learned this already. We learned this before. We already learned this. Previous mission, we learned this already. Now, Allah for myself can only take out the army from the Chametz Rishos with basic permission. The Gemara says, you're right. I did the kind of community melech, and then you will see on the Chametz Rishos. Right, but once we're on the topic of the king already, we're just talking about all of the halachos of the king. And if halacha nice, we include the Israel. I'm going to do that. We'll say first white line. I'm going to shkol. Kala Omer Parshas Melech Mukit. So we'll say this is funny. Anything that is written in the section regarding the king is allowed to do. Now, take a look at Rashi's Parshas Melech. Rashi says, the Sefer Shmuel, B'nechem u'v'nosechem yukach. Now, again, remember, Shmuel Hanavi, when the people come to Shmuel, they say we want a king. So Shmuel says, okay, just be careful what you wish for, because the king has a lot of power. A king can strip your sons and daughters. A king can tax you. Now the Gemara says, everything that Shmuel said about a king, actually a king has a right to do. Shinamar. So I'm sorry. That's Shmuel. So Shmuel says, whatever Shmuel Hanavi said that a king could do, tax you, he could strip the kids, he has that power. Rav Amar, no. Not true. Shmuel was just trying to scare them. Shmuel was unhappy that they asked for that they asked for a king. Felt was inappropriate. And therefore, Allah again, he said a lot of stuff in order to scare them. But a Jewish king cannot actually do all the things that Shmuel said he could do. Again, we'll define this one. Place the king upon you, namely, that you have to fear the king. You have to fear the king. The king, a monarchy only operates if there's a sense of fear and reverence. So the Gemara says as follows. Yossi says, Yossi, like Shmuel says, that whatever is said in the section in Rabbi Shmuel about the king is allowed to do. He says, no, not true. Shmuel just said allowed them to go ahead and make it clear. To get them to really think a little more about whether or not they actually want the king. Place the king upon you. Literally, again, what does this mean? Fear and reverence of the king should be upon you. Read this here as follows. It's incredible. Give him those to establish something. So at least begin this now. Lam Yisrael was commanded to perform 3 mitzvahs when he entered into Eretz Yisrael. Lahamid Lamelech, number 1 is to establish a king. Number 2, Lahachris Izara Shalom, like to wipe out a Amalek. Number 3, the Livnos Laham Beis Adachos, go to Beis Hamikdash. Establish a king, wipe out a Amalek, go to Beis Hamikdash. Rabbi Norai says, Lo ne'em Parsha Zu Ela Kineged Harumas. Rabbi Norai says, the truth is the whole section of Shmuel was only there because Klal Yisrael was complaining. They asked for a king in an inappropriate way. Shneimar, Va'amarta Asima Alai Melech. So he's actually quoting from the Pasuk in Dvarim, where the Torah says you will come to him. And Klal Yisrael was saying, place upon us a king, Chol HaGoyim, like all of the nations. Tanya, Elazar says, Omer is the king of Shebadar Kehogen. I'm sorry, Elazar Omer, the king of Shebadar Kehogen Shalom. The truth is, the elders of the generation asked for a king in the appropriate way. No, Lanu Melech L'Shaftim. Going back to the Shmuel story. When the elders approached Shmuel and asked for a king, they asked in an appropriate way. They said, give us a king to judge us about Amir Arch Shabbat Shmuel. Again, the Amrats and the ignorant ones, they ruined it. What did they say? They said we wanted to be like all the others. The elders, when they asked, they said, we need a king. We need someone to order. We need someone to inspire us. The Republicans, the Amir people, they just wanted just to be like all the other nations who ever came. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi says this also. This is what we mentioned before. Rabbi Yossi says as follows: Shalosh mitzvos nestabi shalosh nisas la'ad. So Klal Yisrael was given 3 mitzvos when they entered into Eretz Yisrael. What were they? Lahamil Melech, to establish a king. Lahachriz Zara Shalom, to wipe out Amalek. To livnos on base of the Tefillah, and to build the base of Mikdash. And I don't know which one comes first. What's the proper order? Kishu Omer Yad Al Kiska Milchama Lashem Ba'amalek Habe Omer. So again, based on this passage, we'll explain the drush in just a little bit. It appears that the first order of business is to establish a king. You need kisei, because kisei is melech. It refers to a king. Kiyad al case ka. So again, it's a little bit of a clear word. Case kisei. Milchama Hashem. So again, it sounds like first. Remember, this is talking about the war against Amalek. But before it talks about the war against Amalek, it's Kiyad al case ka. So which means first is the kisei. First is the monarchy, then the war with Amalek afterwards. Here's what we know, right? First order of business is establish a king. What comes after that? Amalek or Beis Hamikdash? So we see over here, if you look at the other two things, it says Hashem will give you respite, or will give you success over all of your enemies, and then push up the Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, we have the king, wipe out Amalek, and then ultimately again build the Beis Hamikdash. The Omer, Lahachris, Zaro Shel Amalek, became the David Omer, Vayik Yashar Amalek, David Beis Hashem Yechlam Musaviv. David Amalek again. David Amalek sat on his throne. He sat on his throne in his home, and then Hashem allowed him to be successful over all his enemies. And then it says, ultimately, again, the God says, it's not like I'm sitting in a beautiful palace and he doesn't have a home. So you see, David king, right? David king vanquished his enemies, Amalek, and then Beis Hamikdash. Now, also, the Gemara seems to indicate that indeed is the proper order. First, you establish a king, then you wipe out Amalek, and then Beis Hamikdash. And also, there's a profound and incredible Musar in this. Because it's not just about the evolution of the cow, it's about personalistic evolution as well. Right, one first thing, Som Tasima Lecha. So what does it mean, Som Tasima Lecha? You are the king over your life. You are in charge of you. The buck of life stops with you. So often we outsource our success to the people. We blame other people for our failures. Things didn't go well. At the end of the day, Som Tasim Alecha Melech. Anoint you over you. Make yourself a king over you. You are the king over your castle. You are the king over your domain. You are the king over your life. After that, after you take personal autonomy and responsibility over your life, then address your Amalek. Then address your Amalek. Identify what are my shortcomings, what are my problems, what are my difficulties, what are my challenges, what are my handicaps, what's my Amalek. And now that I am the king over my life, I can let out my Amalek. After you exercise personalistic autonomy, you identify your Amalek, and you try to the best of your ability to eradicate it, then, and only then, go above the then you can build your personalistic business, which is beautiful that growth. What's the double there for today? Shkoyach everyone. Or the terrible Gemara. Look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
Everyone's been so helpful. You know I'm an idiot. They found a clip where it existed.
All right, so we'll say good morning, and good
really inefficient, it helps you along. You make Jeff Bezos.
A tremendous chutzpah for Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sun Hedging together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our Talmud sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785. The Tosin Shbach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem Dress shows this year as a host for the Son for Am Yisrael. And the further sponsors for the month of Teges. Abba Alim and the Torah is coming in memory of Amit, David Rabbi, brother Ita Rabbi, who is still fighting for Am Yisrael. The first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Beast Within, is in memory of Abital Kala Astava Bakya. From Poland, to Kala, memory of Paul Center, Esther, Zakaria, of the Rabbi, we are sending America back, Hanukkah, Hudni, Shamus, Havana, the families in the Kama. Our response to the Hashem, bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Kala, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yedehem. Well, so with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little bit early today, but in Yirtzeh Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. So Yirtzeh, but we will we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week. In Yirtzeh Hashem, we'll pull it off again this week. Let's begin. So today's daf is Test 19. We are picking up on New Testament days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Cholzin, the Cholbitz for Cholzin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol does not do Chalitza. Kohen Gadol, again, Cholbitz for Cholzin Ishto, Umiyad Mines Ishto, about Ula and Umiyad Mines Ishto, Asher Ba'amar. Remember again. So Chalitza are two, and Yibum can be done to the life of the Kohen Gadol. But Allah said he can't do evil. Now there's a very simple reason. Why can't the Kohen Gadol do evil? Because Allah said Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry anyone other than a Basura. And of course, if he's doing evil, that means the woman is an Almana. He can't go ahead and marry an Almana. Good. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Kapasik So the Gemara says, the Mishnah doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from a Erusin or from Nisuin. There was obviously halachically. Now, just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's two halachas at play over there. Number one, there is an asay of who Isha B'Sula Yikach, that he has to marry B'Sula. And then, of course, there's a lab that he's not allowed to marry an Almana. So now the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Mishnah makes no distinction between whether or not this woman was widowed from Erusin or Nisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara says, Ishtalim in Nisuin, Havi Asay V'Lo Sasay, at the top of your test. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from Nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an asay. The asay is he has to marry the Surah. The lo sasay is that he can't marry an almana. So there's an asay and a lo sasay that would go ahead and prevent her from doing evil. On the other hand, there's an asay that says do evil. So an asay, the positive commandment of evil, cannot set aside the asay and lo Sase prevented him from marrying this woman. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. That she was widowed from Yisuin. Because she's widowed from Yisuin, two things. Number one, she's not in the Sula. And number two, she's an Almana. However, top of the test 19 Ella, Mina Erisin Amai. But again, if she was widowed from Erisin, so what's the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during Erisin. As such, she's still Sula. So therefore, the only issue with marrying her is that the only issue with marrying is that she's an Almana. So there's a lot that there's an Almana, but there's also an Asay of evil. If that's the case, Yavo Asay, the Chalos Asay. So let the Asay of evil come and set aside the Los Asay of Almana and let it be evil. We have this concept all the time of Asay do Chalos Asay, positive commandment, set aside a prohibition. Which the Gemara says, as you know, that the phrase Asay do Chalos Asay is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons no say, no, don't do it. It's like you're too busy, you're overextended, you're not being successful. I said, I want to say, but the voices in my head tell me no say. So what do you do when you have a situation like that? So the beautiful thing is Chazal already told us what to do. Say, loka, no say. So you have the energy and you have the desire to do something. Shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the say is loka, the no say. It's part of everybody. It's amazing. It's like go for it. Right? There's like a little magnet on that. Say loka lo sase. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible. So if she was widowed from Erisin, so why not go ahead and keep it in that context? So the Gemara says, Atu B'Yerishona. So this is very interesting. The Asay do Chalos Asay, of course, only works the actual act of evil. Which the Gemara says, you're right. You're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument. That a Kohen can be evil with a woman who is widowed from Erisin, because then there's an Asay of evil, a Los Asay of not marrying an Amara, and let's say a Los Asay, but that only permits the first Bia. After that, right after the first Bia, then what? There's no longer an Asay. So after the first Bia, the issue is you have no Asay, and guess what? She's still around Mona. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the Bia Rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Hang on, what the nice that support, please. In Kilo Babo Bia Rishona, lots of the time in the Shia. The Gemara answers, that is correct. The Gemara says, you're right, Allah said that works. That works. If a Kohen does technically evil with his woman who went from Erisin, so he can affect evil with her, but he cannot remain married to her. Because the first Bia could occur because there's an Asay of him that is the low Asay that she's allowed off. After the first Bia, there's no longer an Asay. There's no longer an Asay because technically they're married already, not technically they're married already, but she's still a mother. No, let's say, I would never use this for a mother status even once she remarries. She's still a mother. She still has the status of a mother. So as such, a subsequent Bia would just be the Bia of a Kohen Gadol with an Almana, which would be a lot. Incredible. Okay, so we're going to say, so take away Kohen Gadol doesn't do evil. That's it. Doesn't matter again if if his sister was widowed from Erisin, can't be good. Next, now we had an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of his close relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakh said, so right, so here essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind them out of sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Now, the Yehuda says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, so the Pasuk says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, but remember again, this is So the Gemara says, "Lo yotze imayim." It means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he can follow after the procession. Ketzad, and again, this now goes to mission. This is every minute. Ketzad, hey niknasim v'hu nikra. Like they go in and he comes out. He nikrim v'hu nichsed. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he can follow as part of the procession, but always behind the procession. Fine, Yosef Pesach. So Shabbat can be done. So let's say, so remember this, Rabbi Huda says in the Mishnah, this is what we're talking about. The Kohen Gadol was never part of the funeral procession. Why? Because the Pasuk says, he doesn't go out to the Beis Hamikdash. So he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to tell you, Mayor says, yes, if you take that literally, that he has the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should live in Beis Hamikdash. But he never goes home. He never goes home, so he should never leave. It's been taking it so little to say, that the Mikdash Lo Yitzay means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And the Hafikalah is means to say, Mikdash Lo Yitzay, Mikdash Lo Yitzay. What it means, so Rabbi Huda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. The Mikdash Lo Yitzay means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of Kedusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kedusha. But again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and is not part of the full procession. The Isla Akira, Lo Asiba Mikra. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. They go in and he comes out, right? They turn the corner and he comes out onto the street. So since there's a distance, because we're going to say, what are we concerned about if he follows the funeral procession? What are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the knees. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes Tameh, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the procession, he's not going to come to touch the knees. Rabbi Huda, Agav Meirei, Dilma Mikri V'Asid Rabbi Huda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace and his compartment house. So it's like some fundamental machlokes for Meir and Yehuda about how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the procession? What you should know that I'm not asking like that Yehuda, that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. That's what does not go to the part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his post in the Beis Hamikdash. Which I will say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming soul. The Kohen Gadol is a person whose responsibility to the cloud is eclipse any other person who gets any other personal responsibility he has. And his responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily the model for us, for regular people, to emulate. But myself, comes from new people like that. Comes from these people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That is the Kohen Gadol. That was the Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily. It's not a model to be replicated by every person. It actually be detrimental. But the cloud needs people who live and breathe the cloud. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, as beautiful as it is, she does not go to the Levaya. She's not part of the funeral process. He doesn't have the same mourning processes, even for his own consort. It's incredible. Kishu Menachem Terabanan. Kishu only Kishu Menachem Esachevim. And the Kohen Gadol stands in a line to console mourners. So we're going to see again how mourning practice. You hear a lot of this in mourning Katan. But again, you must have this. When the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. One opposite incredible. Sgan, in a Shuach Sha'avar B'Midah. The Sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. In a Shuach Sha'avar. Remember again, what's the Shuach Sha'avar? So let's take a Kohen Gadol. So call him Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm. Right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is here and comes back to his post, so what happens to the filling Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this. You can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, not about Kodesh Shemo, you can't do that. Once you serve in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Our issue is you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? We have this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? The same thing as every other emeritus position, right? You're like the Queen of England, right? You're just like, you're whatever, you go ahead. Again, you're there. You're definitely, again, the chizuk, for people to see. But that's what it's called. So the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people. So he's there. And again, the sky of Mashiach Sha'aban, as I said, the Rosh Beis Av, and also the Rosh Beis Av, remember again, the Kohanim was divided up into 24 mishmaros, right? Each one served the week of Beis HaMikdash. Each mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day saw a different family, a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant Kohanim family of that day, the head of that family, the Rosh Beis Av, the Alei Beis Chokova Antmolo, and the Rosh Beis Av, in the mourners, and the rest of the Province or whoever else was there was on his left. So we'll say this was the choreography. Okay, only the Shura, and let's say just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So let's say, so remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain tahar. Tumah can be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be choreography. Also, by the way, because we're going to see Kedusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that its Kedusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. When you show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? On time. If that was a rule, we have a problem, right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. You can roll in. Right? Address a lot of these things in Nefesh right? But you can a lot of interesting behaviors that have developed over the years. Quite fascinating. Like walking into shul at Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. When people saunter into shul, like it's like, yeah, I grab my cup of coffee, I'm coming into shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God, right? Shul is the place where you come to converse that. When you're learning, that's one thing. That's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and then you see chevra, it's really quite shocking. They're davening. And there are some audible slurs. I'm just going to point that, right? And what is that? What is that? Chazar Sashat, when you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel mug. Take a sip of coffee. And then people afterwards, which is like also like I didn't offer that. I gotta get in on that a little bit. So it's really, I'm telling you, like it's something that managed like it's an outlaw. It really is like it talks the sanctity of what shul is and fundamentally knows what tefillah is supposed to create a casualness that is just supposed to be part. Because again, you see, the further we move you off the shina, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the more choreographed things become, right? That's why you go onto the Harabayas, so remember again, you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the Beis HaMikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires Seder. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires a clear structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. And that's just what it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be said. Everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on the utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tahar. He has to remain tahar. But it's also dimming Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chaf, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Then the nice thing can accomplish great things, but that's not what Kedusha is. Incredible. Someone said, like, the shul made the shul, it's not from that area. Now, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right? And again, he is being consoled by others. So then the halach is skana imino, rosh beis habachala amismala. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skana imino, rosh beis hab, right? So again, he's rosh beis hab, and the rest of the nation is on his left. Aval mashuach she'aval lo asigabe. So that's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we know that both the skan and Mashuach Sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach Sha'avar is the guy, the Kohen, who served as a Kohen Gadol while the current Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again becomes an Aries afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the Mashuach Sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the Mashuach Sha'avar is not present. Why? Says what's incredible. My timer, Kol Shadaite Savaka Hadidu. Because what says much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and come and go to provide and participate in the funeral for his loved ones. But again, there are certain parts of the Avodah that he's not permitted to do. We'll discuss this. He feels that the Mashuach Sha'avar may rejoice at the fact that now he's not the acting Kohen Gadol. I will say, this is quite fascinating. You must highlight what this here is. There is some amount of inherent tension between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do your job, it's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. When the Kohen Gadol is mourning, you tell the Mashuach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to be menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Kohen Gadol. You think to yourself, if there's one person in the world who shouldn't feel insecure, it's who? It's the Kohen Gadol. Gosh, you're the Kohen Gadol. I'm not about that. Right? But okay, but you're the Kohen Gadol. You're the Kohen Gadol. Like, it's like you can't become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the face of the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion against Kippur. It doesn't get higher. Even the Kohen Gadol has insecurities. Such a validating insecurity. We all got our insecurities, and we think that our insecurities are represented in the fact that we're so sufficient. Right? That we're so lacking. If only was a healthier person that wouldn't have insecurities. It's true, we all have to work on our insecurities. But it goes to the Chazal telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being human. And even the Kohen Gadol has that. Incredible. Papa, Shema Mina Nahamas Nisa. Plus, there are three things you should learn from here. Number one, Shema Mina, Hainu Skan and Mamuna, that the Skan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shema Mina, Avelim Omni B'Chala Am Ovin. That would say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people would file past them to provide for the Chama. Ushmamina, Avelim is small Hamanachim Moed. We'll also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to console. So now listen to this. Let's talk about the Lama that was practiced. This is incredible. Talk about the Rishona, who Avelim and B'Chala Am Ovin. Was in the beginning, it was just, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So Mishpachas Yerushalayim, Miskaros Zubazu. Get ready for this. The two families in Yerushalayim fought with each other. What was the fight? Zozameres, Anirveres Tchila. Zeres, Anirveres Tchila. What did they fight about? They came to the comfort line, or the comforting line. Right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Oh my God, every single time someone died and they had to go to Menachem Abo, these two families would always go at it. So what happens? So the rabbi changed the practice. They changed the practice. And what did they do? Change the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters because the comforters are standing in place and the mourners go by, which I must say, interestingly enough, is the practice that we have to this very day after the Rabbi, after the Kura, right? We point to Shulas, we point to we, the comforters, remain stationary and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place and the comforters walk by, which if you think about it, by interestingly enough, so much more interior. It changed because two families in Yerushalayim constantly added. So what do you see from there? So the other thing that's happening here, Halacha changed because two families in Yerushalayim were fighting. So what do you see from here? How important shalom is. This is how important. I don't know. I would have thought so. What should we do with the two families in Yerushalayim? Sitting down, what's the matter with people? I don't know if to say like that, but something like that. What do you use? Obviously, I'm sure someone tried that. Whatever was going on was much. So you see from there, the halacha has changed to maintain shalom within the club. So, global hashalom. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the key that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal, we're ready to go ahead and literally change morning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the proliferation of Shalom within the rest of the so, okay, let's go back to it. So, I'm going to text Rabbi Yossi Sadar Yoshua B'Tzipori. She the Kol over. Listen to this. So you must have no change back the practice to what it was. To change it back to the practice of the Adin standing in place and everyone else filing back. So I'm Rabbi Abba, just going to the story. So let's say, so again, that was just because understand, Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. So Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why, and supposedly we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, I could keep the practice as it originally was. Mourners stationary, and everyone else filing past them. So listen to this. Rabbi Yossi organized or he enacted the final halacha. Number one, Shotei Isha Ma'aleches B'Shot Ibna Achara. That a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, and only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the shot? He wants to because of Maisa Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out to him that there was a woman who was walking, her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So man came over to her and said, I'll help you find your child. Took her to a home, and she was violated in that home. It was a trap. It was a trap to violate her. So after that particular event, he said in Sipoli, when a woman is walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. Also dramatic about this. You say to yourself, you're going to enact a practice because of something that happened to one person. And the answer is yes. It's all the same things. Double hashalom. Halacha looks out for the collective, and halacha also looks out for the individuals and the safety, security, and shalom of the individual and the community is paramount. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yossi was concluding in Tzipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Incredible. They should talk in the they should converse in the bathroom. You understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not a, hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you here. Right? None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking about it, right? Because again, that's normally a dinner stairs. It's a dinner not a sleep. First, go to the bathroom, take care of their needs, and then get out. That's it. Interestingly, what I love here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? We shouldn't use it. This helps us understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? What's the opposite? Is it unisex or gender? No. Non-denominational. Non-denominational. Right? I got it the wrong word. Right. Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms, right? Bathrooms were communal. They were communal. They were communal. What can happen if women were using the bathroom and a man walked in? He didn't know. So this. Again, if a man is approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go in there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential leak situation. So you might say, Amra Nasha by Abba Shilda is when Moshe Labo, the base army the hotel. What's the first part of the army? So Rabbi Menashe Elvis asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hotel, it's in the farm. Ain Shura Sufa Kusa Measar Beata. For a Shura, for the line of comfort is for a There is no din of Shura if you have less than 10 people. And the women are not part of the million. So Ben Shabelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim, Ben Shabelim Ovrim B'Chala Am Omdim. And this is, it doesn't matter whichever practice you follow, whether you follow that the Avelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the Avelim walk past them. There is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Kishum Nisnachim." So we'll say when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him. So remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu Kaparascha. We will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. So the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so he wants to hate the Amaru. What does he say with it? He said to them, you should be consoled. So you want to take the other. What's what the case here? Even today, so if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so someone coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled. Now, you should come to us, almost like an ayin hara. Right? So can you imagine like someone comes into the Adar, they say to the other, and the Sof Shabbat and the Rosh says back to them, you know what, thank you. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. No, none of us are anything like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? It's not common. You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I will say now, I think it's interesting, and again, the Bekim and Gifta, the fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easy way to written this would be what? Would be what? Tinachamu, or Tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's Tisnachamu? Tisnachamu, I believe, is the Hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el, okay, attention, 2 days in the Greek, and right 2 days, it was Hitpa'el. Right? So it's the Hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So Titnechamu, right? Tinachamu would be to be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like Palel, the shores of a hit Palel to David, like the Palel. Like the shores of a hit Palel, that means to judge. The hit Palel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So Tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tinachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Trevor, do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from within. Because Nechama comes from a decision to look at life in a different perspective, and look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment that you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I am choosing not to lose myself in a state of sorrow. But instead, I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my life. This is my God. This is the hand that develops. And these are the response he gave me. Then these are the circumstances I'm going to act on. And by the way, you know, because what the charge in the coming, we translate the color as consolation. The color doesn't mean consolation. The salvation points us out. And we get at the end of Pasuk Gracious. But the Pasuk says, Vayinochim Hashem, Asas Adam Hashem, had Nechama that he created man. What does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan my life is going to go, and now again I've been visited by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality, and I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to pay it. I'm going to pay it. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have. I'm going to maximize what I've got and not lament what I have lost. So it's like the coin dollars. We'll say one word. You think yourself, coin dollar. Just come up with something out of the math. That's it. It's not coming. A little fire, a little something. I say, peace not coming. We'll say that's it. Peace not coming is the Kitzpa'el form of Nechama. Coin dollar says in the morning, find the car within yourself to find a change of perspective. Find the car inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from within. The only kind that comes from within is when you choose to change your outlook. When you choose to change your perspective. Not Tinahumu, but Tisnahumu. Incredible. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says Melech, well done. So let's say now we're transitioning to king. So the king doesn't judge and is not judged by this. So what's Allah makes it? Moshe al-Malchi Yisrael. Who's only Malchi Yisrael? About Malchi is David, right? Regular Jewish king. But the Davidic kings done in Osan. Judge and are judged by a court. It says, Base David Kama Hashem, you know the back end Mishpat. You know Dainina Lay, in your Haiti, Dain. So say, so many again, so the Pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, Base David Kama Hashem, you know Levaker Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right there, din is to uphold the justice. You know Dainina Lay, and if you can't judge, then in you the Pasuk says that Base David has to be judges. Right? That's more saying it's incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says after his kosher the kosher, which again was marvelous funny in the Pasuk. From Tefania, his kosher the kosher, which literally means arrange. His kosher the kosher. Literally again, arrange yourself and then you can arrange others. Kishat asimcha, the akaka kishat aheres. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then you can go ahead and help. Or say such a profound yourself. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. That's the hardest thing in life, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-respect, right? Self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I say is such a profound serve in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, then be the right example, right? A person wants, but whatever it is in life, if you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have things not in order. You have a difficult time having an impact beyond. I there's so many, right? In other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on a short first, that your own personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, the truth is that you're really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. The mother's like this. You might say, I don't know who you saw my time alone. Okay, so why is it that Malchi Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Malchi Yisrael, be judged by a court of this? Ushamaisa Shahaya. That episode they say, what happened? The Abde Diana Malka, Kato Nasho, incredible. One time a servant of King Yanai. There was a King Yanai was one of the Hashmonite kings. Incredible, right? One of the Hashmonite kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay. I'm going to show you check out what's happening. So I know from over there. So show me check out the one that I did some ideas. Okay, we got to summon this other to a court case. Let's have to judge him. So what happens? They send a message to Yanai. Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone. Send him to the Sanhedrin. Yanai sent him. Okay. They said, no, Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. Once the law has one ox kills someone, the owner of the ox has to shove in basement as well. So Yanai, you got to shove in basement. Yanai said, no problem. Also, yes. So Yanai came. And he sat down, right? He took his seat in court. Amalei, Shebesheta, Yana Hanara, Amod Aula Grappa, the Abidibacha. Right? Yanai, oh no. Don't sit down. Stand up. Stand up. You don't stand heavy now. Right? Stand up. Do not sit down. Right? The Abidibacha. And let them testify against you. I remember, just to be clear. It's Yanai's property. There's no one accusing Yanai of anything, but at the end of the day, Yanai is part of his trial because it's his property that killed someone. And the Shemasheta says to him, you're not standing before us. Elo, the thing Sha'amar Bahaya Olam Atomi. Sitting before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shneimar, Va'om Yushne Anosh B'Shem Lahem Arib L'Fei Elokim. Amalot, okay, so therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar Lo, so Yanai expects the Shemasheta. No, you should tell me, Alex Masha Amu Kabeyaha. So I says, hold up, show it right now. I don't have to stand, unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. So what's the closest point out over here? That the halacha is like this. There is no halacha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What it says is, one can't sit and one can't stand. So either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he was being a little bit mistreated over here. I don't know why can't he stand? Why can't he just stand? Again, if I stand, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai said, if all of the Rabbanim here, right, if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say what happened. On the base. So he turned to his right, called Shukran in the Karka. So the Rabbanim is the Sanhedrin avoiding eye contact with Yana. You know, sometimes where you just pretend you're busy. See, thank God for phones. Right across Hashem for phones. Because you always look busy. Even if you're not, I don't know what they did in this. I don't know, they had like a safe or something. I don't know, whatever. Hey, so whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they did not know what was going on. Listen, the smell of the Kashat Nemakata. He turned left, and he looked up on him avoid eye contact. You guys think I don't know what you're doing? So seriously, the CPI. Probably will show us means you have your plans, but you don't know what you're doing. You have a Baal Shabbos read from the head. Let the Baal Shabbos will come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Vaga, Yod, the Fatsa, and the Passover is an intense story. Now, WK, and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Like, killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, I mean, that's little punishment, 25 years there is retribution. Now, I can't understand. Why would the Rabbanim not get involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They're scared of Yana. They're scared of Yana. In other words, the king is putting you on the spot like this. Essentially, between the king and the Abdin, that is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'amu, Melech, London, V'Lodon, and also Romain, Romain, also. So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not hard for the places. And which I will say, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult ultimately again for a melech to become now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss it. So just so I want to point out over here, there's this fascinating distinction between Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Yisrael. Right? So Davidic kings are subject to the legal system, so it's only apparently kings Malchus Yisrael who are not. Again, what responsibility a king has to the judicial system there for some what only local. So we're going to say that halacha is that we don't do chalitza. So like there's no chalitza, the king doesn't do chalitza, and we don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows, meaning that Sabam Rashi Akiman Damin Nasi Shlava about the even if you say, right, who's no honor stuff, he forgives his honor, so it's forgiven. Not like Shemachal Achbar, then we call him a king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Shemay Amar Shom Tasim Allah Hanara Shetei Mocho Alacha. Right? But ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, okay, a mitzvah is different. Even normally, again, between halacha and isa, is covered, but for the performance of a mitzvah is something different. You cannot charge in Lashon of the Mishnah over here was, you cannot go ahead and marry the mother of the what's the same side. She's clarified that he is going to point at Yehuda. That Yehuda said if the king wants to become himself or wants to be evil, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how could he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? That the widow for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next. You cannot marry the widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so it says that Yehuda, talking about women who are married to him from the Beis Hamikdash, who is that? Meirad and Michal. So it's in who married Meirad and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. And we're going to talk a lot more about that. Shaul is a little bit how is David able to marry two sisters right, while they were both alive? That's also on the other hand, David married Michal after Meirad died. So he was married to two sisters, but never at the same time. And we should have got all that Kiddushin Taos, in fact, David was really never married to Meirad. It was called Kiddushin Taos, mistaken the Kiddushin. What happened? What was a fascinating story? First, on the intermediate wildlife. Today is Ishket Mikasha. I asked him even there almost Ishket. So that I'm not access to show. So I'm giving my wife Mila, who I am betrothed to because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. Or that I ran. So that's my Kamuda. What's the story with Michal that I'm talking about here? I'm going to talk about Michal Ishki and Mila Ishki. So you say, the Papa said, that David was saying, Michal is my wife, and Meirad is not my wife. And what's the shot? My Kiddush yourself. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirad was Kiddush Tos, like so you married Meirad, but it wasn't really a real marriage. So the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the shot? That's it. So I know Ish Asher Yakenu, Yasur Amar Oshagov. So this is about Goliath, by Goliath. So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward him with great riches, right? And also my daughter, right? Also my daughter's hand in marriage, Meirav's hand in marriage. Also Kakar. So ultimately again, David kills Goliath, and therefore they are alone. Nobody is the Gabon. So that's his fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, forgives the loan. Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan and says again that should count as the Kiddushin. And what's the halacha? So Mukadish Benova Ena Mikudashas. Ultimately, again, if you're Mukadish with a loan, it doesn't. Loan forgiveness does not work for Kiddushin. For Kiddushin, you have to actually give an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of Kiddushin. Also, the other idea. So Shaul gives Meirav, the other man is right to the sick, either in case as Meirav, Shaul David, other way, he's born the essence of Michal. So then Shaul said to David, if you want, I have another daughter, Michal. I'll give her to you in marriage. Zil ice made there almost 15. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. 100 Philistine horsemen. usually a red flag that you're talking about dynamics, right? But I got to go ahead and give me a hard kill a bunch of Muslims. And then I feel like so that I'm not working. I don't know, you know the stuff Gabon. So what happens? So now so start like this. Now there's two things, right? There's the Milda, there's the loan, and there's the Ogavid from the killing of Goliath. And let's call that the Arlos are with a Kuta. So now there's a loan and there's a Kuta. So the Shaul Summer, Milda Kuta Gaita Milda. So Shaul assumed that David's intention was to perfect Kedusha with the Milda, with the loan. That's still doesn't work. So David Sava, Milda Kuta Gaita Kuta. So David figured, no, my dance is on the Kuta. And that's why then Shaul thought also the Kedusha of Michal wasn't good, but doesn't have the Kedusha of Michal was good. He writes, and we put it on the Milda Kuta Gaita Kuta. Or maybe not. Maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a Kuta, the dance is on the Kuta. So Shaul suffered no possible movie. But Shaul thought that the foreskins, the Arlos, they were nothing. David Sava comes on the Kalbi with Shuri. Ultimately, again, but David said, they are worth something because they're going to be given to animals. They're going to be given to animals, and if I'm not for Mesa, it's worth at least a Kuta. I just say, I apologize, I have to stop a few minutes, so we're going to stop over here for today. We're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. We're finding the Hashem. They're a good start. Tremendous beginning of the week. All right, have another great day, everyone.
Okay, but Shab isn't doing that, right? This random guy, he's doing like a character about, I guess him in high school or something. He's dressed terribly, and that looks like someone.
All right, everyone. Say good morning, or good tevach. A tremendous chus Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785. The Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as his chus for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Haba Aleinu L'Tova, the Kelman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron V'Racha, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on behalf of Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Bruce Levin, in the merit and memory of Avital Kala Bas Tova Batya, and Paul and Catholic memory of Paul's aunt Esther Bas Zechariah, Zichrona Lebracha, and the merits of our Thomas Rolla, all of the Neshamas who have an Aliyah, the families in the Fama. Our Kodesh Baruch Hu should Emir Hashem bring our hostages home to Shalom, and B'Karav and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Blessed with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little early today, but in Eretz Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. But we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week, and Eretz Hashem will pull it off again this week. Let's begin. So today's daf is your test 19. We are picking up on your test in the days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Full beats for full sin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol was not too chalitza. Kohen Gadol, right, again, choleitz the cholitzin l'ishto, choleitz the cholitzin l'ishto, and yavmin es l'ishto. About who ain't no yavmin l'ishu after ba'amos. Remember again, so chalitza can be done too, right? Yibum can be done to like the Kohen Gadol, but Allah L'maisa, he can't do yibum. That is a very simple reason. Why can't the Kohen Gadol do yibum? Because halacha is a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry anyone other than a Basura. And of course, if he's doing yibum, that means the woman is an Amono. He can't go ahead and marry an Amono. So he says, interestingly enough, Kapasik to tell you, so the Gemara says there's no distinction between, she doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from Irisin or from Nisa. But obviously, now, just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's two halachas at play over here. Number one is an assay of who Isha B'Sula Yikach, that he has to marry a B'Sula, and then of course there's a law that he's allowed to marry an Almana. So now the Gemara is interestingly enough, so distinction between whether or not he was widowed from Elis or Nisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara Bishmael in Nisuin, Havi Asay V'Lo Sasay, the top of your test, the Ein Asay Doka Lo Sasay V'Asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from Nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an assay. The assay is he has to marry a B'Sula. The lo sasay is that he can't marry an almana. So there's an assay and a lo sasay that would go ahead and prevent it from doing yibum. On the other hand, there's an assay that says do yibum. So an assay, the positive commandment of yibum, cannot set aside the assay and lo sasay to prevent people from marrying this. That makes a lot of sense. That's if she was widowed from Nisuin. Because if she's widowed from Nisuin, two things. Number one, she's not a Besula, and number two, she's an Almana. However, top of your test 19a Ella, when I Irisin Amai. But again, if she was widowed from Irisin, the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during Irisin. As such, she's still Besula. So therefore, the only issue with him marrying her is that the only issue with marrying her is that she's an almana. So there's a lot that there's an almana, but there's also an asay of evil. If that's the case, yavo asay, v'yitchalos asay. So let the asay of evil come and set aside the low asay of almana and let him do evil. We have this concept all the time of asay docha lo asay, a positive commandment sets aside a prohibition. To which the Gemara says, the phrase "asay docha lo asay" is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We have to feel like we want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons lo asay. No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not the time. You're busy. You're expensive. You're successful. And so I want to asay. But the voices in my head tell me lo asay. So what are you doing here? So the beautiful thing is, Chazal already told us what to do. Asay docha lo asay. When you have the energy and you have the desire to do something, shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the asay is docha lo asay. And mantra is wearing this bumper sticker as well. We're one of those card magnets, right? Everybody is amazing. That's what Christ is on the billboard, right? But you can nice like a little magnet on there. Asay docha lo asay. Not just a halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible, tremendous stuff. So if she was widowed from Irisin, so why not go ahead and do it in that context? So the Gemara says, "Atu bia rishona, zera bia rishona atu bia shnia." So this is very interesting. The asay docha lo asay, of course, only works the actual act of evil. To which the Gemara says, "You're right. You're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument that a kohen can do evil with a woman who is widowed from Irisin." Because then there's an asay of evil, a lo asay of not marrying an almana, and an asay docha lo asay, but that only permits the first bia. After that, right after the first bia, then what? There's no longer an asay. So after the first bia, the issue is you have no asay, and guess what? She's still an almana. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the bia rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Time out. We have to base that support because in Tilo Bavlo bia rishona kanu, vaso the kanu biyashkia. So in fact, the Gemara answers that is correct. The Gemara says you're right. Halacha l'maisa that works. That works. If a Kohen Gadol technically did evil with a woman who was widowed from Irisin, so he can affect evil with her, but he cannot remain married to her. Because the first bia could occur because there's an asay of evil that is built with the low asay that she's an almana. After the first bia, there's no longer an asay. There's no longer an asay because technically you're married already. But she's still an almana. Remember, I will say, a woman never loses her almana status even once she remarries. She's still an almana. She doesn't status of almana. So as such, any subsequent bia would just be the bia of a kohen gadol with an almana, which would be a lot. Incredible. Okay, so we're going to say, so takeaway, kohen gadol doesn't do evil. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the woman if the sister-in-law was Irisin, can't do evil. Next, mace, low mace. So let's just remember again, now we had an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the kohen gadol loses one of the close relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakama said, so Meis Lemeis, in Yotze Achad, this is Rabbi Meir. Right, the Rabbi Meir essentially says that the kohen gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind him out of sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. This is absolutely not. Kohen gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, Kan Rabbanon, Umin HaMikdash Lo Yetzei. So the Pasuk says the Kohen gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, let's remember again. This is the Umin HaMikdash Lo Yetzei. So the Gemara says Lo Yetzei Imay. It means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he could follow after the procession. And again, this now quotes initially, right? They go in and he comes out. They come out and he goes in. The idea is you always follow as part of the procession, behind the procession. Fine, so Shad. So what's this? Remember again, Rabbi Huda said in the Mishnah, we're talking about the Kohen Gadol was never part of a funeral procession. Why? Because the pasuk says, "U'min hamikdash lo yitzei." He doesn't go after the Beis Hamikdash, so he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, if you take that literally, the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should live in Beis Hamikdash. He never goes home. So you should never leave. In other words, if you're taking it so literally to say, that Mikdash lo Yitzei means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And the Hachikam, which other means to say, Mikdash lo Yitzei, Mikdash lo Yitzei. What it means, so Rabbi Huda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. In the Mikdash lo Yitzei means the Kohen Gadol remains in this state of Kedusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kedusha. Again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and it's not part of the whole procession. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. They go in, he comes out. They turn the corner, he comes out, go to the street. So since there's a distance, where it looks like, what are we concerned about? If you follow, what are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes Tameh, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the perception, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Huda, Agav Merire, Dilma Mikri Asi V'Naga. Huda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace, and this could cause a halosis. So fundamental machlokas, Rabbi Meir and Huda, that halacha and how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the tradition? The Rambam asks like that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. Not only does he not go to Levaya, he's not part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his place in the Beis Hamikdash. Which I must say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming yesod, that the Kohen Gadol is a person who his responsibility to the clown eclipses any other personal responsibilities he has. His responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily the model for us, for regular people, to emulate. But Lamaisa, Klal Yisrael needs people like that. Klal Yisrael needs people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That was the Kohen Gadol. That was the Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily, Dennis. It's not a model to be replicated by every person because it could actually be detrimental. But the Klal needs people who live and breathe the Klal. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, again, a space like this, he's not going to Levaya, he's not part of the funeral process, he doesn't have the same mourning processes, even for his own close. It's incredible. Kishu Menachem, Tarabanas. Kishu Omen Bishura Menachem Esacherim. And the Kohen Gadol stands in a line to console mourning. So we're going to see again how mourning practice. We did a lot of this in mourning kata. But again, you must like this: when the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. What happens is incredible. Sgan, Umashrak Sha'avar B'Milos. Sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Umashrak Sha'avar. Remember again, what's Umashrak Sha'avar? So let's say the Kohen Gadol. We'll call him Aaron. Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm. Right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his post, so what happens to the filling Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this. He can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, Ma'alin Bakol Shrein Moridi. You can't do that. Once you serve in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Issue is, you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? He has this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? Same thing as every other emeritus. Right? you're like the cleaner ladies, right? You just like whatever. You go ahead. Hey, again, you're there. You definitely again chizik. It's good for people to see. But that's what it's called. So the Kohen Gadol, when the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people, so he's there. And again, the Sgan Mashuach Sha'aban, as I said, Rosh Beis Av. And what's the Rosh Beis Av? Remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into 24 mishmoros, right? Each one served the weekend Beis Hamikdash. Each mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day started a family or a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. I'm sorry, the Rosh Beis Av. And the Rosh Beis Av, the mourners, and the rest of Klal Yisrael, whoever else was there, was on his left. So we'll say this was the choreography. Omed b'shura, and we'll say, just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So we'll say, so remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain tough. To be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be choreography. Also, by the way, we're going to see Kedusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that it's Kedusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. You show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? Right? If that was a rule, we have a problem, right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. Right? But you get a lot of interesting things that have developed over the years. Quite fascinating. Like walking into shul on Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. But if you're into shul, it's like, yeah, I grab my cup of coffee and put it into shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God. Right? Shul is the place where you come to shul. First time, when you're learning, that's one thing. That's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and then you see coffee, it's really quite shocking. During gathering. And there are some audible slurpers. I'm just going to point out, right? And what is that? What is that? Chazar Sashat, where you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel one. Take a sip of coffee. Drink it. And then people go for refills afterwards, which is like also incredible. I didn't know we offered that. I got to get in on that a little bit. It's like so it's really, I'm just telling you, it's something that Mamish, it's an alcohol. It really is like it totally diminishes the sanctity of what a shul is and fundamentally forgoes what tefillah is supposed to be. It creates a casualness that is just not supposed to be part, because again, you see, the further removed you are from the Shekhinah, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh, the more choreographed things become, right? So like you go onto the Haradayas, front of the Haradayas. So remember that you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the Beis Hamikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires seder. Kedusha requires a structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. That's just the way that it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things become. So everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on the utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tar. He has to remain tar. But it's also in Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, If I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chaprak, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow, okay? Then Lamaisa, you can accomplish great things, but that's not what it's incredible. So Margaret's like, Yeshua made B'shura Misnach Necheres. Now, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right, and again, he is being consoled by others, so then the halach is Skan Mimino, Rosh Beis Av Chala Amisvala. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skan Mimino, Rosh Beis Av, right, so again, he's Rosh Beis Av, and the rest of the nation is on his left. So it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we note that both the Skan and the Mashuach Sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach Sha'avar is the guy who served as the Kohen Gadol while the Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again becomes a narrative afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the Mashuach Sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the Mashuach Sha'avar is not present. Why? Says it's incredible. My Kaima, Chol Shadaite Savar Kafadibi. As the verse says, as much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and come to provide and participate in the funeral for his loved ones, but again, there are certain parts of the Avot not permitted to people discuss this. He feels that the Mashuach Sha'avar later the fact that now he's not the active Kohen Gadol. This is quite fascinating. You must highlight over here is there's some amount of inherent between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do the job, it's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. So the Kohen Gadol is warning. You tell them, Mashuach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to be menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Bible. Say, isn't it up to yourself? If there's one point world, you shouldn't feel insecure. So, it's the Kohen Gadol. Should the Kohen Gadol be able to get love like that? Right? But you know, the Kohen Gadol, you say, it's like you become holier than the Kohen Gadol is the only man on the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion and connection with God. It doesn't get higher. Such a valid when they're walking out with insecurities, and you think they're insecurities are represented as type of his positions. And that was like, if only was a healthier person, would you have insecurities? It's true, we don't have to work on insecurities. But of course, what Chazal is telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being human. Incredible. I'm going to pop off. Shema Mina Muhammad. Last. Number one. Hainu Skan, Hainu Mamuna. That the Skan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person. A deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shema Mina Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim. I will say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people, would file past them to provide nechama. Shema Mina Avelim is small coming out from over. You also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to the soul. Turn up on it. Those that listen to some of the other practices. This is incredible. Turn on the Rishona to Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim. Was in the beginning, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So there are two families in Yerushalayim that fought with each other. What was the fight? Zosomeres, Anioveres Tila. Zosomeres, Anioveres Tila. What did they fight about? That when it came to the comfort line, or the comforting line, right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Every single time someone died, and they had to go to the Nafik, although these two families would always go at it. So what happened? So Rabbi changed the practice. So what they do, change the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters, because the comforters are standing in place, and the mourners go by. It's also interestingly enough, it's the practice that we have this very day after the Rabbi, after the Tzura, right? We form two shilos, we, the comforters, remain stationary, and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place, and the comforters go out. Think about it, right? It sounds so much more intuitive. Why did it change? Because 2 times in your Yerushalayim constantly added. We'll say, what do you see from here? Don't see what just happened over here. Halacha change because 2 families in Yerushalayim was fighting. So listen, what do you see from here? How important shalom is. This is how important. I don't know. I would have thought so much of you for 2 times in Yerushalayim, sitting down, sitting down. I didn't know to say like that, but something like that. In other words, what are you doing? Obviously, I'm sure someone tried that, or whatever was going on was much deeper. So you see from here, the halachic practice changed in order to maintain shalom in the ways of God's stress. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the glue that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change mourning practices in order to prevent 2 families from fighting, in order to cause the conversation of Shalom and the rest of Israel. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Abba. Yes, Rabbi Yossi, yes, Haggadah Yoshnot Sipori. Shiu Avilim Omdim B'chol Ha'am Omdim. So listen to this. So you want to Rabbi Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avilim standing in place and everyone else filing past. Amar Rabbi Abba. His Rabbi Yossi B'Sipori. So I'll say, so again, that was just because understand. Chazal changed it as a reaction to particular events. Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why in Sipori, where we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, or keep the practice as it originally was. Mourners stationary, and everyone else filing past them. Listen to this. I'm going to do about history of Rabbi Yossi Sipori. Rabbi Yossi organized, or he enacted the following halachas in Sipori. Number 1, Shlotei Isha Ma'alechas B'Shot Ubno Achara. That a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the shot? He learns it because of Maisa Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out that there was a woman who her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So a man came over to her and said, "Oh, I'll help you find your child." Took her to a home, and she was violated in that home. It was a trap. It was a trap for violence. So after that particular event, Rabbi Yossi said in Sipori, when a woman is walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. What's also dramatic about this? He says it's like living a natural practice because of something that happened to one person, and the answer is yes. It's all the same thing. God Hashem. Allah looks out for the collective, and Allah also looks out for the individual, and safety, security, and showing of the individual and the community is paramount. So I'm going to write about his numbers of the story. Shunashim Misapos, the Beis Hashisa. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yossi is included in Sipori that women should talk in the back. Okay? She talks about the 15 verse in the back. And I must say, understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. You're not hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you here. Right? None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking in the bathroom. Right? Because again, that's only a din in stance. It's a din in modesty. First, go to the bathroom, take care of your needs, and then get out. That's it. Interesting enough, that law here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? Mishum yichud. He says, well, let's understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? No, what is it? What's the opposite? Is it unisex means for gender? No. Non-denominational. Non-denominational, right? That's the word. Right? Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms were communal. They were communal. They were communal. So what can happen? If women were using the bathroom and a man walked in, she didn't know. He didn't know. So this way, again, if a man is approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential yichud situation. Quite incredible. Amarav. So the Gemara says, Amarav. Amram Nashia Bar Abbas. She'ote answered Yoshia Rabba, the base element of the Hutzah. We'll say first one of Amali. So Rabbi Nashia Bar Abbas asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hutzah. And this is the following Amali. Ein Shura Psucha Chusa Mehasara B'nei Adam. For a Shura, for the line of comforters for Adam, there's no din of Shura if you have less than 10 people. And the mourners are not part of the minyan. So Ben Shabelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim, Ben Shabelim Ovrim B'Chala Am Omdim. And this doesn't matter whichever practice you follow. Whether you follow if the Abelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the Abelim walk past them, there is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So we'll say when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him. So remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu kaparascha. We will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. And the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so the Gemara says, what does he say to them? Tashma, he says to them, you should be consoled. So the Gemara says, what's the case here? So say, if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so if someone's coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled, it's almost like an ayin hara. Right? So if you imagine, like someone comes into the Adal, they say, you have a hamakam minachinas, and the social is here. And he almost says back to them, you know what, thank you. Hamakam minachinas, the social is in Yerushalayim. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. That's what it means like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? Tisnachamu. You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I will say now, it's interesting. And again, the Bekim and Victor could fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easier way to have written this word would be what? Tinachamu or Tinuchamu. Right? Be consoled. What's Tisnachamu? Tisnachamu, I believe, is the Hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el. Right? So it's the Hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So Titnachamu, like Tinachamu would be consoled. Titnachamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like lehit palel, palel, the shorish of lehit palel to daven, right? Right? The shorish of lehit palel, that means the judge. Lehit palel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tisnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Rabbi, do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from Nechama comes from the decision to look at life in a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment when you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I am choosing not to lose myself in fear. But instead, I am choosing to go ahead and look at life differently. This is my lot. This is what I got. This is the hand I was dealt. And this is what the Spark gave me. And these are the circumstances I'm going to maximize. By the way, you know, what's the charge from the Chama? We translate the Chama as consolation. The Chama doesn't mean consolation of a salvation point. It's at the end of Parshas Bereshis. But the Pasuk says, Vayinachim Hashem, Hashem had nechama that he created man. Nechama? What does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan for how life is going to go, and now again I've been visited by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life is being derailed. What's nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality. And I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have. I'm going to maximize what I got and not lament what I have lost. So what is the point of? We'll say one word. You put yourself kondagel. Come on, say better than that. That's it. It's not chamu. It's all little parts. Something. Pasik. Tisna chamu. We'll say that's it. Tisna chamu is the ta'el form of nechama. When God says to the mourner, find the car within yourself to find the change perspective. Find the car inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from within. And the only way it comes from within is when you choose to change your outlook, when you choose to change your perspective. Not to that humu, but to incredible. All right, let's go right there. Says the Gemara, Melech, well done. So what's the now transition to king? So the king, right? The king doesn't judge and is not judged by others. He wants to already know this. There's only Malach. Malach is David, right? Regular Jewish king. But Davidic kings, done is also judged and are judged by a court. Say, base David Karma Hashem Gnolabak and Mishpat. You know, Dainina Lay, in who hate Dain. So remember again, so the Pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, base David Karma Hashem, Dino Levaker Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right, their din is to uphold justice. You know, Dainina Lay, and if you can't judge them, in who is the Dain. The Pasuk says that place David has to be judges. Right? So, it's incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says the Haksiv. The Gemara says after all, because we say the Haksiv is kosher the kosher, which again was the Gemara is quoting the pasuk from Sifanya. Is kosher the kosher, which literally means arrange. Is kosher. Literally again, arrange yourself and then you can arrange others. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then help others. Those say such a profound yisod. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. Those say it's the hardest thing in the world, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I must say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, lead by example, right? The person wants, but whatever it is in life, you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you're going to have difficult time having an impact beyond. I will say, there's so many different, in other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good space. You want to be a team leader in your profession, make sure that you're in a good space. If you want to have an impact on other people, make sure first that your own personalistic house is in order. If your personalistic house is in order, the truth is you're not really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Gemara says, "Elo Melchi Yisrael my time alone." Why is it that Melchi Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Melchi Yisrael? Why can't Melchi Yisrael be judged by a court? Listen to this. Rishamaisa Shahaya. What happened? The Gemara says, "The Avdei Yanai Malcha Katal Nafsha." Incredible. And a servant of King Yana. Now listen, King Yanai was one of the Hashmonai kings. Incredible, right? One of the Hashmonai kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay. So Shimon Shechem was the head of the Sanhedrin. Said, okay, we got to summon this Eved to a court case in the Sanhedrin. We have to judge him. So what happened? They sent the message to Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone. Sent him to the Sanhedrin. Yanai sent him. Okay. Shalchulei ta'ant nani la'acha. They said, Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. Once the one's ox kills someone, the owner of the ox has to show up in Beis as well. So Yanai, you got to show up in Beis. Yanai said, no problem. Asa v'yasa. So Yanai came and he sat down. Right, he took his seat in court. Amalei, Sheba Shetach, Yanai Hamelech, Amod al Raglecha, v'ya'idu b'cha. Right, Yanai. Oh no. Don't sit down. Stand up. Stand up. You're a Sanhedrin day. Right? Stand up. Do not sit down. Right? And let them testify against you. In other words, just to be clear, it's not it's Yanai's property. No one's accusing Yanai of anything. But at the end of the day, Yanai is part of his tribe because it's his property that killed someone. And the Shema Sheta says to him, you're not standing before us. Elo, lifnei misha amar b'haya olam ata'omi. Sending before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shnei amar, va'omdu shnei anashim b'shem b'hem ha'riv l'fei Elokim. Amar lo, so okay, so therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar lo, so Yanai says back to Shimon Sheta. No, tishitamar ata, elet mash amr chaveiracha. Yanai says, hold up, Shimon Sheta. I don't have to stand. Unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, so Tosfos points out over here that the halacha is like this. There is no halacha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What the halacha says is one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he was being a little bit restricted up here. It was like, I don't know why you tell me to stand. Why you tell me to stand? Again, if everybody's standing, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai said, if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say what happened on the base. So he turned to his right, Pashup in the Karka. So the Rabbanim, God knows the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yanai. Sometimes, right? He just pretends because he's fake performance. Right, Baruch Hashem performance. You can always look busy, even if you're not. I don't know what they did on the side. I don't know, safe or anything. I don't know, whatever. Right? So whatever it is, they avoid eye contact. Like they did not know what was going on. If the smell of the country name the car, he turned left, and the Rabbanim avoid eye contact. Amalei Shem Shetach. You guys think I don't do it? So share it this evening. Baleo shows me your plans, what you do. I know what you're doing. From your camp. Let the Baruch come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Boga, Biel, the Chaftan, the Karka, is an intense story. Malach Gabriel came and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Right? Killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, I didn't have this little, honestly, point over here is there was restitution. Now, you can't understand. Why would the Rabbanim not getting involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Yanai. In other words, the king is putting him on the spot. It's essentially between the king and the Av Bezdin that is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'amu, Melech, Lomdan, and also Romain, also. So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not part of the country. So also, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult to open up your head for a melech to be tried now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss this. So just I want to point out over here how there is this fascinating distinction between Malchi Yisrael and Malchi Yisrael. Right? So Davidic kings are subject to the system, so it's only the kings Malchi Yisrael who are not. Again, what's responsibility a king has to a judicial system? Yes, so we're going to say the halacha is that we don't do chalitza, right? There's no chalitza. King doesn't do chalitza, and we don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows: even if you say that a nasi, right, who is mochel on his trouble, forgives his honor, so it's forgiven. A king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Right? But ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. Must be upon you. So the Gemara says. Good. So the Gemara says. Okay, and this is different. So even though you're right, normally again the king halacha l'maisa cannot be more on his covered, but for the performance of a mitzvah is ein nosin. These are not. So again, Rothschild of the Mishnah over here was ein nosin. So you cannot go ahead and marry them. One of the things was to say such, just clarify that previous one point of view that he said if the king wants to do something himself or wants to do evil, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how could he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? That he goes for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next, widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so he said that you talking about women who are royal who married many of the daughters of Shaul. How was governor able to marry two sisters, right, while they were both alive? That's also. On the other hand, no. David married Michal after Meirav died. So in other words, he was married to two sisters but never at the same time. When you should have come home, in fact, David was really never married to Meirav. This is called Kedusha's called. It's taking Kedusha. What happened? Most things are fascinating. First, the intermediate one. So David said to Shaul, give me my wife Meirav, who I am betrothed to because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. Right, that right, man. What's this Philistine So you say what Papa said, but I don't know if they say Michal is my wife and Meirav is not my wife. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirav was Kedusha Tos, like to marry Meirav and it wasn't in your marriage, but the marriage to Michal was in your marriage. What's the thing? So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward them with great riches, right? And also my daughter, right? Also my daughter's hand in marriage. Meirav hand in marriage. Also Katla. So ultimately again, David killed Goliath, and therefore again, nobody is David. So what happened was he's fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, so to speak, forgives the loan. Right? Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan. It says again that should count as the kedusha. Ultimately, again, if you're mekadosh with the loan because of loan forgiveness, does not work for kedusha. For kedusha, you have to actually give us an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of kedusha. Also, so Shaul gives Meirav to another man as right towards you. Sid, David, then Shaul says to David, I have another daughter, Michal. I give her to you in marriage. Zil, I say, they are almost pushed in. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Bring me 100 Philistine foreskins. You a red flag. Right, we're talking about that. Right? And I was like, so go ahead and bring me 100 or kill a bunch of Philistines. And bring it. I see. So David and Melech twice. I'm going to let you know what happens. So Shaul said like this. Now there's two things. Right? There's the Nova, there's the loan that I still owe David from the killing of Goliath. Hold that the are worth a pruta. So there's a loan and there's a pruta. So we get Shavar, Milvo pruta, dan Milva. So Shaw was seen as Shabbat Nazi, and he was protected to the Milva, the loan. This was the dollar, Milvo pruta, dan pruta. The dollar figured, no, my dance is on the pruta, and that's why I can show, but also the tradition of Michal wasn't good. The tradition of Michal was good. He buys it, put it on the Milvo pruta, dan pruta. Maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a pruta, the dance is on the pruta, so Shaul suffer low chazal and low flat at the first game to almost worth nothing. David Savar, chazal and chazal. Ultimately, again, if David, they are worth something, because again, it could be given to animals. It could be given to animals, and then from so it's worth at least. So I just have to minutes for you for today. We're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. There you go. Yes, Hashem. So you get tremendous beginning. All right, Chavraz, another great one.
Falls right off my shoulder, dude. That count. That's what I say. Seven clips of him saying he's gonna murder people. Well, first of all, old pussy shot, that's not enough. You need to when I kill someone.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Our annual Telephone sponsor, Telson Mustafa, Israel. Thank you, always bringing precious this year. It is a host for the Senate Fellowship and Israel. Our Telephone sponsors for the ones of Hades. Our bargaining recorded the Tolman family, the memory of Amit Ben Rabbi, the brother of Itai Rabbi, who is killed by Kiddush Hashem in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We're telling the right part of Hanukkah is precious to Shalom Hagan Aliyah and the family in the Chalom. Our week of living sponsors, Bruce Levin, in America, in memory of Avital Kala Bas Toba Batia, Paul and Jackie Kala. In memory of Paul and Esther Bas Karia, the team sponsors Frederick Ben Goldberg, nation of the outside of his father Leonard Avraham Leib Ben Asher Pinchas. His yard site, 21 years ago today, exactly same date on the Hebrew calendar, same date on the English calendar. Incredible. And our Dachshund sponsors for today, David and Roberta Schwartz, in memory of David's father, Ephraim Shimon Ben Abraham. David, a beautiful man. Thank you for a blessing, and you Shama have an idea. We hope that in merit of our Kamtara. All of them Shama have an idea. The families in the Kama, all those who need to have one together with cold Yisrael. It's not Shemir Hashem and bring our hostages home. The Shalom and the Kama, and their holy soldiers be successful before and last. Let us today's stop, of course, it's important to reflect to say about the terror attack in Europe, and sometimes it feels like we're so overwhelmed by what's happening with us, but it is so important to remember that we are citizens of this great nation, of this great country, that affords us and gives us so much, and that when we see our fellow Americans suffer and our fellow Americans lose their lives in senseless acts of terrorism and random violence. So we have to be powerful. We have to show by Maria for those who us to give out all of those who were injured in this attack, and to give our law enforcement officials the opportunity to set the Shema, the Chokmah, the Bina, the Das, to be able to root out evil wherever it's needed. And so that let us begin. So today's daf is designed. We have a lot to do today about Hashem. So we are picking up on Hashem day 16b. 2 lines up from before it gets wide. So the word says, "The ain't also Sanhedros." So remember again, we also don't make smaller local Sanhedros or small Sanhedros of 23 without the permission, without the involvement of the large Sanhedros. So we all. So what do you know this one? The aspect of the Moshe, the Uti Sanhedros, the Moshe Rabbeinu set up lower court systems, and as we've established over and over, Moshe Rabbeinu himself had the status of a Sanhedrin. That was his status. So you see that the large Sanhedrin set up a court. Or say first white man, Yinayin Shema, you can show up to me. So how do you know this is judges? I know to set judges in general. Talmud shocking detail, shocking his own way. How do you know the church to set up judges, which also set up enforcement officials? Talmud shocking detail, shocking Koshevet to Shevet Minai. How do you know that you set up judicial systems, your judges' courts for every Shevet? Talmud
Shoftim Lishvatecha. Shoftim Lishvatecha. How do you know that you set up enforcement officials for every tribe? Hamalamar Shoftim Lishvatecha. Lishvatecha. Shoftim Lishvatecha. How do you set up judges for every city? Hamalamar Shoftim Lisha'arecha. Set up judges in your gates. Gates in your cities. Shoftim Lishvatecha. How do you know that you set up shoftim, enforcers? For every city, Talmud Shotun L'Sha'arecha. And Yehuda says, Echa Mamuna Akula. And Yehuda says that even when you set up these lower court systems, there has to be one court that is in charge of all of the lower courts. So again, remember, that's going to be our Sanhedrin. Our Sanhedrin in Yerushalayim that is in charge of all the lower courts. So Shneimar, teaching in the Chok. Yehuda says, L'Shvatecha, L'Shaftu, Mitzvah L'Shevet Magdal L'Shetot. Yehuda says, each tribe has an obligation to judge its own tribe. And also, it's interesting that Shimon was adding in over here that in the previous model you had local batedim, local courts, and those were responsible for judging the city. Shimon says every shevet has an obligation to set up a tribal court as well. Okay, we also hear in Dach. We also can't go ahead. And here in Dach, as you saw referenced in yesterday's Dach, is a city that worship idolatry. So the Mishnah said that you cannot go ahead and set up a Dachas except for the basin of 71. So you need to say Sanhedrin as well. So we must not even before you know this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to be a shield. I'm going to talk. Well, this is a Isha or say Isha. As Isha, I thought Isha Rafa. We have to make the color of Kuli Isha Rafa. You see, from here, only individuals can be judged by local courts. But ultimately, again, a city, if you're going to condemn a city here in Dachas, has to be judged by a larger court, i.e. Sanhedrin. And you don't see Aaron Dachas to stop. Our Navos, the Mishnah also said that you can't go ahead and make an Aaron Dachas on the border. Right? You know, it's my time off the reason. So we can't become one of the women at Safar. The Torah says, we can't the Torah frees the Russian of Aaron Dachas is that it's one of the cities from within your midst. Within your midst means what? Inside of the country, not on the borders. But no shelter in that. You also can't connect three cities to have a status that say us. That's the Pasuk says one. That's also the Pasuk about which is really connected to one or two cities. Never really get that. Arecha is also remember the Lashon of the Pasuk is. The Lashon of the Pasuk is. Achos Nikola, Kisishma Ba'achos Arecha. So the minor to here, Achos means only one, right? But Arecha means a minimum of two. So how do you reconcile that one? So here it's one or two, but what? Not three. So the minor says as follows. Turn about it. Achos or Shalosh. So Achos tells you going to the early Dachas, you can't make three. Now, let's say obviously he's talking about at one time, simultaneously, right? You can have one early Dachas, but you can't have three. Maybe you can't even have two. So she Omer Arecha Harishtayim Omer. But Arecha means plural, there's cities, which means you can have up to two. You already in Dachas. Hama and Yekayim Achos no Shalosh. By Union Amara, so we have up to two simultaneous cities that have Dacha status, but never three. Amara, the basic Echadu Dein Osin have a term social about the Dein Osin. Furthermore, Rav qualifies. He says, one Sanhedrin can't declare more than one year in Dachas. But once this turnover in the Sanhedrin, or not really full turnover, but any other turnover, the newly constituted Sanhedrin can declare a new year in Dachas. So the Gemara says as follows. And Rav sometimes said, another time Rav said, even in the basin has turnover, you still can't declare more than one or up to two Dachas. So it's my time, what's Rav's logic? You should karcha. So it says Rav logic is like this. Rav Karka literally means like a bald spot. What it means is you can't declare more than one up to Ari Nidachas, because what it does is it creates, so to speak, like a bald spot within Klal Yisrael. It goes in, creates an emptiness in the land. That's only true, by the way, if the Ari Nidachas are consecrated in one area. But remember again, the only time that more than one Ari Nidachas creates a bald spot, so to speak, is when it's concentrated. But if it's not concentrated, but it's dispersed, then it's going to be fine. So Rabbi Yochanan says, "Ein osin shum karka." Rabbi Yochanan says once again, you can't create more than one Ari Nidachas. So he said this is like a geographic issue, because what you don't want large swaths of Eretz Yisrael to be desolate. Tanya Kavan says, Yochanan, Ein osin shalosh ayoros menudachos be'Eretz Yisrael. You cannot go ahead and make 3 ayoros menudachos in Eretz Yisrael. Aber osin osam shtayim kidol achos b'vidar ba'achas b'gadol, which can make up to 2. But even those 2 have to be in different geographic areas. Like one in Yehuda and one in Gavil. Aber shtay b'Yehuda, shtay b'Gavil, ein osin. But you can't go ahead and make 2 in Yehuda and Gavil. So in other words, even if you make up to 2 ayoros hanidachos, they must be in separate geographic areas. The Gemara says, if you call the Safar, I think the Achos ein osin. But you can never, as the Mishnah said, you can never declare a border city as the Ari Nidachas. My time was using maybe our Gentile neighbors will hear about this. The Achilu as Eretz Yisrael, and will come to go ahead and destroy Eretz Yisrael. Let's say, with the long reality of this Gemara, we have seen what happens when border cities are overrun. Like this was the story of October 7th. We have seen what occurs. This is what the Gemara is talking about right now. Again, we're talking about processes that we create ourselves. But the Mesa again, the Gemara says you never make a border city in Ari Nidachas. The moment you create, so to speak, that geographic bald spot on the border, that will be exploded. The Gemara should say the way. Didn't care about the Quran's just that's the Pasuk. The Pasuk says, Ari Nidachas is made in your midst. In your midst means inside of the land, not on the border. To which the Gemara says, Shimon who does tell the crop. Rabbi Shimon also is going to talk about Shas. Rabbi Shimon is the opinion that holds that you're allowed to go ahead and darshan the reasoning behind this. So Rabbi Shimon says it like this: yes, the pasuk says Mikevachah. Ari Nidachas has to be more in the center of the land, or I should say, not on the border. But you can't go and declare Ari Nidachas on the border. Why not? Because if you make a border city Ari Nidachas, you open up the rest of Eretz Yisrael to exploitation by our enemies. Overwhelming. So remember it's like that. So how did you go to Haisat? My time is Rabbi. So it says, remember again, the Mishnah says, this was an interesting focus. So the Mishnah said that the Sanhedrin of the High Court was 71. Rabbi Huda said it was 70. 71 versus 70. So let's analyze this. So what's my time Rabbanon? So what's the Rabbanon's logic for saying that it was 71? The Amri Moshe al Gabein, because they said, remember again, if it's probably says Moshe Rabbeinu, Omakra, Yas Mukimach, Yas Mishantimach, so is Yas Mishantimach, let them gather along with you. Top of Design 17a, Imach Ba'at Ba'adayu, and you are also included with them. So remember, Hashem tells Moshe, just to give you context, this is by the episode of the Slav, right? Remember again, the Klal Yisrael wants meat. And Moshe essentially loses it a little bit, and he says, I can't do this myself. I cannot do this anymore on my own, right? I'm not like the mother, right? I'm not like the mother with the child. And the Prophet says, don't worry, this will be easier. Go ahead and assemble 70 people. Responsible for looking, get a group of 70. And then the Rabbanan say, okay, so there's 70 plus Moshe. So that gives you 71. That gives you 71. Rabbi Yehuda, so you must Rabbi Yehuda, top of design. Rabbi Yehuda, Imam Mishim Shua. Notice, so the reason says Imam ultimately again refers to actually Imam, down to the first Ohel, Mishim Shua. This is what Yehuda says, no, Imam, they're going to stand with you as the Mishkan. But in other words, but Moshe Rabbeinu is not included in the tally. So that I want to understand Imach through Moshe go with the tally. So there's 70 plus Moshe. Imach is the point of view, there's more a statement of where they should meet you. Tell them to meet you, they should stand with you outside of the Mishkan. Incredible. Rabbi, Abakar, the Nasu Itra, the Masa'ab, the Itra, the Apadai, the Rabbi, the Pasuk says, Nasu Itra, something will carry along with you. The burden of the people. Itra, meaning with you, the Apadai, and you're included as part of you, i.e. 71. Ready to go? Itra, the Dominikov. So he just says, Itra means most of you, when you find 70 men, it should be people who resemble you. Resemble you. Rashi says, Yuchasin, people who have good useless personality, and are free from blemish. We'll talk about that more in just a little bit. Rabbanon, in the hospital, less of an answer is Chanakta. Rabbanon, in the half of the hospital, they will eat the burden from you, and you'll carry the load with you. You also send him to the road. Send him to Canada. If you're at the local school, you send him to the local. You send him to incredible. You should share us from Achanas. We'll say, remember again. So now, that's on the focus. Rabbanon 71 says, the 70, we know we passed like Rabbanon. The Sanhedrin level was 71. Okay, so now, we might pick up a little bit on that story where Moshe Rabbeinu gathered together 70 elders. Not even 70 elders, so what happened? Pasuk says, a spirit of prophecy rested upon them. And then the Pasuk says, there were two people left in the camp. Two people left in the camp were prophesying. They were named Eldad and Yodad, and they continued prophesying even after everyone else stopped prophesying. We call them the Shtagu, which is incredible. So essentially what it means is they were left over in the lotteries. Now what does this mean? This is a fantastic Gemara. Shimon Kashrafu Moshe, Isvili Shivinish, Yisipne Yisrael. Kashrafu does Moshe Rabbeinu. Gathered these 70 men. Moshe Rabbeinu was vested with the responsibility of gathering together 70 leaders. So we do this. Amar Moshe, Kate said, how should I do this? If I gather 6 men from every tribe, then what does that give me? That's going to end up giving me, remember again, it's going to give me 72. So you give me 72, right? 12 tribes. So remember, so what am I supposed to do? So if I get 72, that's 2 people extra. If I go ahead and I assemble 5 men from every tribe, so that's going to give me 60 and 10 short. Ever, so everyone's going to need some tribes that should get 5 people. The tribes that should get 6 people. And what's going to happen? There's going to create animosity between the tribes. So what did he do? Ma'asab is incredible. Ma'asab, Shisha. So Moshe chose 6 men from every tribe. So there was a pool of 72 people. The heavy shiving was trying to skin. Right, and what happens? He took 70 lots. He took 72 lots. On 70 of them, I'll shiv you custom sucking. On 70 of them, you wrote sucking. Okay, which means you're chosen to be part of this Sanhedrin. You're straining in Yakava. 2 of them, he left blank. Babylon, the rest of the top. He said, put him in a hat. I'm going to have a box. I'm going to have bones right. And he's straining. Right? He said, I'm going to have balls and that's what he said. So what's incredible? So he says, okay, everyone comes up. Everyone comes into a lock. And what's incredible? Come with some of the others up here. So if whoever drew a lot that said sucking, so it's going to be fish kaya. I think it's what I'm choosing you. Shows me what's the last which all of the other product whoever draw a blank piece of paper. I'm not Hamakom Lo Puppet. God doesn't want not I need my answer. What do you want from me? So I said, very interesting logic. You know, it's good just saying, thanks for coming, whatever, you're a safer, complimentary safer, I don't know, what the chat, there's a tremendous Musar Haskell in this. Moshe Rabbeinu is saying, all of us are put into this world to perform a mission. And sometimes what you want to do is not what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants you to do. And this isn't, we mentioned so many times, Carl says in his introduction, I first has to ask himself a question. What is my job in this world? Not what do I want to do with my life? What is my job? What is my avodah? And very often in life, what you want to do is not what HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs you to do. And the entire avodah in life is bending your knee before HaKadosh Baruch Hu and accepting the mission that the devotion has for you, even if it's not the mission that you want for yourself. So Moshe Rabbeinu said to the guys who did the blank piece of paper, Hebron, Rothschild doesn't want you for this. Now again, parentheses, he needs you for something else. He needs you for something else. So sometimes in life we become so frustrated by the things we want to do and they don't materialize. We feel like failures. And the truth is, well, sometimes it is because I'm failing and I'm not trying hard enough to accomplish the things I want to accomplish. But sometimes what failure in a particular area really means is Hashem is telling me, I don't need you here, I need you here. And the ability to internalize that lesson, the rejection hurts a little bit. What Moshe Rabbeinu is saying is, it's just Hashem doesn't want you here. Hashem doesn't want you here. Why? Because he desperately needs you, but God doesn't really. He desperately wants you somewhere else. So find the car to read, to find the car to go in a different direction, and find the car to really. So this is why in legal general, one of the most beautiful things is men are the same, right? Men have one set of responsibilities. Women have a different set of responsibilities. Kohanim have one set of responsibilities. Levium, Yisraelim, there's this why, because Shalom doesn't need us and us, and it's not productive for all of the same things. It needs us focusing on different missions, different roles, and different responsibilities. I spend so much time trying to be like everyone else and do like every other instead of focusing on what our unique singular mission is. Hamako lo chafetz b'cha. Hashem doesn't want you for this, but He desperately wants you for something else. So now go figure out what it is that you're supposed to do to contribute to your people. Incredible. Can't read about Atomer. Lakakto, Kamishas, so we will go. Unfortunately, we find the same dynamic by the Bechor. Remember, the originally, service in the Mishkan was supposed to be done by the Bechor, by the firstborns. They lost that right after the sin of the Golden Calf. This sanctity, firstborn sanctity, was transferred onto the Levian. So remember again, the way it worked was every Bechor was exchanged for a Levi. That was the issue was there were 273 extra Bechorim over the number of Rabbi. So what did those guys have to do? What did those first ones have to do? They had to give 5 shkalim to the Mishkan to redeem themselves. Now, what was the Shiloh? Who gets redeemed on a lady versus who has to pay 5 shkalim? So the word says as follows: Someone Moshe Kitzer Esel. I mean, so what should I do for these extra 273? In overall training, if I say to a Bechor, hey Bechor, give me 5 shekel and you're redeemed. You'll not be back on the army. He'll say, I'm one of the guys who's redeemed on the Levian. No, so let's make sure we listen to this. Maybe Esther B'Shnayim Alafim Piskin. He bought 22,000 pieces of paper, right? Blocks. Because of our Ben Levi and Rothschild Ben Levi, about Shlosha B'Shivim Umasayim and 273 because of our Levi Kamisha Shkalim. You know that meant 5 shkalim. But what happened? He mixed up all blocks, put it in the box. I'm going to read this statement. And he said, don't draw out. Who shall it be other than lady? I'm going to drop it in front of lady. So whoever drew up that lady lot, okay, that means that you were exchanged, so to speak, for a lady. You shall be other Chamisha Shkalim. I'm alone, came to your neck of it, say, most of say, pay your 5 shkalim and be redeemed. Incredible. Whereas I said, I'm sure says, not going to start. It's supposed to smell around. Go back to the Elf and Megan. Here again, which we gathers this group of 70 people. And the spirit of prophecy rests upon them. They all stop prophesying, but 2 guys, 2 men, keep prophesying. So the Gemara says, the Machlan and Steiner, Elter and Meta remained in the camp prophesying. So when they gathered to me, 70 people, Amru El-Gad and Mega, 8 unwritten laws in the US, which people. El-Gad and Mega said to Moshe, we are not fit. We are not fit for this honor. And we are finished boldly. How will we activate Atzmachem? How will we Moses do the Abu last time? Because you diminished yourself, therefore again I will make you even greater. As the Lord said, see a sword and shot as that message. The prerequisite to personalistic holiness is humility. The more you think you deserve honor, the more elusive it is going to be. But the more you believe that ultimately again you're a pasha to Yid, the more covered will run after you. It's incredible. So the answer is what happens? Shanabian, Kulan Sabu Pasku, Baines Abu Pasku. There's all the other prophets, all these 70 men became Nevi'im, episodic Nevi'im, but their prophecy stopped. Eldad and Medad, they kept prophesying. The mind of one is out. So what was the Nebuah? What was this Nebuah? Because remember, it was like, so the Torah doesn't record what the Nebuah was. So what was their prophecy? So this was say, Moshe makes Yeshua Machnis as Yisrael. What was their prophecy? Their prophecy was Moshe is going to die, and Yeshua is going to be the one who leads the people of Israel. And you know, remember, this was before this is in the Rothschild. So this was the prophecy. Moshe is going to die, and Yeshua is going to be this entire Israel. Incredible. Avachadar al Mishra Velozer al Iskei Slav in the Snavim, Ali Slav, Ali Slav. The prophesied about the Slav. The Slav number was the quail. This was meat that we probably saw in the desert. So they prophesied that there was going to be these donkeys of Slav. But not going to say, oh, escape Gog and Magog. No, they prophesied about the war of Gog and Magog. The war of Gog and Magog was the ultimate war of good versus evil that is a precursor to the Messianic era. שנאמר, כל אמר השם אלוקים, העטו אשר דיברתי להם מקדמונים, יד עובדים נביאים ישראל נביאים, ואל מהם שניים והביא עוזך עליהם, אל תקריא שונים אלא שניים. הוא בתקופה של גגוג ומגוג, ואילו העצם הוא שבאיזו, אין שניים נביאים שנשראל אחד נבלע. Who the people prophesied at the same time about the same thing? Havilmer, Eldad, Medad, Amar, Kodim, Kurim, Mitzvah, Pasku, Beis, Abu Pasku. All the other members of the prophet, all those 7 men prophesied, stopped prophesying. Eldad remained that prophesied and then continued to prophesy afterwards. So the Gemara says, you know the Pasku, how do you know that all the other prophets prophesied and stopped? He didn't really sit up by maybe the Pasku says because they prophesied, and also that interestingly enough, the word protection over here, the entire Pasuk is, I said his name is good. The rest of the Pasuk is, Bayir Hashem Ba'ana, Baygaber Hashem Ba'ana Shalom, Baygaber Hashem Ba'ana, Baygaber Hashem Ba'ana, Bayisnabu, V'lo Yasafu. So if they read that, we're translating that they prophesied, and they did not continue. So that's not what it means. The word Al-Hafaz, Bayisnabu, said, Misnabim, Ba'adayim, so I skipped over. Elinata, Kogodo V'lo Yosaf. Like the Pasuk says, a great call, which represents V'lo Yosaf. Now, V'lo Yosaf means it didn't cease. So you see that from you see from here that V'lo Yosaf doesn't mean it didn't continue, but it could also mean it didn't cease. V'lo Yosaf, so there's an element V'lo Pasuk. Rather than most means that other made them prophesying, and they did not stop prophesying. Okay, so we shall remind of Moshe means Moshe quiet. Remember again, let's next the story. So again, just the timeline. Moshe says he can't do it alone. His Rabbi says no problem, he gathered 70 men. Now we just saw the process through which he gathered the 70 men before the lots. So now what happens? The spirit of prophecy rests upon the 70 men. The spirit of prophecy departs from 68 of them. 2 of them, Eldad and Medad, continued prophesying. What was their prophecy? So first opinion, the prophecy was Moshe is going to die. Yeshua is going to lead the people into Eretz Yisrael. If you go with that approach, then again, then that makes sense. So let's just remember again, after Eldad and Medad continue prophesying, Yeshua approaches Moshe. And Yeshua says to Moshe, make them stop. Make them stop. So you have to understand that they were prophesying saying Moshe is going to die, Yeshua is going to leave. It makes sense why Yeshua was very distressed about this and tells Moshe, make them stop. But according ultimately again to the other 2 interpretations, that either they're prophesying about the flood or about the word of Gog and Magog, why is Yeshua all distressed? Right? Why does Yeshua have to tell them to go ahead? Why does Yeshua have to tell Moshe to tell them to stop? So that's why because Yeshua felt it was inappropriate for other people to prophesy in the presence of Moshe. Right? The presence of Moshe Rabbeinu is one Rabbi. He's one Rabbi. For other people to prophesize in his presence is almost like a lack of coverage for the Rabbi. So it's a Mishnah. What's the first one? Krishna, you might know how character is the same thing. Another word is Moshe Mace. Mena Hava Imaikile. We know say what kind of something where it says. So according to the opinion, it says now Moshe in response to Yoshua, what do you want? The Koshbar wants to make the whole nation of Yevim. Let me make the whole nation of Yevim. See if you thought they did it for prophesying like Slav or Gogu Mother. So they take that almost like Moshe was saying, it's straight up, let them all be Yevim. But if you say that they're prophesying, Moshe is going to die, Yoshua is going to go ahead and lead them in. So why Moshe have like this jovial type of response? So let's say more Kamei. Ultimately, again, it could be Moshe didn't hear what they're prophesying about. So because he didn't hear what they're prophesying about, he didn't really feel the same way about it as Yoshua did. So my question, so Yoshua tells Moshe, make them stop. Now let's say, how exactly do you make someone stop prophesying? How does that work? So Yoshua says to Moshe, Hatel Alei Sarkei Tzibor, so give them communal responsibilities and then empowering the earth, and that'll shut down prophecy. But as we'll say, so we've seen Smoky many times before, that a person in a leadership position is one of the sacrifices that come to leadership is the ability to work on one's own weakness. One has to be willing to sacrifice for the cloud. One has to sacrifice their own weakness, their own time, their own personal development in order to go ahead and build up the cloud. So the view is beautiful, but the view requires a very heightened spiritual state. So the Rothschild said to Moshe, give them communal responsibilities. And once that communal responsibilities, again, that is going to occupy all of their bandwidth, you will see we will have very little time for spiritual, their own personal spiritual development, which will then by definition take away their ability for the voice. So let's say, by the way, shows you the profundity in the Moshe Rabbeinu personality. Moshe Rabbeinu is the exception to this rule. Because Moshe Rabbeinu was the one individual who, on one hand, shouldered the entire to apply on his shoulders. Yet again, from a personal level, his personal growth never stopped. He was the Rabbi, the buck. There's a big buck. What's the buck in this? What's the buck? The buck in this essay is Moshe Rabbeinu sacrificed his family. And so it's true, he was saddled with responsibility for the cloud, yet again was the father of all prophets, but also didn't have a marriage, and also didn't raise his children, and also lived apart from his family. So essentially, I say what it comes down to, what about, when you're young, you think you could have it all, because someone once said to me, the golden light, people like to say, to have your cake and eat it too. Someone once said to me, no, the golden light is to have your cake, right? Eat it, and then still have some more flavor. Right? I said, wow, that sounds incredible, but it sounds a little cousin-ish. But you can't have everything in life. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't, something has to give. That's the way it works. So let's say, so what you want to say is like this, in general, if you're going to take on responsibility for the collective, and take responsibility for the cloud, or whatever segment of the cloud, understand that comes at a personal cost. And the personal cost often is the time that one is putting into others comes from time that you've been putting into yourself. And if you're not going to do that, and you're just going to be totally focused on the growth of God, growth in yourself, it might come at the expense of your family. But something's got to give. You can't be the one who holds up others, holds up yourself, and holds up your family. You can't do all of those things in an excellent fashion. Something is going to give. And so a person has to be meditated in what is going to give, and what is going to be sacrificed in that calculation. Incredible. I love that like that. You know how the old show. So you must remember again. You must say that when you condemn someone to death penalty, it always has to be the majority of two. So when it says the math doesn't work, I'll tell you why. So the law of say why. Because remember again, now all you do for capital cases is a rating of 23. Right? You do not need, you don't need 7. So you must, but you're not going to easily see, you're not going to have a majority of 2. Why? Listen to this. So from which God is like, that's I'm Zaki, sign Akaz, Mechaibin. So it's like the entry there you have 11 say that is innocent, and 12 say you only have a majority of 1. 10. He's innocent. Third, let's say that he's guilty. Plus, so Johnny three. And we have what's the other movie? When you have the judges two, is when you end up adding on judges. Now, when does one add on judges? We've actually saw this reference in the second. You back home, he said, how do you go? I'll leave you back. How much shit? He said, only that has. Now, that can ultimately be a secret. Now, remember, if one of the judges says, however, opinion, what do? We take them off. We take them two in his stead. So, according to the rule, hold us ahead and 7 weeks. I don't know, and I don't think you have majority. I don't know, the most so, but interestingly enough, I will say, if you'll see him, you add on judges. You end up making it in the when a judge says I don't know, maybe you treat him like a present, which is still present. Really, I don't know, and therefore he advances some logic. The Haida, Kiman, the Lidam. Let's say it's not true. If someone says I don't know, it's as if they're not on the basis, as if they don't exist. The Amar Kaima, Lo Shaminale. And even if he advances some type of reasoning, we talk to the Rothschild. This is fascinating. So if you have, I don't know, what do? We remove it. What do we remove him? You are, we don't listen. This is an English from that Rothschild. And therefore we add on two in that judgment. That's what we do that. You can end up having a majority of two in that type of situation. Because it's also profoundly incredible. In life, you have to have opinions about things. You have to have sheepos on things. If you don't listen, some people just like to be powerful. They like just that, I want to be friends with everyone, I want to be good with everyone, I don't want to rock the boat, so I'm not going to have an opinion. If you don't have an opinion, you don't exist. If you don't have shidot, you don't exist. If you don't stand for something, you don't exist now. Doesn't mean you have to be caustic about your opinions, right? Or doesn't mean you have to go ahead and be turbulent about that, but you don't have to do, right? But you have to be able to stand for something. And if you don't, it's as if you're just taking up space, you mean nothing. But you have to make a strong money, but you understand. You have